The very definition of obliteration, on the outskirts of the crater, some suspicious debris began to appear. Looking at the scraps, one could roughly guess that they probably belonged to the bodies or equipment pieces of green-skinned orcs. But that was just conjecture. Pieces without any discernible shape, stuff that had melted and then cooled down, were all there was to speculate with. Further away, there were parts that could be identified as belonging to something before destruction, like fingers, halves of thighs, and in these areas, the bodies tended to be more concentrated. Even further out, one could see some individual pieces of complete equipment wreckage, such as overturned, charred and tattered trucks, immobilized killing machines, and relatively intact scorched corpses. The green-skinned orcs, once boasting with pride and ready to depart to annihilate everything, had suffered a catastrophic blow here. It was uncertain whether any green-skinned orcs survived on the fringes of the bombardment zone, but even if there were any, they were certainly few and no doubt they would have already fled. Ji Hang was quite satisfied with the effects of the strike. However, there was one slight unease troubling him. Why had the Space Marines not reported the effects of the strike to him before? This was not supposed to happen. The Special Operations Team had marked the targets for the strike more than a dozen hours ago and left the range that could be affected by the orbital strike. They had more than 10 hours to evacuate, which should not have been a problem. There was no need to retreat so far, just maintaining a certain distance and ensuring their own positions were not marked for orbital strike would suffice to avoid fire from space, and naturally, they would be safe. After the orbital strike had ended and the magnetic field for wireless communication stabilized, they had a conversation with Ji Hang, reporting their safety, indicating they were not affected by the orbital bombardment, and upon Ji Hang's request, they went to the two most important targets, the assembly area of the Green Skin Army and their headquarters, to investigate the impact of the orbital strike. In all logic, given their distance, they should have been able to report back very quickly. Yet, the reality was the large force that Ji Hang led had already witnessed the situation at the Green Skin Orc assembly area, but the Special Operations Team, which should have reported back by now, had not transmitted any message. It was now midnight, far into the night. Every officer had been involved in a battle since 11 in the morning, continuously pushing through the ruins, clearing out green skin orcs. For 13 hours, apart from a short rest at lunch, there had been no time for respite, and they were all very tired by now. It also wasn't good to keep the large force moving. He found a communications soldier and sent out a radio communication request to the Phoenix battle group. There was no response. His feeling of unease grew. He called Perbov over and arranged for his forces to move toward the direction of the reported Green Skin Orc headquarters for reconnaissance at break of dawn the following day, after getting some rest. If they encountered Green Skin Orcs along the way, they didn't necessarily have to clear them out unless it was convenient. The main mission was to find traces of the Special Operations Team. Ji Hang was quite anxious. Although there were 5 Space Marines in the action team, theoretically, there shouldn't be any major problems, but during the conflict with the primordial Wrath Owl sect, they had lost a Space Marine, not to mention fighting green skin orcs. Especially since these green skin orcs seemed slightly different from the wild ones that developed independently from spores. Wild green skin orcs and space greenskins were both greenskins, with not much difference from physical structure to social form, except that the latter developed more robustly, with a higher level of technology, powerful orc warlords, and even an orc clan overlord. The most terrifying orc disaster in the legends occurred 7,000 years ago, nearly destroying the entire human empire. However, excluding that kind of powerful space orc clan, the ones that developed independently on certain planets without becoming a galactic-scale threat were called wild orcs. The process of green skin infection spreading to another planet is difficult to trace. During one interstellar voyage, invisible green skin spores on some cargo might be taken aboard a spaceship. As the cargo is unloaded and lands on the ground, or is blown away by the wind and finds a suitable environment, it begins to take root and blossom, producing the first skug beast. This ferocious little beast, in its hunting, fighting, when injured, during excretion, or upon death. Secretions, the splitting spores give rise to more skug beasts, impish critters, and eventually orc juveniles. Generally, when the green skin ecosystem on a planet has not fully unfolded, the green skins exist in a primitive tribal state. They have neither technology to speak of nor any sort of organizational structure. They are essentially just a group of wild beasts with relatively high intelligence. They will fight each other, continuously struggling for power. After all, fighting is in the nature of green-skinned orcs, and it doesn't really matter to them whether their opponents are of the same tribe or not. Through the battles, they will select a green-skinned chief, who becomes the leader of the tribe. The greenskins forming the tribe will start fighting against anything nearby under the chief's leadership. If they can't find opponents, they will split and then start fighting themselves. During this process, their numbers would slowly spiral upwards. Many green-skinned orcs would die in internal conflicts, but despite fluctuations, the overall population continued to grow. At the same time, as more battles were fought and more orcs were present, so their so-called WOG force field became increasingly potent. This force field was intricately related to spiritual energy, yet not quite the same. Akin to some kind of idealist technology, it would make their tribal strength grow stronger, and their technology would inexplicably advance. Various weapons and equipment, devised by the orcs themselves and usable only by them, would one day enable them to embark on a journey to the Star Sea. Of course, without external interference, this process would be incredibly lengthy. However, with external forces at play, such as if they consumed enough brains from other species or witnessed sufficient warfare technology from humans or other intelligent races, then the sparked goblin technicians, sly young orc tech geniuses, and various other technically adept greenskins would rapidly accelerate the process. By this standard, in the ruins of Rage Owl Star's tower, the orc clan that numbered merely in the tens of thousands shouldn't have developed killer cans or terrify iron tanks. They had guns, they had thermal weapons, and that could be deemed as fast enough progress. Similarly, the reports from Rubbish Town in the past never mentioned large-scale wars launched among substantial green skin factions. This isn't quite consistent with the situation of wild green skins. But it's even less equivalent to spacefaring green skins. If a green skin tribe capable of crossing the Star Sea should set its eyes on Rage Owl Star, then it's time to call it a night, for they would be unstoppable. The appearance of the green skin orcs at the ruins of Rage Owl Star was indeed an exceptional case. It could also be that humanity's research on the ecology of green skin orcs was still inadequate, something that even the knowledge that Ji Hang had frantically been catching up on lately failed to elucidate. For this very reason, he felt concerned about the current situation of the Special Operations Team. With such an unusually distinct green skin orc tribe, who could know whether an incident could arise that could catch even the Star Warriors off guard? The Emperor's Death Angels often lived up to their demigodly reputation, but amidst the combat against the numerous ghouls and demons of the universe, sometimes they would die in droves. Green skins were one of those many ghouls and demons. It wasn't that Ji Hang was a jinx, but the Special Operations Team really did run into major trouble. Setting the clock back to 11 in the morning, after the orbital strike hit, they indeed were unharmed. They patiently waited for some time, after the lingering effects of the bombardment dissipated and radio communications were restored. They reported back to the governor that they were safe. Then, following the orders of the governor, they made their way to the site of the orbital bombardment. The primary investigation site was actually the gathering place and the main base of the green skin orcs. They went to the main base first. There, the scene was almost identical to where they set out from, also a huge crater with surrounding buildings completely leveled. The difference lay in the massacre here, where there were many more goblin sages and orc artisans among the wreckage of green skin structures. That was about it. They wandered around the area of the strike, assessing the effects of the assault, while also keeping an eye out for any survivors nearby. The green skin armory confirmed destroyed, green skin camp confirmed destroyed. 3 green skin spawning farms confirmed destroyed. And it has to be said, green skins were terrifyingly tenacious. Even an apocalyptic level of bombardment, that which was more intense than a nuclear strike, couldn't take down those who were farther from the blast center, especially those who, at the time of the bombardment, happened to be in more robust shelters. Thankfully, their numbers were not many, and they were scattered. Without being detected, they didn't waste time exterminating them. Of course, if it was convenient, they'd take them down. Due to the nature of green skin orcs, as long as their leader was killed in the bombardment and if none of the surviving orcs stepped up as a leader, they would revert to intelligent beasts, acting solely on instinct and fighting among themselves until a new leader emerged. During this time, they were at their weakest. If humans seized this opportunity, they could completely wipe them out. Then, with thorough cleaning of every inch of land the orcs had tread upon, the orc crisis could be considered resolved. Of course, due to their tenacity and spore-based propagation, one must never let their guard down regarding the orc threat. For a long time to come, this planet must remain vigilant, keep monitoring the places once afflicted by the green skin calamity, and periodically eradicate any suspicious plant life. But as long as they didn't grow complacent and carried out the Empire's regulations diligently, any problems that did arise would be minor, mostly nipped in the bud before they could escalate into a major crisis. However, just as they were relaxing a bit, a roar reached them from afar. Startled at first, they quickly realized it probably wasn't because their presence had been detected. It sounded more like a green skin orc rallying its comrades with a battle cry. Communications were basically by yelling, a bit amusing, but no one could muster a laugh now. The emergence of this situation meant that in this area, there still existed an orc leader with considerable appeal. And it was unlikely that this leader had just emerged from a recent fight. On one hand, such things didn't happen so quickly. On the other hand, a newly risen boss wouldn't have this kind of charisma. So, the answer seemed obvious. Under the previous, formidable orbital bombardment, a powerful leader of the green-skinned orcs had not perished. Nobody knew whether it was sheer luck, being outside the core area of the bombing, or some other reason, but clearly, it was not good news. They decided to go and check the situation out. If a large number of green-skinned orcs had already gathered under its call, then it was best to report the news to the governor and then assign someone to monitor the situation. But if the number of gathered greenskins was still small, Maddens and the other 4-star warriors planned to take action and kill that green skin leader. Decapitation tactics were among the most effective strategies against green skin orcs. A grand wog, even if it spanned across Star Sea during a campaign, needed a strong orc warlord to organize and initiate it. Only a sufficiently powerful leader could unite the greenskins. But likewise, as soon as their leader was killed, the remaining greenskins would quickly disperse, and they normally had to fight among themselves until more than half were dead. They had no concept of uniting against a common enemy to save their race from extinction. Even in a specific battle, the death of a squad leader could greatly shake the entire squad. The death of a commanding leader during a campaign could lead the entire fight toward collapse. When facing green skins, finding the biggest, greenest, and strongest one and then slaughtering it was the best approach. So, who was best suited for such a task on the battlefield? Of course, it was the Star Warriors. In past wars, whenever the Phoenix fought against green skins, they regularly carried out similar missions 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8, times in a single campaign. Now, they were simply revisiting an old craft. Even the Star Warriors felt a touch of nostalgia. However, when they silently arrived on the scene and saw the green skins that had gathered there, they dismissed the idea of a surprise attack. The number was greater than they had anticipated. There were easily more than 1,000 orc youngsters. And it wasn't just light infantry. There were battle trucks and killer cans, at least 50 pieces accounted for among various kinds of heavy equipment. Moreover, stray green skins were continuously converging at the location. The number gathered surprised even Maddens. Why were there so many? While discussing, they came up with a plausible conjecture. It was possible that this orc leader had been leading the troops he gathered toward the rally point. Then the orbital bombardment happened en route. The most important targets of the bombardment were the main camp and the rally point, which suffered the most violent, unavoidable strikes. But they, being halfway between the two, were fortunate enough to narrowly escape the disaster. There were certainly many greenskins who had died, and from what Maddens and his team could see, many of the orcs bore injuries. After all, this round of orbital bombardment didn't consist of just 2 great macro cannons. There were also 20 smaller colossal cannons and hundreds of orbital missiles raining down everywhere, and those devices were extremely lethal. But overall, over 1,000 greenskins had survived. Executing the decapitation tactics had become difficult. It wasn't just the large number of enemies that was the issue, but the green skin orc leader itself warranted attention. It was huge. It was very green. If there had been a reliable ally force drawing attention at the front, Phoenix's 5 starfighters might have had a chance at success. But at the moment, the only allies by their side were the 28 soldiers of Storm Squad. Although they were also elite, asking them, all 28 of them, to face off against an enemy 50 times their number and distract them for the starfighters. That was impossible. Even if they were all killed, it couldn't be done. Moreover, even if they could draw the enemy's attention at the front, launching a successful decapitation strike would be very difficult. The green skin leader looked very strong. He was clad in heavy-duty equipment, his entire stature reaching up to 3 meters. His heat weapons and cold arms, after modifications, seemed all exaggerated. His heavy armor was certainly not something that could be easily broken through. Maddens and his team were experienced and well-informed, and after evaluating the monster's strength, they concluded that not even a veteran starfighter could take it down in a one-on-one fight. Only the 5 of them, attacking simultaneously, could ensure a swift, no-hassle kill. But any minor issue in the process or delay, and with the constant reinforcement of green skins, they might get trapped and unable to come out. Forget it, forget it. Focus on surveillance, and wait for Mr. GU to arrive with the main forces. By then, with a large army pressing forward fully, it would be much easier for the 5 of them to make a move in the chaos of battle. There was no need to be adventurous now. However, as they dampened their efforts, the green skins seemed to have discovered them. The conspicuous orc leader cast his gaze towards their hiding place from afar. Maddens furrowed his brows. Why were we discovered? He was truly perplexed. Had his senses deteriorated from not having fought against the green skins for a while? But upon careful consideration, their actions seemed flawless, and the elites of Storm Squad also did a good job. Logically, they shouldn't have been so easily detected. I don't know how they discovered us, said Schneider, but I do know we're in trouble. Get ready for combat. Combat my ass. 30 men against 1,000 well-equipped orcs led by a boss was a suicide mission. While the distance between both sides was still great, running away was the most sensible option. However, during their escape, they soon realized what had revealed their position. It was, of course, another green-skinned orc, standing right beside the orc boss. His hunched figure did not look tall, nor was it equipped with any exaggerated weapons. It looked quite ordinary. The unusual part was the silver-gray metal rod in his hand, which was not originally a product of green skin technology. However, on its upper part, it was decorated with beast teeth, multicolored paint, and filled with the style of the green-skinned orcs. The old orc pointed his scepter towards the location of the starfighters. An intuition of imminent danger made them immediately start to dodge. Just then, a red laser beam shot towards them. The starfighters were unharmed, but the beam penetrated the bodies of 2 Storm Squad soldiers. The bulletproof alloy steel plates beneath their uniforms barely served any purpose. Both soldiers had fist-sized, penetrating wounds burned through them. The beam, after passing through the 2 men, extended far into the distance until it hit a distant ruined wall and disappeared from sight. The 2 soldiers collapsed to the ground, weakly convulsing and struggling on the earth. They weren't dead yet, but death was certain. No one could save them, and during a retreat, it was impossible to bring along 2 wounded who would inevitably die within minutes. This couldn't really be considered abandoning comrades, but morale inevitably dropped during the escape. Even without the burden, their escape was far from smooth. The hunched old orc continually released beams from his hand, firing every few minutes. The highly penetrating energy beam was something not even the starfighters could ignore. A direct hit by 2 beams would damage the power armor. 3 could be fatal. Even without hitting the same spot, 2 hits would weaken the armor's overall defense due to structural changes, allowing the 3rd to be deadly. Fortunately, the old orc's attack range was extremely far, still deadly even over 2,000 meters away. However, he lacked high magnification aiming scopes and the ability to aim shots. Although the beam didn't suffer from trajectory deviation over long distances, if he couldn't aim properly it was all for naught. The reason the first shot was fatal was because the team had not had the chance to fully disperse their formation, and they were too close to each other. A random shot was likely to hit, which resulted in the fatal blows to the 2 Storm Squad soldiers. Now, as they were on the move and had dispersed their formation further, hitting them was not so easy. Furthermore, they weren't without the means to fight back. Explosive guns, the electromagnetic rifles in the hands of Stormcorps, had the capability to kill enemies at a distance of 2,000 meters. Although there would be significant attenuation, a hit would still be lethal. T3 class soldiers were already reliable in shooting accuracy, not to mention the starfighters who could not be evaluated simply by the T rating, and even had built-in combat assistance systems in their power armor to help them aim and shoot more accurately. Even though their firearms were not the sniper models specially designed for long-range kills, they could still pose a threat to the old orc at a distance of 2 kilometers. However, they did not succeed in shooting it dead, killing only a few unlucky green skins who got in the way. The old orc was quite cunning, too. Upon realizing he had become a target, he didn't stubbornly exchange fire with the interstellar warriors of the Storm Corps. Instead, he took cover behind the orc warlord. That was a large shield. Even a grenade rifle couldn't damage the armor on him at a distance of 2 kilometers, let alone harm the old orc hiding behind him. But similarly, while taking cover might have spared him from being killed by grenade rifles or electromagnetic rifles, he also couldn't continue to pose a threat to the fleeing humans. Nevertheless, the situation for the human side was hardly any better. A considerable part of the green skin army had started to move. Armored trucks and killer cans were chasing them. Even the orc warlord had personally joined the fray. Bullets were fired at them over a 2-kilometer gap relentlessly. The greenskins' shoddy firearms made a racket, but their bullets couldn't even travel the 2-kilometer distance, falling to the ground halfway, not to mention having any accuracy. But the greenskins were not left without weapons that could threaten them at this distance. Setting aside the tin barrel cannons, which lacked precision and were like using a cannon to swat a mosquito and actually had to hit, the heavy machine guns on the armed trucks and the multi-barrel autocannon mounted on the killer cans could still be threatening beyond 2 kilometers. The precision of the green skin orcs' weapons was hard to predict, but when bullets came flying in a dense stream, as long as the general direction was correct, the bullets would still be lethal at 2 kilometers. With their vast numbers, even random shots were threatening enough. Members of the storm squad kept falling during the retreat. At this moment, turning around to return fire was not particularly useful. They could neither kill all the enemies nor fend them off. They could only keep running. Of course, escape was actually impossible. If the interstellar warriors ran at full speed, they might have a chance, but the elite soldiers of the storm squad were certain to be caught. But even for the interstellar warriors, the chance of escape was slim. After all, running at full speed meant exposing their backs to the enemy. And if there was one place where the mecha were weakest, it was definitely the back. To die with one's back to the enemy was undoubtedly a great disgrace for an interstellar warrior. And even if they decided to forsake honor and abandon their comrades to flee with all their might to preserve the fire of the battle group, the outcome might not be any better. Until they had completely left the enemy's attack range and evaded pursuit, it was likely that someone among them would fall, paying who knows how many lives in order to escape, with no chance to recover their genetic seeds. Now, although they were still retreating, sometimes they faced the enemy while firing and moving backward, and other times they took shelter behind a slope or the ruins of a building, temporarily stopping the bullets from hitting them. Retreating in such a manner, they obviously couldn't run fast. On the contrary, even if the path was rugged, those armed trucks with their 6 wheels were at least mobile. Even if some areas were inaccessible to wheels and they had to detour, they wouldn't slow down much. As for the killer cans, those walking mecha, there were even fewer issues. Mattens and Schneider combined their efforts to take down a killer can with concentrated fire from their grenade rifles at a distance of over 1,000 meters, but that hardly quenched their thirst. While fighting and retreating, they could only do their utmost to delay the enemy's pursuit. They also couldn't run in a straight line. They had to avoid incoming fire and also be on guard not to be outflanked by the armed trucks taking detours. They were fully aware that being caught up to was now inevitable. But that didn't mean they were utterly hopeless. Although they didn't speak to each other, Mattens believed that his comrades probably shared his thoughts. They were looking for a defensible location to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Although they didn't know how long they would have to wait, this option seemed more reliable than running. Of course, they also had to be prepared for the worst-case scenario: total annihilation. But what of it? War is like that. Especially when facing an orc clan that had surpassed the level of ordinary wild green skins. Who knew whether a mishap or a victory would come first? Along the way, they indeed found some locations conducive to defense. There were several large, sturdy buildings with 3 or 4 stories. Even though this place was no longer the central target zone for orbital strikes, those buildings had stood for a century without collapsing and had weathered the quake like aftershocks of near-orbital bombardment without falling. This proved that the pre-war structures were sufficiently robust. Taking refuge in the high-rise buildings and fighting inside, the armed trucks would struggle to enter, and the killer cans would find movement difficult. They would only need to defend a section in front of them and wouldn't have to face bullets coming from all directions as in an open field. But those high rises were still not the best choice. They were worried that those green skins, if they made use of explosives in a targeted manner, would be able to blow up their location, and they might face attacks from all sides, especially if the enemy used ladders to climb up. Maddens and his group were still searching for a more suitable location to hold their ground. Despite no one knowing whether the last abandoned high-rise, which seemed defensible, was the best spot they could find next, or if the next would be even worse, they had to keep searching in order to maximize their defensive advantage. This time, the Emperor seemed to have heard their loyal prayers, and their luck suddenly changed for the better. A soldier discovered an underground space amidst the ruins of a building. As for defending, this kind of basement was well suited, although there was still the danger of collapse. If it was deep and sturdy enough, the risk of being buried would be smaller than having a high-rise blown up. And as for other aspects, it was nearly all advantages. There was only one entrance, which made it easy to defend. The inner space was more restricted, reducing the number of enemies they would face, preventing the enemy from leveraging their numerical superiority. In such limited space, not even a killing jar would fit, which was even better. If worst came to worst, they could seal the entrance. Though they wouldn't be able to get out themselves, at least there would be no worries about being overtaken for a significant time. After staying a day, when Mr. Gu's army arrived, the outside might be much safer, and they could dig themselves out in power armor with their bare hands, maybe even make their way out in a few days. In any case, it was better than waiting to die. The only concern was whether the vertical depth of the underground space was sufficient. If it was just a small basement, once they entered and enemies rushed in, getting trapped with no room to maneuver would also be very dangerous. However, just by briefly passing by the underground entrance, Maddens dismissed this concern. This wasn't any kind of basement, it was an underground research facility. You could tell just by the thick, solid circular iron door at the entrance. In the past, this iron door must have been power-driven, as it would have been impossible to close or open by human strength alone. Now, though, it was merely ajar, its power mechanism long ineffective. Without any room for hesitation, Maddens chose to enter. 5 interstellar warriors and 21 surviving soldiers from the Storm Squad stepped into the underground space. At Maddens's signal, a squad of elite soldiers ventured deeper to explore. They needed to understand the layout, to know where to fall back if the fighting turned unfavorable. Moreover, they also needed to ascertain if there were other entrances or exits, for a possible escaper to guard, preventing the greenskins from discovering them and attacking from behind. The rest remained about 20 meters inside the entrance, hurriedly gathering any materials they could find, broken bricks, building materials. In short, quickly constructing a defensive position. They were to hold the entrance, delay the enemy as long as possible, and inflict casualties. But they didn't have much time at all. Only 2 minutes later, enemies appeared at the entrance. It was just a few green skins, apparently dismounted from an armored truck that couldn't pass through. No sooner had they shown their heads than they were mercilessly killed. Within the 30-meter range of the entrance, the interstellar warriors and elite soldiers of the Storm Squad were accurate with their shots. What was critical was that their weapons were far from weak compared to the G9 series rifles. Bomb guns could kill green skin brats with one shot, and electromagnetic rifles only took a few more. In other words, if those greenskins only tried to storm in using infantry, they were likely to die without capturing the place. The interstellar warriors each had nearly 300 rounds. The Storm Squad soldiers had at least 180 rounds each. Used sparingly and accurately, they might be able to hold on. The green skin orcs understood this point as well. Even if they didn't, after the killing jars couldn't make it through, and they had gathered metal barrel cannons to bombard the entrance, with 20 lads rushing in and none coming out alive, it became clear. They stopped sending more men to die, which gave Maddens and the others a chance to catch their breath. But he also knew this was the calm before the storm. It was deep into the night, yet they dared not rest. They attempted to contact Mr. Gu, but the wireless communication had been cut off. It was likely that the greenskins had the technology to block communication signals. In any case, they didn't have many options now. They had to hold on with the natural advantage of the location. The orc elder Gorgon glared angrily at the flesh-tearing figure before him, much stronger and larger than himself, wishing he could kill him. But that was not an option. He was no longer a match for the flesh terror. He couldn't even stand by and watch the flesh terror go to his death. He knew those hiding were cans in his distant memory. He had seen these cans before, and they killed orc youngsters as easily as orcs slaughtered little devils. The Flesh Terror was already the strongest warrior in the tribe, but according to his old memories, he judged that if the Flesh Terror charged in recklessly, he might kill 1 or 2 cans, but he would ultimately die there. The Flesh Terror couldn't die. If he did, the more than 1,000 youngsters that had just been regrouped would immediately plunge back into collapse. Below him were 5 or 6 orc chiefs of equal rank, all following the Flesh Terror because he was stronger and greener. If the Flesh Terror died, a bloody struggle would undoubtedly ensue among them, and they would fight with their followers, not caring about anything else until only one remained. If it were usual times, Gorgon wouldn't mind these things, but not now. He still needed the clan to continue existing. He could only plead earnestly once more, "Why won't you listen to me? When have I ever deceived you?" "Nothing will do," Tearing Flesh was still so stubborn. "I must kill all those shrimp. I'll only leave after I've killed them all. All my boys are dead. The munitions factory is gone. The farm is gone. But I haven't personally killed a single shrimp. This is absolutely unacceptable." "But we'll all die here," Gorgon growled. "Those shrimp have already killed Broil Axe, wiped out all the boys in front, and they are coming to kill us. We must leave now. This isn't the time to fight. Once we have more boys, more big guns, then we'll come back and kill these shrimp." Pausing for a moment, the orc elder Gorgon pointed to the barely visible tunnel entrance in the dark night, continuing, "Years ago, I was dug out from there, and after I personally killed the few shrimp who had dug me out, I carefully inspected the place. It's very sturdy, only accessible from the front entrance, but with those canned goods guarding it, even you couldn't break through." At this point, Gorgon suddenly fell silent. He saw that Tearing Flesh's eyes filled with brutality were staring at him. It was as if he had made a mistake. He had just told the strongest boss in the tribe, "You can't do it." And this was something most orc bosses would never believe. The enormous Tearing Flesh looked down at the decrepit Gorgon. Tearing Flesh said, "I'm the boss, I don't have to listen to you. I'm the biggest in the tribe, the greenest, there's nothing I can't kill." With that, his mechanized arm grasped Gorgon's throat, lifting his frail body up. "You're too old, too weak, I've had enough of your words. I'll keep your head and let you watch with your own eyes how I tear those shrimp to pieces." Gorgon hissed as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't utter a word. Tearing Flesh didn't want to listen to him anymore. His mechanized arm just tightened, twisting Gorgon's throat. The light in Gorgon's eyes quickly faded. In that moment, he remembered many things. He was originally just an ordinary craftsman boy from the Iron-Tooth clan. He was born on a warm planet where his clan had completely conquered the place, and the remaining shrimp were corralled as food, as slaves, as tools of amusement. Then, the shrimp came. The clan's battleship was destroyed. Lots of canned goods fell from the sky, together with many shrimp. They raided and destroyed the planet's anti-orbit cannon. Then using incessant artillery fire, they purged the entire planet again and again. All the green-skinned orcs he knew died, and he was lucky to survive. But afterwards, he was captured. And after being transferred around, he ended up here, locked in that underground research facility nearby, for who knows how many years. He was dissected, but the tenacious life force of the green-skinned orcs allowed him to survive time and again after simple stitching. He was injected with all sorts of strange liquids, used as a guinea pig for various experiments. But suddenly one day, everything stopped. He was stuffed into a cold storage unit, it was very cold, and he soon lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, there were a few ragged shrimp standing in front of him. They had never seen a creature like himself, but once he had regained his strength, he broke out of the glass sarcophagus that held him and slaughtered all those shrimp. But he had forgotten many things: how to make cannons, how to make killer cans. Only recently had he started to remember these. Then, he walked out and encountered many monsters. He fought those beasts, hunted them for food, and in the process, he bled. Wherever his blood was shed, within a year, some green plants started to grow, skug beasts, farts, and other green-skinned orcs gradually began to emerge. He was happy, he wasn't alone anymore. There were people to fight with, to accompany him in battle. He still remembered, among the new lads that appeared, there was one he fancied most, called Ripper. The lad didn't let him down and became the first leader. Together they gathered all the lads, and Gorgon, following the memory of the clan from the past, established their own tribe and gave it the same name as before, Iron-Tooth Clan. Over the years, the tribe's numbers kept growing. They began to expand outward until they encountered many tiny shrimps. He was delighted, for fighting with shrimps was the most fun. As they fought, the tribe would grow stronger. The lads went to battle, to die, and then those who survived grew bigger, greener. Even the dead would sprout more green-skinned orcs. Until there were more and more of them, stronger and stronger, and then Ripper could bring about a great wog, and the Iron Tooth clan would sweep across the entire planet, turning it into a place just like the one he was born on. A little over a month ago, tougher shrimps appeared. Gorgon was not worried. On the contrary, he was even more excited. Amidst the intense battles, the wog force field grew denser, Ripper grew bigger, and as he reveled in it, he even recalled many technologies he had once forgotten, making killing cans, terror iron cans, and even crafting a set of warlord armor for Ripper. Only, why did something like what destroyed the Iron Tooth clan before begin to fall from the sky again? Gorgon couldn't fathom it. If only we could make big ships that fly outside the planet too. This was his last thought, and the last sound he heard was Ripper's roar of fury. Then, his consciousness faded into darkness. Maddens and Schneider wore solemn expressions when they saw Ripper. At such close range, they could finally confirm that this was an orc warlord. From their past combat experience, they clearly understood the level of strength this creature could possess. Average interstellar warriors couldn't last 3 blows in front of an orc warlord. To defeat one in a duel, at least a squad champion was needed. And at this moment, with the arrival of this orc warlord, countless green-skinned orcs began to swarm in, too numerous to count in the moment, restricted only by the narrow entrance that prevented them all from squeezing through at once. Maddens and Schneider exchanged a glance, and what they saw in each other's eyes was not panic but excitement. Opportunity had come. They weren't afraid of the orc warlord's appearance, because its appearance meant a great opportunity. To kill an orc warlord required the intervention of a squad champion. Isn't that a coincidence? Squad champions, there are 2 right here. Interstellar warriors, of course, have their strengths and weaknesses. Apart from weapons, power armor models, and other hardware configurations, an individual's strength cannot be overlooked. Veteran soldiers can take on 2, even 3 new soldiers without much trouble. The champion of a platoon is the strongest among 100 warriors. Maddens and his companion Schneider both were such champions. Of course, theoretically, the strongest member of a battle group should be the group's champion or its leader. But Maddens had been temporarily promoted after the battle group was nearly annihilated. His true strength was at the level of a platoon champion. Even so, he had a chance against an orc warlord. If it were a warlord who had control over an entire planet, that might be very difficult, but the one at hand was far from that level. Moreover, his armor, while looking fierce, had probably not yet reached the level equivalent to the Terminator model armor among interstellar warriors, so there was a chance of victory. The issue now was to create an opportunity for a one-on-one combat. This was difficult, but not entirely impossible. Many green skins had surged in, and the entrance became very crowded. The orc warlord, along with his mechanically enhanced armor, was only a little smaller than a killing can, and was quite squeezed in the underground entrance corridor. Behind and in front of him were more killing cans streaming in as well. Interstellar warriors, the soldiers of the Storm Corps, were already firing with all their might. There was no need to worry too much about accuracy. The entrance was clogged with green skins, and even a blind man, holding his gun and firing towards their roar, could hit the enemy accurately. However, as this continued, a lot of greenskins died, but their ammunition was running out rapidly. Especially after the frontline greenskins were almost dead, what they faced now were killing cans that nearly blocked the entrance solidly, having to bend their mechanical knees, slowly and clumsily moving forward. If killing cans wanted to come in, that meant pure brute forcing. Their body size was only slightly smaller than the height and width of the entrance. They could squeeze in, but they couldn't use their limbs freely at all. Especially since there were many green-skinned youngsters following them. If they raised their multi-barrel autocannons to open fire, it's difficult to say how many human soldiers they could kill. But surely not many greenskins standing in front of it would survive. But, do greenskins care about such things? The first one to open fire was not the squeezing killing cans, but the flesh rippers. They struggled to find a gap behind the killing cans to thrust their large guns out and then opened fire towards the front. The killing can, squeezed and uncomfortable, was hit by the blaster gun and in agony, also went berserk and followed with fire from its multi-barrel cannon. Under the intense firepower, Neither the interstellar warriors nor the elite of the Storm Corps could risk poking their heads out. Too close. If the helmet of a power armor was hit by a large-caliber autocannon at a distance of 20 to 30 meters in rapid succession, it would still get blown off. They could only hunker down. Fortunately, cover made from various metal scrap and rubble was not so easily destroyed. But even so, they eventually chose to abandon this position. The killing can, straining to reach their previous location, forcefully pushed some obstacles aside, finally freeing up some space for movement. However, the next moment, a violent explosion occurred right there. The thick red light rolled over, and the killing can was immediately immobilized. Ordinary explosives, of course, would not easily destroy a killing can. But if it were the thermite grenades commonly used by the interstellar warriors, that would be a different story. The metal-built body of the killing can, hit by a thermite grenade hidden beside the obstacles and hard to spot, was blown into two pieces. The instantly elevated extreme temperature was unbearable even for armored metal. In an instant, the armor plates began to melt and fray. If the thermite grenade had been a bit larger, turning the killing can into molten iron was also a possibility. Of course, that would have been somewhat overkill. The current extent was enough to induce its destruction. Not only did the armored body lose its ability to fight, the shaved-off imp inside, with limbs removed and tubes plugged into its brain, was already scorched to death. This mini thermite grenade was one of the remaining supplies of the battle group. Similar disposable equipment was still available, but the more they used, the less they had, and it was impossible to resupply on the godforsaken Rage Owl star. Yet, the interstellar warriors couldn't afford to grieve their losses. High-value equipment was meant to be used at times like this. Moreover, frankly, the most precious thing in the Phoenix battle group was the lives of its warriors. In their minds, they counted the time. The extremely high temperature from the thermite bomb would not last long. With rapid decay, the interstellar warriors knew exactly that after 6.72 seconds, the temperature would no longer be able to penetrate the power armor they wore and cause any harm. And that was precisely their moment to act. 5 interstellar warriors struck simultaneously at that time. 3 stood firm, their blaster guns already switched from accurate single-shot mode to full-speed firing mode. The last full magazine, loaded in advance, poured out countless bombs in an extremely short span of time. These bombs, almost all of them, went past the destroyed killing can, hammering towards the orc warlord behind it. Aside from the 3 of them, with Schneider in the front and Maddens a bit behind on the flank, the 2 former champions of the Phoenix battle group, now the strongest individuals in hand-to-hand combat within the battalion, sprinted towards the orc warlord. Their speed burst to an extreme in an instant, following the bombs, as they charged at the orc warlord. Nearly all the bombs hit the orc warlord. His ultra-heavy armor, which not even a Space Warrior's grenade gun could penetrate, failed to inflict direct damage on the orc chief behind. Yet, with dozens, if not hundreds of bombs, the diamond-tipped projectiles clinking against it unrelentingly, he still felt a significant impact. Not to mention, the bombs would explode a second time, causing additional damage. After nearly 100 miniature explosions, even the toughest flesh and thickest armor could not help but become dizzy and uncontrollably staggered backward. During this time, his body, far stronger than that of an average space warrior, was still capable of counter-attacking at the critical moment. He struggled to lift his spear and fired forward without aiming. In a split second, about a dozen large-caliber bullets fired off. The power of this weapon's caliber was certainly no less formidable than that of the grenade guns in the hands of the Space Warriors. More crucially, even though he didn't aim, the narrow terrain was fair to everyone. The Space Warriors were not small in stature either. 2/3 of the bullets still hit their targets. Schneider took 4 hits, with his thick, curved shoulder armor deflecting 3, but one still penetrated where the shoulder met the chest armor. There was armor there too, of course, but it was relatively weak and the bullet struck at a good angle. This shot injured Schneider, but his stride only faltered for a moment, then he continued to rush forward without any reduction in speed. Behind the 2 men, one of the most unlucky brothers in arms took 2 shots to the helmet. He grunted and fell to the ground. 3 or 4 men from the Storm Corps tried to pull the fallen warrior back but failed to succeed. Even with their strength enhanced to T3 level, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, 3 or 4 men could not hope to drag a fully armed space warrior. At this moment, Maddens and Schneider had both reached the front of the orc warlord. Schneider took a slight leap, raising his striking position, and his combat knife accurately stabbed into a fissure where the orc's armor joined. It pierced through. Schneider could hear the orc warlord let out a deep roar of pain, evidently hurt, and his body was even brought to the ground by the force of Schneider's thrust. But this only incited the orc's ferocity. His metal-coated arm bent inward, and the autocannon mounted on his wrist aimed at Schneider. With one more pull of the trigger, a storm-like barrage from the autocannon would unleash countless rounds in an instant, all of which would hit Schneider at close range. Even with his powered armor, he could not avoid serious injury. But at that moment, Mattens arrived. His chainsword struck down hard from the other side, hitting a weak joint on the arm. With the chainsaw's power turned up to the maximum, sparks flying. He felt a massive resistance but gritted his teeth, pressing down hard with the chainsword. A moment later, the gun-mounted hand was severed. Schneider was somewhat unsatisfied. Mattens indeed saved him, but in his view, this was also a wasted opportunity. If Mattens had chosen a more lethal spot, it might have been possible to kill this formidable foe directly. Although he would pay for it with serious injury or even death, the calculation under his cold combat will deemed it still worthwhile. However, Schneider said nothing about it, not because his life was saved, but because at this moment in the fight, the slightest change could be the difference between life or death. The orc warlord had only lost an arm, he wasn't dead yet. Without his spear, the brute still had a massive cleaver welded to his other hand. The greatsword suddenly slashed toward Schneider, and Schneider freed one hand to seize its arm, wrestling with it, while his other hand tightly gripped the dagger plunged into his battle armor, drawing it outward along the trajectory of force, aiming to enlarge the wound, hoping to reach vital organs. At the same time, Mattens, who had lopped off the hand of the orc warlord and was covered in blood inside his helmet, lifted the chainsaw once more. This time, he aimed for the neck, the fleshy part. The gap between his heavy helmet and his breastplate was the best point of entry. However, the entire battle process, though extremely swift, did have its delays. When the massive body of the orc warlord fell, the enemies who had been blocked behind had a clear line of fire to launch their attack on the two of them. The crude firearms in the hands of individual orc brats could be temporarily ignored. Although the firepower of the green-skinned guns was generally high, it was unrealistic to expect to injure a star warrior with just a few shots. But the weaponry in the hands of the killer cans was different. The multi-barrel autocannon opened fire. Schneider was hit several times, which affected the strength of his grip on the green warlord's arm. The large, ruthless sword slashed across his lower back. Chunks of his tough armor were blown away, blood-splattered. The flesh terror still planned to pull out the greatsword for another blow, aiming to completely sever the shrimpkin in half at the waist. But at that moment, Maiden's chainsaw sword arrived. The fury of the Phoenix Battalion leader was immense, all vented through that one sword strike. With the burst of firelight, the chainsaw tore through the gap between the helmet and the breastplate, the enormous volume of blood spurting out due to the motion of the chainsaw, like a fountain. Just as Mattens had previously severed the warlord's forearm, this time he also cut off the opponent's head. Immediately afterward, Mattens didn't check on Schneider's condition but pulled out his chainsaw sword and, despite the fire from the killer can's autocannon, charged forward. The killer can seemed slightly larger than the orc warlord and bore a range of frightening close combat weapons. However, in terms of armor strength and power output, it couldn't compare with a genuine orc warlord. Moreover, with the confined space limiting movement, its combat effectiveness was further reduced. Mattens, in his rage, had also been injured by the autocannon, but still quickly dismantled the orcish walking mecha. At the same time, the other two star warriors also charged out, and the three began a frenzied slaughter of those orcs who lacked the cover of heavy equipment. In the narrow space, the three were like highly efficient killing machines, and those green-skinned brutes had no power to fight back against chainsaw swords and combat blades. The elite soldiers of the Storm Corps at the rear wanted to help, but they found it unnecessary when they raised their guns. The green skins they targeted often ended up slain the next moment. The soldiers looked at each other and, in the end, lowered their weapons. Better to stand down and avoid friendly fire. But in truth, the Star Warriors didn't kill that many green skins at the entrance. After another 20 or so were dead, the remaining live orcs had all fled. Orcs weren't always endlessly courageous, especially after the death of their leader. Their morale would collapse, and they would flee. The retreating green skins ran, all the while bellowing some language. Although it was hard to understand, one could guess they were saying their boss was dead. Mattins, panting, did not lead the charge out. He was furious, but still rational. In this place, they could utilize the terrain to kill countless green skins. Out there, in the open, they couldn't withstand dozens of killer cans and armed trucks to annihilate thousands of orcs. They could only retreat, dragging Schneider and the Star Warrior wounded in the head to safety. At this moment, the noise from outside also became audible. Having lost their strongest leader, the greenskins predictably showcased their traditional skill, beginning to fight amongst themselves. Interstellar warriors are not invincible. There are too many strange and terrifying things in this universe. Actually, if those greenskins had been a bit more strategic and, in particular, if that leader Tiermeat hadn't been so impatient to lead the charge, but instead kept sending murder cans with ordinary greenskin kids or even fart spirits to consume the ammunition and pave a way, and then had Tiermeat lead enough troops for a decisive, final blow, Mattins and the others' ultimate fate might have been total annihilation. Ultimately, there were too few interstellar warriors, and their weapons and equipment were too light infantry-oriented. If they had had more heat guns, plasma guns, heavy explosives, or microheat bombs, or if they had traded their combat blades and chainsaw swords for power weapons, perhaps the battle would have been easier, and the cost not so great. The two fallen interstellar warriors lay quietly on the ground, while the remaining three huddled next to them. The elites of the Storm Corps did not dare to come close. They naturally left space for these superhuman warriors. Today's battle, after those who had undergone Mr. Goo's special training and felt strong, clearly recognized the gap between themselves and the real superhuman warriors. Without these 5 interstellar warriors, relying on themselves alone, they probably would have been crushed like chicks by that orc warlord. However, even such powerful demigods have their moments of death. The warrior who was shot in the head had breathed his last. The first shot from the large-caliber machine gun had deformed his helmet, and the refined ceramic steel material could not withstand such a bombardment. The second shot went through the helmet, whose defense was greatly reduced after deformation, causing fatal damage to the brain tissue. Schneider was not yet dead, but, if they had had a pharmacist and a dreadnought mech, he might have been able to change his identity, find a new way to continue living, and keep fighting for the Emperor. But they had none of these things. Schneider knew what was coming. He understood the condition of his body better than anyone else. With half his waist sliced open and multiple vital organs destructively damaged, the fact that he had not yet died and was even temporarily conscious was already a testament to the robust vitality of an interstellar warrior. He lay half reclined on the ground, his helmet long since removed, and the fresh blood bubbling from his mouth soiled his beard and half his face. Yet his expression was very calm. In contrast, Mattins and the other 2 phoenixes appeared much more sorrowful. It was then that Schneider spoke up. Why such a look? His voice was weak and strained. Excessive blood loss and organ destruction had allowed a great deal of blood to fill his lungs, making even breathing difficult, let alone speaking. But from his voice, one couldn't hear too much pain. He sounded very calm. The warriors beside him did not speak, nor did they stop Schneider from continuing. Logically, since he was nearly certain to die, they felt it was only right to let him speak his last words. Don't look so sad. Isn't this our destiny? Is there really any interstellar warrior who can serve a certain term and retire peacefully? Dying on the battlefield is our inevitable end. It comes for all of us eventually. My only regret is that I won't get to see the revival of our war group. Mattins, to be honest, I have never accepted you as the leader of the war group. I'm stronger than you, more ruthless, more decisive, more like a tough warrior, yet the leader chose you to succeed him. Even now, it still bothers me. Since you became the leader, I've disagreed with almost every decision you've made. Sometimes I genuinely thought those decisions were indecisive and weak. But other times, well, I admit it was just because I couldn't get over it, intentionally opposing you, like this time coming to Rage Owl Star to seek help from Mr. GU. On our way to Rage Owl Star, we encountered so many worlds where no one truly wanted to help us. This was one of our few options. Although Mr. GU doesn't even have full control over his own world, and although this world is so barren, at least everything started to look hopeful. Now that I'm about to die, I must confront my inner feelings and tell you honestly. I acknowledge this Mr. GU. I believe he really can help our war group to revive. Mattins, I know that since we've arrived at Rage Owl Star until now, we've already lost 3 brothers, including myself. This might shake your heart, after all, you've never been one to hold steady. But I need to tell you, don't waver, don't hesitate. Since we've made our choice, we must stand firm and keep going. Mattins was at a loss for words. The person who knows you best is your competitor, and he had to admit that Schneider had indeed seen into his heart. He did feel lost and shaken. How long had they been on this planet? Merely 2 months, yet 3 out of 7 brothers had died, including Schneider, a warrior even more seasoned than himself. The problems on this planet were far more severe than he had anticipated. A native evil god who had already fallen into hell. An orc tribe that had produced a warlord. These enemies were ones he had never considered before arriving at this star. With things continuing this way, could the 4 remaining members of the war group endure until the moment of Revival City's rebirth? What if Revival City's rebirth never arrives, and the war group perishes here? What he hadn't expected was that the person urging him to stay resolute would be Schneider. They say that a man's final words are often his good ones, and perhaps these were Schneider's true thoughts. But why had he undergone such a change? Mattins wanted to ask, but he was somewhat afraid to speak. Schneider, however, seemed to see right through to the thoughts in his heart. I've seen Mr. Gu's troops, that army under his command. If he was able to train such a formidable army in such a short time, with heroes inside it that even I have to acknowledge, what's not to believe? Mattins remained puzzled. Schneider was right, but those so-called brave soldiers, truth be told, in their long history of fighting, they had seen many such units of elite troops from various empires working together in combat. Is it really that significant? The blood-covered Schneider, however, revealed a faint smile. He struggled to raise his hand and gestured with a crook of his finger. Mattins leaned down, bringing his ear close to Schneider's mouth. Between the movements of his lips, Mattins heard news that shocked him. I've been to that secret research institute in Wying City. I've seen many black boxes. When Gu Heng received the message, the battle was already over. Setting out early in the morning, the 1st Battalion of the Extinguishing Wind Regiment, under the command of Perbov, pushed forward rapidly and soon discovered the group of green skins that were still embroiled in internal strife, making no attempt whatsoever to conceal their tracks. They appeared to be divided into several factions, fighting among themselves ceaselessly. Perbov was in no rush to provoke them. There was no need. With the green skins fighting so fiercely among themselves, it was better to let them continue. Ideally, to have them all perish would be best. He would not be foolish enough to throw the lives of his soldiers into a battle while he could watch the enemy destroy each other. He passed the message backward and dispatched a few action teams to search for traces of the missing Special Operations Team, while the main force remained at a distance, patiently monitoring the situation. After a few hours, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions had also arrived. Having gathered 3 composite camps, or nearly 2,000 men, and watching as the green skins were on the verge of finishing their fight, with a leader about to emerge, and some orc youth even attempting to flee in all directions, Perbov chose to act. He did not want to let any of the surviving green skins escape and add to the difficulty of subsequent mop-up operations. Before taking action, Perbov requested artillery support from the rear. If it had been any earlier, the artillery would truly have been of no help to them. They had only just attached the towed artillery to trucks and reached the predetermined shelling position by late last night. As a result, early this morning and without a moment to catch their breath, they received his request for artillery support. Shell supplies were low, and the artillery brothers were exhausted. At that moment, only about 20 guns could be spared, firing 5 rounds each to deliver 100 shells in total. But that was enough. The green skins, who had just been brawling, had no time whatsoever to set up anti-artillery positions and were bombarded into disarray. After the shelling, the mechanized 3 composite camps began their fierce charge. Perbov's camp took the lead, with the 2nd and 3rd camps flanking from the left and the right. With numerical superiority and completely mechanized teams, except for the artillery troops left behind at the joint artillery position, they had tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry transported by trucks, giving them formidable overall combat power. In contrast, the green skins initially numbered only about 1,000, with many dead after their internal fighting. The most threatening of them, the killer can-walking mechas, were destroyed in great numbers both during their own fighting and under the artillery barrage. The remaining ones, when facing tanks and armored vehicles, still posed a threat but became the primary targets for concentrated fire. Fortunately, the killer cans were different from the powerful death tin cans or even the defense capabilities of the heavy armored orc warlord, which could match the strength of the interstellar warrior-powered armor. The smaller and much thinner killer cans, when facing the concentrated fire of at least 10 or more twin-barreled machine guns, experienced continuous deformation of their metal armor until it was eventually penetrated and torn apart. Besides the machine guns on the armored vehicles, the 76mm smoothbore guns on the domestically produced Challenger tanks, in coordination with the machine guns on the walkers, could deliver significant damage to the killer cans with a single shot. If they had unified command and sufficient armored strength, relying on the formidable physique of the green-skinned orcs, they might have had a chance to break out. But clearly, they did not. Greenskins do not surrender, but they will run, charge mindlessly, and fight independently. Annihilating this group of green-skinned orcs was not a problem. Casualties were inevitable, but this was likely the last organized troop of green-skinned orcs. This was the final battle before victory. After the battle was over and the battlefield was being cleared, Major Perbov received word from the special operations team he had sent out to search. They had found the interstellar warriors. The commander of the Phoenix battle group requested to see the commanding officer here. And so, Major Perbov met the stern-faced Maddens. The two did not converse much. Maddens simply informed Major Perbov about the underground space where they had been hiding before. Previously, Maddens had ordered a few soldiers from the Storm Corps to thoroughly investigate the area. The initial intention was to find other exits to prepare escape routes and avoid being ambushed. However, what the Storm Corps soldiers found was unexpected. It turned out to be a research institute, conducting biological research from the prosperous era before the destruction of Rage Owl Star. The data contained within might reveal the origins of the rapidly developing green-skinned orcs found within the ruins of the High Tower. However, since their main focus at the time had been on the battle, they did not delve deeper into exploration. Madden suggested that Major Perbov should take good care of and protect the site for future exploration. After presenting this information, Maddens left with his 4 brothers, including the bodies of 2 fallen comrades, requesting a troop transport truck to depart. 2 interstellar warriors, together with the 2 bodies, headed for Revival City. They had completed their mission, and it was time to leave. Maddens, on the other hand, went straight to the rear to find Mr. Gu. Gu Hang encountered Maddens on his way to the Wartime Research Institute. He had already received information in advance and roughly knew what had happened, especially about the 2 interstellar warriors who had died. To be honest, this was not what Gu Hang wanted to see. He had previously thought about waiting until all the interstellar warriors were dead, then, using the event of the Phoenix's demise, which granted him the ability to exchange for gene seeds, to mass-produce his own super soldiers. But regardless of whether this action was despicable, one shouldn't do it now. Not to mention the considerable expenditure of grace points, he hadn't found a place to buy powered armor yet. He had already felt the significance of super soldiers like the interstellar warriors in the war. Furthermore, the Phoenix battle group led by Maddens had always cooperated quite well with him. They had never shirked from the tasks he issued and got straight to work. Wasn't that good enough? Gu Hang certainly did not wish for them all to die. Even the loss of 2 of them pained him, just like losing 2 of his own elite men. Upon meeting Maddens, he offered his condolences to the group commander who had lost his brothers and then expressed that if anything was needed subsequently, he should speak up. For instance, the equipment suitable for gene seed surgery had already been ordered through others. This was not to deceive Maddens. In fact, Gu Hang had indeed contacted a caravan of the Empire Commerce Guild through Yelicia. That caravan had agreed to slightly alter their trade route to pass through Rage Owl Star and was expected to arrive before too long. However, even after hearing Gu Hang speak thus, Maddens's expression did not improve much. Since coming to find Mr. Gu, he had already planned to be frank about everything. "Governor, about that secret research institute. What's with those black boxes?" Maddens suddenly mentioning the secret research institute and the black boxes was beyond Gu Hang's expectations. But his expression remained very stable. He replied, "Have you seen them yourself?" "No, but Schneider had," Maddens responded. "Huh." Gu Hang let out a breath, thinking again about deploying his interstellar warriors ahead of schedule. Just to be watchdogs. How great that would be. If a team of interstellar warriors were guarding his research institute, Schneider wouldn't have had such an easy time getting his hands on them. Black boxes were his second biggest secret, second only to the system. The security level there was very high, and under normal conditions, no one could get close. Anyone ignoring warnings would be shot on sight. But, as was said, that's under normal conditions. A master like Schneider was clearly not a normal circumstance. Clad in power armor and covered by a dark cloak, slipping in by night, his huge frame moving soundlessly and very quickly, it's hard to do anything against such a master, who could scout everything out with such methods. It's unreasonable to expect those mechanical servant soldiers to defend against interstellar warriors. It's just not realistic. Lacking sufficient security forces, it's impossible to prevent such things. As for Maddens' current questioning, Ji Yu Hang sighed and continued, "Commander Maddens, we are partners, so I don't want to deceive you with excuses. Please don't ask where these manufacturers come from. I can only say I have my secrets, can you understand that?" Maddens remained silent. Secrets? He instinctively felt something was amiss at the word. A planetary governor with some unspeakable secrets. Is that ever good news? While the ownership of a black box manufacturer itself is not illegal, in fact, such ancient super-technological items are treasures ceaselessly sought by the human empire throughout the universe. It's precisely because they are so valuable that a seemingly unremarkable and even somewhat shabby planetary governor should not possess them. Why would he have one? Let alone several. Ji Yu Hang chuckled softly and continued, "I really cannot tell you the origins of these black box manufacturers. But please believe that my faith in the Emperor and my loyalty to the Empire are unwavering. You are right here on Rajal Star, right next to my government, my city. You are more than welcome to keep your eyes wide open and see for yourself whether there is anything disloyal going on here. We are exterminating the cultists lurking within the city. We are annihilating the green-skinned aliens that are popping up on the planet. We are building our cities and factories, reclaiming lands controlled by what could be called traitors. All of this is to ensure the entire planet remains loyal and able to better pay its taxes to the Empire. Everything I am doing is perfectly in line with the Empire's expectations of a planetary governor. Even, I believe I'm doing a better job than most governors." Ji Yu Hang emphasized his loyalty, supporting it with his actions on the planet during this period of time. After hearing all this, even Maddens had to nod. If you claim there's something wrong with Ji Yu Hang, you need to have proper evidence, right? You can't just use possession of the black boxes against someone. There is no crime in owning treasures. In fact, Maddens saw no signs of decay, corruption, or disloyalty under Ji Yu Hang's power. At this point, even Maddens had to soften his expression. "Mr. Ji Yu, I do not doubt your loyalty, but..." He didn't know how to continue appropriately. But Ji Yu Hang followed his pause, stating, "But you suspect that these black boxes of mysterious origin imply I could be deceived or lured by some sinister force." Maddens said nothing, which was as good as agreeing. Ji Yu Hang responded with a smile, "Then as I said earlier, just wait and see." Maddens looked hard at Ji Yu Hang and declared, "I will be watching you closely, Mr. Ji Yu." Ha ha ha. Ji Yu Hang laughed heartily, open and unreserved, then it settled. Ending his laughter, Ji Yu Hang adopted a serious demeanor. "However, Commander Maddens, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. You are aware of the preciousness of the black box manufacturer, and you understand the trouble I would face if word got out that there's more than one such device on Rajal Star, amidst the Star Sea. Commander, you need to understand one thing. We are closely connected. The development of Rajal Star and the rebirth of the Phoenix are strongly linked. The black boxes are not just tools that I use to build the entire planet. They are also key to the Phoenix's reconstruction. This news should never be leaked, wouldn't you agree?" By this point, Ji Yu Hang spoke with an earnest attitude. Maddens once again had to concede that Ji Yu Hang was right. When the fate of the battle group was tied to the planet's development, what reason would he have to betray this information? He even recalled what Mr. Ji Yu had told him when he first persuaded him to keep his forces on Rajal Star. At that time, Mr. Ji Yu had made a bold claim that he would turn the entire planet into a forging world. Back then, Maddens thought Ji Yu Hang was just making empty promises, boasting, but now, it seems Ji Yu Hang genuinely had the capital to fulfill them. No wonder, just before Schneider's demise, he had made statements that strengthened his resolve, prohibiting any wavering and ensuring he stood by Mr. Ji Yu. It seems I'm still too indecisive. Schneider wasn't too fond of Mr. Ji Yu at first, but after seeing the black box, he kept the secret to himself and even changed his mind. hoping that the battle group would cooperate fully with the governor. And yet, I wavered. He forced a wry smile and said to Ji Hang, "I will keep your secret. Your Excellency the Governor. The battle group's future rebuild is in great need of your assistance. Rest assured, I will not forget the Phoenix Battle Group's outstanding contributions to the safety of Rage Owl Star. The gene seed implantation devices needed by the group will be ready soon." After seeing off a preoccupied Maddens, Ji Hang also let out a slight sigh of relief. He wasn't really too worried about Maddens spreading the secret of the black box after learning of it. The sincere conversation they just had was merely to make sure that the head of the battle group didn't do anything foolish. As long as he wasn't muddle-headed, when the fate of the battle group was tied to the development of the planet, even from his own self-interest, he shouldn't betray the planet. And now, since Maddens had already made guarantees and promises, there was even less need to worry. Without dwelling any further on the matter, Ji Hang continued to follow his planned schedule and headed to the pre-war research institute that was located underground, where the interstellar warriors had previously fought to the death. By the time he arrived, the place had been secured by soldiers from the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. They had also conducted a thorough investigation to ensure its safety and had marked out the general function of every different room and area. Further exploration, let alone the excavation of research materials inside, was not something the grunts were fit to handle. Ji Hang had already sent a message to the Secret Research Institute in Wying City, asking Wu Jiarong to bring people over to check it out. If the research materials here were indeed of great value, then the lady, whose level had actually risen to that of a mechanical priest, would stay here for a while. If they were of average value, then it would suffice to leave a few ordinary technicians to do some archaeological work. This time, Ji Hang had come in person not for the potential technical materials that might be contained in the research institute. He just wanted to know the historical records of why greenskins had appeared on Rage Owl Star. It was not merely out of curiosity, the requirement on the event panel was just as such. Getting what he wanted to know wasn't difficult. Soon, he found some simple record materials. It turned out that in the pre-war era, this place was a biological research institute, employed by the planetary government. They had acquired a live greenskin craftsman technician in an attempt to study the biological form of greenskins and to understand how their brains were structured and why they could create such unique greenskin technology. They had some research findings, but they were not key, mostly being theoretical stuff. However, just as they were about to destroy the experimental materials, the war broke out, and this place was quickly overrun. After initiating a full lockdown of the lab, there was no need to worry about it being broken into by chaos traders, but it also meant that the lab had been sealed for a very long time without being opened. The records stopped there, but Ji Hang could roughly guess the rest. After all, having been sealed for such a lengthy period, the safety systems might not have been able to hold up any longer. Moreover, this was a place that scavengers and adventurers explored. Due to some reason, the research institute being reopened and the preserved experimental specimen, that greenskin craftsman technician being released, was also a possibility. No wonder this greenskin tribe developed quite rapidly. Starting with a craftsman technician from a spacefaring greenskin tribe could not be considered a pure start from scratch. Even though the environment wasn't quite suitable and it started with just an old aging orc, 10 years after being unearthed, a strong greenskin tribe had tenaciously emerged here. Ji Hang could even imagine, if not for his intervention, what would this greenskin orc tribe have developed into after completely conquering Rubbish Town, slaughtering, and enslaving its 200,000 to 300,000 people? Especially after leaving behind the ruins of the High Tower, an inhospitable place for the growth of greenskin spores, and reaching a place with abundant water and relatively fertile land, where live humans could be used as raw materials, their numbers would likely explode in growth in a short amount of time. By that time, what he would have to face wouldn't be just a greenskin orc tribe of tens of thousands. And as long as their numbers increased 3 to 5 times, coupled with their technology level far surpassing that of the primitive orcs, the trend of greenskins rampaging across the entire planet would have been unstoppable. Given the current state of Rage Owl Star, how could it withstand the frenetic development of several 100,000 greenskins? One could only say, thankfully, that worst-case scenario didn't come to pass. After Ji Hang figured out the intelligence on the origin of the greenskin orcs on Rage Owl Star, the second phase of the green skin threat event in the event panel was also considered complete. The so-called important intelligence that served as a reward for this phase was obediently lying in the panel, ready for him to claim with a mere thought. However, before that, another piece of news caught his attention. The entire campaign against the green-skinned orcs had finally brought up the settlement page. Previously, the back-and-forth skirmishes took place more than once, but there had never been any battle settlement data in the system interface. At that time, he had a suspicion. Those battles would probably not be calculated separately but would be incorporated into the overall campaign of the green skin thread. The rewards would not be settled until the entire campaign was over. And now, his conjecture seemed to indeed be true. Slight advantage achieved. Granted 2,189 favor points. Total losses 9,144. Enemies slain 37,823, prisoners 0. Rubbish Town Militia. Allies, losses 3,447, enemies slain 217. Governor General Corps. Losses 5,697, enemies slain 15022. Phoenix Battle Group, Allies, losses 2, enemies slain 230. Imperial Navy, Allies, losses 0, enemies slain 22354. 2,189 favor points in profit. Seeing this figure, Jiyu Hang had only one thought in mind. War is indeed more profitable. It was just a pity that only over 15,000 were counted as his confirmed kills. The Rubbish Town militia item could be ignored. It seemed that the adventurers there were counted as allies before the major reorganization of Rubbish Town and weren't considered as his troops. After all, the Rubbish Town militia was truly rubbish at that time. Losing over 3,000 for a mere 200 kills, it didn't have much impact. The exchange ratio achieved by the interstellar warriors was really fierce. Despite being completely outnumbered, they not only managed a ratio of 100 to 1 but also included the highest leader of the Orc clan, the Orc warlord. If he had been present in the frontal battlefield, he could have likely slaughtered hundreds of human soldiers. However, their total number was small, and the number of enemies they killed was not large, so their achievements could temporarily be ignored. The most important was the Imperial Navy's quintet, whose full round of orbital bombardment killed over 20,000 green skins. This achievement would not be credited to Jiyu Hang's account, nor would it provide him with any favor rewards. But it was equally crucial. Without the 20,000 green skins killed by the orbital bombardment, if it had all been left to the forces under Jiyu Hang to push forward, the cost to him could have been unimaginable. He couldn't risk the victory of the entire campaign just for the favor points he could gain from killing enemies. Moreover, even these 2,000 or so favor points were very satisfying. Adding the previous balance, Jiyu Hang now had 3,079 favor points in his hands. At this, he felt greatly relieved. With so many favor points, many of Jiyu Hang's plans could finally come to fruition. The architectural system, which he hadn't been able to work on previously, could now be invested in, especially the Loyal Air Academy he had long desired. The exchange of interstellar warrior gene seeds which he had previously hesitated over due to their high price was now achievable with his surplus favor points. He could exchange for a few to try out. The traveling merchants he had contacted had brought him several sets of interstellar warrior-powered armor, and now he could experiment with creating his own interstellar warriors. He could also continue to invest in the technological system, further expand the technological level of his territory, and develop several more industrial lines. Every technology he had elicited had yielded results. In short, with enough favor points, there was a lot he could do. With 3,000 grace points in hand, Jiyu Hang felt the troubles of sudden wealth. However, after calming down, he thought that although the number of grace points was not small, there were equally many places that were eagerly waiting for money to be spent. If he really followed his plan, he feared that even if he threw all 3,000 grace points in, it would only make a few splashes. For example, the exchange of genetic seeds for interstellar warriors. If he threw all 3,000 grace points into it, it would yield only 30 seeds. Building them was something that could not be sustained. He still needed to plan carefully. While making money is important, how to spend it is also a matter of knowledge. But this was something that didn't need to be rushed for now. The grace points were already in his hands and they weren't going anywhere. He had plenty of time to arrange things properly. He shifted his gaze to the important intelligence that could already be activated on the event panel. What could it be? With a thought, he opened the intelligence. When he truly saw the message, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Now, he had only one thought. It was a good thing he handled this event, and he solved it rather quickly. Otherwise, if he missed this intelligence, a disaster would have occurred. An elder of this green-skin orc tribe, the master craftsman Gorgon, created a cosmic communicator during the tribe's prosperous times and reached out to his mother clan, the space green-skin orcs of the Iron Tooth clan, with a communication request. In the communication, he mentioned the location and the cosmic coordinates of Rage Owl Star, inviting the main forces of the Iron Tooth clan to come. After sending out the message, there was no reply and Gorgon had forgotten about it. But in fact, his message was successfully transmitted. He had simply forgotten to build a receiver in the communicator. A pirate plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan received the message and is now heading towards Rage Owl Star. In the near future, the 10th plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan will pass through the Star Realm tunnel and reach the jump point of the Rage Owl Star system. Coincidentally, an Imperial merchant fleet is also about to pass through the Star Realm tunnel and reach the jump point around the same time. If he hadn't received this intelligence, Jiyu Hang dared not think about what would have happened. The merchant fleet was one he had invited. The Empire Commerce Guild, belonging to one of the official organizations of the Empire, is necessary to get approval and be registered as a merchant in order to form a merchant fleet capable of navigating the endless boundaries of the Empire. Otherwise, one might very likely be treated as a pirate. Fortunately, registering as an Imperial merchant wasn't too complicated, nor was the threshold too high. As long as one's identity and the goods being transported were clear, and they were willing to accept missions issued by the Empire Commerce Guild when necessary, that would suffice. Of course, a spaceship capable of traveling through the Star Realm tunnel was indispensable. When registering as an Imperial merchant, the first and third items are generally more rigorously checked. As for the second item, the goods. In principle, the requirements are also very strict. But sometimes, it's all down to one's own abilities. And the people who can do business with the Imperial merchant also need to have permission. Generally speaking, these permissions are granted to planetary governors. In reality, as the governor of Rage Owl Star, one of Jiyu Hang's major powers was the ability to trade with the Empire Commerce Guild. The output of Rage Owl Star was very limited, but it still needed important goods from other empires' worlds, and there was a huge profit margin in between. The trade quotas in between were controlled by the planetary governor, and that was precisely the basis for past governors to acquire power without the support of cruisers and with a scarcity of manpower. Of course, Jiyu Hang didn't need to acquire power that way now. However, it had been different when he first arrived. A month ago, he took the initiative through Yelicia to contact the Empire Commerce Guild, hoping that a merchant would adjust the route to pass by Rage Owl Star system and engage in some trade. This was actually a bit difficult. Rage Owl Star was too small, and the past trade records were rather modest. But what if Jiyu Hang was a member of the Jiyu family? In this aspect, his family's status still played a certain role. The merchant who came, named Wang Jarong, was Jiyu Hang's cousin. Besides the regular trade goods, her ship was also carrying two items that Jiyu Hang had specially ordered and cared about a lot, both related to interstellar warriors. Interstellar warrior-powered armor and the biological equipment needed for the implantation of genetic seeds. Whether it was for the hard-won trade opportunity, for the goods specifically ordered on the ship, or for his smiling cousin who had a pretty good relationship with his predecessor, he had to find a way to save that merchant fleet. Moreover, the 10th pirate plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan, mentioned in the intelligence, was already targeting Rage Owl Star. Was it not best to deal with them decisively when they might clash with the Imperial merchant fleet, rather than waiting for them to complete their plunder before taking action? Given the Greenskins' technological capabilities, even if the Empire's ships were turned into scrap, that space debris could still be collected by them and used as materials. Not to mention the various goods stored within the merchant fleet. As for how to deal with the green-skin pirates mentioned in the intelligence, Rage Owl Star definitely did not have the capacity. It was estimated that the entire planet didn't even have orbital defense means. A single starship couldn't be found, let alone launching an offensive. But isn't there a quintet floating in the planet's orbit? A legitimate Imperial Navy main cruiser, Jiyu Hang almost immediately contacted Yelicia. The female captain, upon hearing that a squad of green-skin pirates was approaching, not only did not show gravity or panic but felt excited instead. In the sky, fulfilling the governor's request, conducting orbital strikes. Although this also counted as a merit for the Navy, it couldn't compare to fighting a naval battle, annihilating a green skin fleet, and saving a fleet of the Empire Commerce Guild. The latter was the opportunity that Colonel Yeliseia longed for in her dreams, where true naval glory lay. However, Yeliseia wasn't blinded by this news. What's the source of the information? Is it accurate? I can assure its accuracy, Ji Hang said. In the battle on the surface, I captured a cosmic signal transceiver that explicitly mentioned this. But I can't guarantee when that green-skinned pirate fleet will arrive. Yeliseia then asked, can the size of that fleet be known? Ji Hang gave a wry smile and shook his head. That's where the risk lies. I can only tell you that the fleet should belong to the Iron Tooth clan, 10th plundering fleet. As for how many ships it contains, the scale of its main force, I have no idea. Then that's quite troubling, Yeliseia said. I have only one ship here. If the greenskins are many and strong and we attempt an ambush, it would be like throwing ourselves into the net. Yes, Ji Hang agreed. So, is there a way to get support? We need more ships. Is it possible to call the Tianma Star Sector fleet to send more reinforcements? I would have done so even without you telling me, but we must also prepare for the worst. What if they don't arrive in time? At this time, Yeliseia's mind was very clear. She craved military honors, yearned for destroying the enemy's ships in a grand naval battle, earning glory, and erasing the impression that she got her position through connections. But equally, as someone who graduated from the Imperial Navy officer training with excellent results all the way, she was no fool. Nor was she cynical. She clearly understood that her family background was not a burden but a significant aid. If she continued on this path, whether now or in the future, she was destined to be one of the top people in the Tianma Star Sector, at least as a backup. Service honors were indeed important, however, if the risk of seeking them were too great, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If this naval battle merely resulted in a loss, if only in sacrificing the Rajowl Star, that might still be okay. She would have borne the shame of defeat or the disgrace of fleeing without fighting, but there would still be a chance to redeem herself. But if she were to recklessly engage in battle and lose the Quintet, the main cruiser, dying with the ship would end it all. Even if she survived, there would be no chance of a comeback, and it would also bring disaster upon her family. Such a high cost made caution mandatory. Ji Hang understood this point. He pondered for a moment and said, we are not fighting alone. The Empire merchant fleet heading to Rajowl Star is led by my cousin. As far as I know, she has not only one main armed commerce ship but also 2 escort ships. We could ambush near the warp point. If the green skin fleet encounters the merchant fleet, we can decide whether to join the battle or not depending on the situation. In doing so, Ji Hang was suspected of throwing his cousin under the bus. But in fact, without saying so, he couldn't persuade Yeliseia to take the risk and join the fight. Feasible, Yeliseia said. But I have to be upfront with the ugly part. The specific size of a green-skinned pirate plundering fleet is not fixed, and if the situation turns sour, I will make an immediate decision to retreat and avoid the edge. I understand. At this point, Ji Hang also felt quite heavy-hearted. You don't need to worry too much. Even if that happens, you vigorously resist on the surface of the planet. Once I rally with the main force of the Star Sector fleet, I will come to your aid immediately. As long as you hold on, there's still hope. Hearing this, what more could Ji Hang say? He could only nod his head. If the incoming greenskins were truly numerous and fierce, and even the main cruiser, Quintet, had to make a break for it, Rajowl Star was definitely doomed. He just hoped that situation wouldn't arise. After finishing the discussion with Colonel Yeliseia, Ji Hang led his troops away from the tower ruins and returned to the main camp outside Rubbish Town, where he temporarily stayed. He needed to reorganize his troops here. The 7th Garrison Division was essentially dismantled, leaving only its framework. The officers were mostly retained, but the troops were reassigned to the 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, and 3rd Independent Regiment. These 2.5 brigade-sized units, the Wind Extinguishing Brigade only had 3 camps, had a total force exceeding 20,000 men. Their equipment and ammunition were given priority. Furthermore, Ji Hang put the 3 composite camps of the 1st Brigade and the full 2nd Division, totaling over 13,000 troops, through extra training with the Beast Slaughter Group. These 20,000 troops would soon board the transport ships descending from the Quintet and enter the starship. This was the assistance that Colonel Yelisia requested, and Ji Yu Hang had agreed to it. Although, there was a chance of encountering an overwhelmingly strong enemy, and the colonel might take her elite troops and make a dash for it. But Ji Yu Hang never pinned his hopes on resisting alone on the planet after the quintet had fled. That was unrealistic. On the contrary, he too boarded the ship. He harbored two thoughts. Firstly, if the enemy was relatively strong, and Colonel Yelisia contemplated retreat, he would then try to earnestly persuade the lady to join the battle. If necessary, his 20,000 soldiers and the 4 urgently summoned phoenixes would be his bargaining chip to sway Colonel Yelisia. Secondly, if the enemy was indeed too powerful to fight against, then his life mattered most. He would flee with Colonel Yelisia and wait to join the main fleet of the Star Sector before striking back. But if it really came down to that second scenario, it wouldn't just mean that all of Ji Yu Hang's efforts for a long time had been wasted, but also that there might not be a chance to start over. A planetary governor fleeing with the Imperial Navy before the fall of his planet came with enormous political costs. When the time came, he might end up in court and possibly dead. Therefore, Ji Yu Hang hoped above all not to resort to the second option. He needed to resolve the matter at the first opportunity. A few days later, at the first jump point of the Rage Owl star system, beneath the flickering blue light, 4 ships suddenly emerged from the void. Among these 4 vessels, the largest, about 1/3 the size of the quintet, and comparable to a main destroyer of the Imperial Navy. This was the Beautiful Girl, an armed merchant ship. Although large, it only carried a little over 20,000 sailors, and its armor thickness, void shield strength, and firepower were far less than that of a main destroyer of the same size. Next to the Beautiful Girl were 3 much smaller vessels. These were not merchant ships, although they could also carry some cargo if necessary. These were 3 escort ships, each about 800 meters long, carrying over 7,000 sailors. Their owner was named Wang Jarong. This young woman, resembling a girl, dressed in a white skirt decorated with golden patterns, with a golden sheer draped over her. She stood in the captain's room, gazing out at the boundless star sea through a distant window. Supporting the white round-edged cap on her head, her beautiful face bore a trace of concern. Behind her, the vast ship control room was frantically processing information from the ship's thinker array. At the jump point, they had detected the approach of another unfamiliar fleet. In at most an hour, that fleet would pass through the jump point and arrive in the real universe. In this vast universe, the most critical reliance for interstellar travel is the star realm tunnel. A single star realm tunnel connects 2 star systems, compressing distances that span hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years into a journey of just a few days, at most around a month. Cosmic ships, starships, that possess the capability to enter a star realm tunnel essentially enter a state of hyperspace upon doing so. The normal state of travel for a starship in the cosmos is to navigate at sub-light speed within a star system, from one jump point to the next, then into a star realm tunnel, arriving at another star system, and finding the next jump point. This necessitates the use of star charts, as well as navigators. These individuals are trained spiritual energy practitioners. Only they are capable of distinguishing the exact locations of star realm tunnel jump points in the void of space, guiding the ship through the tunnel to the other side. Thus, the so-called star charts also become meaningful. Star charts display the many star domains connected through star realm tunnels. 2 physically adjacent star systems could be vastly different in reality. Perhaps 2 physically close star systems, only tens of light years apart, but without a direct star realm tunnel connection, require traversal through several tunnels for travel, making them effectively distant from each other. Whereas 2 physically distant star systems, tens of thousands of light years apart, may be connected by a star realm tunnel, making them adjacent on the star chart. Within the human empire, the physical distance between star systems doesn't matter much. Without the star realm tunnels, relying solely on the ship's own propulsion at sub-light speed, even the closest stellar communications are unrealistic. Of course, physical distance cannot be entirely disregarded. Some monsters and demons truly manage to endure countless years of time, slowly flying through the cosmic void, and indeed emerge from it. Within the territorial divisions of the Empire, cosmos domains, star sectors, star systems, these 4 structures are all based on the star chart. The dense network of star realm tunnels, like a massive web, connects the entire Empire's territories. Within the Rage Owl star system, there are 3 star realm tunnels. Tunnel 1 connects to the Corellia star system, Tunnel 2 to the Hagian star system, and Tunnel 3, instead of connecting to the Tianma star sector, connects to the neighboring Divine Steed star sector. Both the Tianma star sector and the Divine Steed star sector belong to the Dragonhawk star domain and are under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Cosmos domain. Wang Jiarong's merchant fleet had just come from Tunnel 1, having wrapped up a deal in the Corellia star system. Originally, her travel plan did not include a stop at the remote Rage Owl star, but wasn't it Yelicia who had conveyed her cousin's needs to her? After pondering a bit, taking a detour to the Rage Owl star system, then heading to the Hagian star through Tunnel 2, and finally returning to Corellia 3 before going back to Capital Wing Star didn't seem to pose a major problem. Covering extra distance, visiting 2 more planets, she shouldn't come out at a loss. She might not earn much, but she decided to consider it supporting her cousin, whom she hadn't spent little time messing around with during their childhood. From the Corellia star system to the Rage Owl star system, the fleet would spend 5 days traversing the Star Realm Tunnel. Nothing significant occurred during the first 4 days, as the usual bizarre scenes outside the windows passed by, but in reality, as long as one didn't leave the range of the ship or recklessly send out any probes or the like, there wouldn't be any danger. However, on the 5th day, the navigator aboard the Beautiful Girl reported a message. They had detected an anomalous signal in the Star Realm Tunnel. Seemingly a fleet was following right behind them, also traversing the same tunnel. This unsettled Wang Jiarong greatly. The tunnel from Corellia to Rage Owl was desolate, not a busy space route. The Empire didn't even bother with building any checkpoints at the jump points on either end. Beyond the desolation of Rage Owl Star, this situation had already persisted for over 100 years. Aside from her fleet, who else would traverse this place? Heading to the neighboring Divine Steed star sector? That wasn't likely either. The prosperous nest capital world Kurogia had a direct route to the Divine Steed star sector. No one would travel through Rage Owl Star to reach Divine Steed star sector, as taking such detours and incurring higher costs was not something people did. So what was the situation with this fleet? In interstellar travel, any anomaly demands vigilance. Even within the Empire's cosmos domains, safety isn't truly guaranteed. Pirates are the most common threat, but threats originating from other alien species are never lacking. The Empire refers to all non-human species as aliens and is committed to eradicating all intelligent species other than humans. Not to mention, navigating through star realm tunnels one often encounters supernatural occurrences. For instance, a derelict ship stranded inside a tunnel, dozens or hundreds of people disappearing from a ship during a voyage, or sometimes unexpectedly gaining dozens or hundreds more. These incidents have even become somewhat commonplace. And now, being acutely aware that not just one ship, but an entire fleet was behind them, sharing the same Star Realm tunnel, they couldn't afford to be anything but cautious. After completing the Star Realm jump, they didn't dare to linger, choosing to immediately switch engine modes and gradually accelerate, striving to reach the upper limit of sub-light speed towards Rage Owl Star. Wang Jiarong was aware that Yelish's cruiser was docked in orbit around Rage Owl Star. After joining with the quintet, her merchant ships would have strong protective safety. For this reason, she ordered the star speakers on the ships, also psychics who had undergone special training, to try and make contact with quintet. However, the star speakers brought her some rather bad news. They couldn't get in touch with quintet. Star speech messages had been sent out, but there was no response. This situation deepened Wang Jiarong's anxiety even further. There were only 2 reasons for the lack of contact. Either their star speech messages were being blocked and intercepted, preventing transmission, or quintet was unable to receive their messages. Neither scenario was good news. It took some time for a ship to come out of warp and resume regular sub-light speed travel, as it needed time to accelerate its engines. She now only hoped that this acceleration process would pass quickly, which is why she had repeatedly urged the mechanical priest in charge of the engines. At the same time, she ordered the entire fleet to enter first-level battle readiness, making sure they were prepared to face the enemy at any moment. Beautiful Girl was equipped and ready to fire with 11 M-class, Hammer, colossal cannons. Each of the other 3 escort ships was armed with 15 S-class, Defender, rapid fire cannons and 3 M-class, Avenger, cluster laser cannons. All of these ship cannons, as well as the operators behind them, The fire control systems and navigation systems were part of the Thinker Array, which had also entered the highest state of combat readiness. The so-called Thinker Array referred to a wetware collective formed by psychics, or even ordinary people, who had undergone special training under Thinker technology, along with basic mechanical calculators. It assisted in ship operation and helped the cannons with calibrating and firing. Despite all the war preparations, Wang Jiarong still prayed to the emperor, hoping that misfortune would not truly befall her. It would be best if nothing happened, and the current tension and extra preparations, even if they turned out to be in vain, would not matter. However, not every prayer results in a favorable outcome. "They're coming out." The navigator's voice rang in Wang Jiarong's ears. She quickly returned to the main control console, switching the screen to the position opposite the direction of the starship's travel. In the void, many ships were gradually revealing their shapes. In reality, the distance between them was already over 50,000 kilometers. However, this distance was still too close in space. On the virtual screen enlarged by the Thinker Array in front of her, the identities of those ships that were trailing them, crossing through the warp point, and entering the real universe, became very clear. The green-skinned orcs fleet. This could be determined from their exaggerated, haphazard appearance, looking like a pile of trash haphazardly put together. Only green-skinned orc warships would have such a look. But as unattractive, with random paint jobs, and lacking conventional aesthetic sense they were, and as rough in appearance as to not seem like products of technology. They were indeed bona fide interstellar warships. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 green-skinned warships. Can anyone tell me why there are so many green skins here? Wang Jiarong was somewhat distraught, but no one could answer her question. The higher-ups of the merchant fleet at the control console were not inexperienced. The orc ships that appeared behind them were not easy to deal with. In the starry sky, there is a most intuitive way to judge the strength of a starship. Look at its size. Of course, it is impossible to be 100% accurate, as countless exceptions can prove this point. However, when the technological levels are not vastly different, as a general rule, the larger the warship, the stronger it is. At the moment, of the 12 green-skinned warships, 4 are as large as the destroyers in the human Empire fleet. The remaining 8 are at least the size of an escort ship. And these ships are armed with huge, outwardly ostentatious cannons, embodying the green-skinned orc style. Caliber is king. Wang Jiarong struggled to maintain her composure and gave her orders: engineering, full speed ahead. We must try to escape before the green-skin fleet has a chance to accelerate. All gunnery crews, fire at will at the green-skin fleet. Focus fire on single targets. Try to cause as much damage as possible. Yes, ma'am. Who on the entire ship didn't know that this was a critical moment? No one dared slack off when their lives hung in the balance. Increasing the distance and attempting to flee was obviously the right choice. The beautiful girl was slightly larger than the typical mainline destroyer, but most of that space was taken up by the cargo hold. The strength of its void shields and the ship's own armor could barely match that of a destroyer, yet its firepower was at best only half that of a standard destroyer. The other 3 escort ships were indeed up to normal specifications, carrying only a small amount of cargo. Against the green-skin fleet's configuration of 4+8, a head-on confrontation was hopeless. Firing was just something to do when there was nothing else, running was the key. While trying to escape at full speed, it was impossible for them to adjust the ship's position to allow all guns to fire at the enemy. In reality, if they fired backwards now, at best only a third of their firepower could be utilized. However, these green-skinned ships had just left the Star Realm tunnel. The energy shields on the ships were activated, but it was clear the power hadn't been cranked up to the maximum yet. Just after emerging from the Star Realm tunnel, the starships were at their most vulnerable. Because of this, 3 volleys of concentrated fire directly disabled a green-skinned frigate. The energy shield of the green-skinned warship overloaded, swiftly changing from a blue glow to a dangerous red. A barrage of fire went through the overloaded shield and struck the hull. The armor was shattered, the hull severely damaged, and if one zoomed in closer, one could even see numerous green-skin orcs being ejected from the broken parts of the ship. This green-skin frigate basically lost its combat capability. If the greenskins were to win the battle, they might be able to retrieve and repair the ship, but at the very least, in this battle, the frigate was no longer a threat. With an initial victory, Wang Jiarong was somewhat invigorated, and the morale of the entire convoy improved slightly. However, this was almost the only good news, as the bad news just kept coming one after another. When they shifted their focus to the second Green Skin ship, the Green Skin fleet had already overcome the vulnerability of just having completed the jump. Not only did this mean that the energy shields on their ships were fully operational and not so easily penetrated anymore, but it also meant that the weapons systems were also up and running. The 11 remaining operational green-skinned starships opened fire simultaneously. Kinetic cannons, green-skin laser cannons, all fired fiercely. The style of green-skin ships, in keeping with the overall style of their race, typically features a larger number of guns of higher caliber compared to human warships of the same class. However, they also continue the trait of generally much less precision than human Navy cannons. But the distance between the two forces was just too close. At this moment, the gap had widened to around 70,000 kilometers at most, which in space warfare was almost considered point-blank range. The human side was set to suffer greatly. Aboard Wang Zhurong's 4 ships, blue lights flickered all around almost simultaneously, indicating the void shields activating at the impact of incoming firepower. In an instant, the void shields surrounding the 4 ships began to show signs of turning purple, signaling an imminent overload. The proximity firepower of the 11 green-skinned ships made it very difficult for Wang Zhurong's fleet to resist. And their counterattack seemed weak and feeble. Charging with their bows facing outward was inherently disadvantageous for firing, let alone when the enemy's weapon systems came online. Their close-range interception abilities were also activated. Whether it was their laser cannons firing or colossal cannon shells, a portion was locked onto Midway and intercepted by the enemy's firepower in the void. Of course, the convoy's interception systems were also at work. Defender, kinetic rapid-fire cannons and reflector, interception laser cannons were doing similar tasks. But overall, they were without a doubt at a disadvantage. Before they could fully extend the distance, they would likely be overwhelmed by the green-skin orcs' firepower. And a worse point was their speed, it seemed not even as fast as the green-skins. At this moment, when the orc ships' engine systems began to accelerate at full power, despite a late start, they swiftly reached a high speed in a short time. Their lead advantage would likely be nullified before long. Once the speed difference between the two sides was eliminated, the shrinking distance would further enhance the firepower advantage of the green-skin fleet. Not to mention, the green-skin fleet had a particular preference during naval battles, boarding combat. They could almost be considered, in this universe, the second race that enjoyed boarding combat in naval battles, the first being the Starship Warriors. Landing pods, landing ships, even short-range warp, these were all means the greenskins could employ. Once the distance became dangerous, they would use these methods. The small landing pods and ships, closing in among a barrage of firepower and equipped with considerable camouflage to deceive the target ship's interception systems, would approach the target ship at low speed, rendering the void shield ineffective and thus allowing them to attach to the ship. Holes in the hull from previous naval battles that seemed trivial could become entry points for invasion. If there was no such entry, the various high-performance bombs and cutting devices that came with the boarding troops would find relatively weak spots on the ship and cut through. These breaches in themselves posed little threat to the ship, akin to an adult being bitten by a mosquito. However, what was terrifying was the venom that came with the bite. A substantial number of warriors would enter the ship through these breaches, engaging in intense combat within the hull. On board the ship, there were no particularly spacious areas suited for deploying heavy firepower. Most of the combat environments were cramped, obstructed, and face-to-face. Who, then, could stand against the green-skin orcs in such conditions? Elites among the green-skin ranks would wreak havoc inside the ship. Even if they couldn't destroy or kill everyone on the starship directly, every casualty they caused would significantly degrade the warship's combat capabilities. If they reached the weapon systems and silenced some of the firepower, that was a win. If they got to the thinker array, they could cripple the ship's automation systems, greatly reducing the ship's departmental coordination. If they reached the engine room, a high-performance bomb detonated from within might paralyze the entire vessel. And if they made it to the captain's quarters. Boarding combat was certainly a high-risk, high-loss action, and in most cases, the landing pods and ships would be destroyed by interception fire before reaching the target. But even a small success could cause disruption, a big success could outright capture the ship. The greenskins weren't afraid of dying. In fact, at this moment, there were already some small drop pods flying over with the cannon shells.
However, up until now, no drop pod had managed to break through the interception network, estimating that 100 or 200 green-skinned lads had been lost in the Star Sea. Yet, Wang Zhurong's face was still pale. It was good news that the green-skinned ground troops had not yet boarded the starship, but this good news was hardly significant. Seeing the void shield had turned a purple hue and witnessing some shells piercing through the void shield, striking the hull of the starship, she could already feel the vibrations. The void shield is a type of energy protection system, characterized by its ability to intercept solid projectiles, energy cannons, and missile weapons, especially high-speed approaching objects and energies. However, it is less effective against low-speed passing objects. A fully operational void shield, that is, when it is blue, offers the best resistance, but when it sustains attacks beyond a certain limit and turns purple, some interceptions may fail, with shells and energy beams having a chance of slipping through. At first, it wasn't so bad. Even if something slipped through, the attacks, weakened by the void shield, upon meeting the solid armor of the starship, would normally be withstood. But when the void shield's capacity reached its limit, turning red, the probability of shells slipping through would increase substantially, and the weakening effect on attacks would diminish, leaving it up to the strength of the armor and the ship's structure to hold out. Although the current state of the void shield was still changing towards purple and the starship's armor was still reliable, the occasional attacks that got through the void shield had not yet caused severe damage. However, all this was extremely bad news. From the moment the green skins began their counterattack, the situation rapidly deteriorated. What was more crucial was that Wang Zhurong could not think of any way to change the current state of affairs. Ji Yu Hang, oh Ji Yu Hang. This time you really got me killed. I shouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. She muttered in her heart, her face drained of color. And just then, the star speaker suddenly reported a message, Captain. We've received a communication signal from the quintet. Wang Zhurong was startled, then burst into joy, connect it quickly. The next moment, Yelicia Fu Fana's voice filled the entire bridge. I am Commodore Yelicia Fu Fana of the Empire Navy Pegasus Fleet, captain of the quintet. Her clear voice sounded like a savior to everyone aboard the beautiful girl. Yelicia. Thank heavens. Finally, we've made contact. Save us quickly. Wang Zhurong was so happy she was nearly crying. I'm right beside you, Yelicia said. Now, you need to get your fleet to turn around and fire full force at those green-skinned ships. We are going to annihilate them here, before they can build up their speed. Wang Zhurong was momentarily stunned. What did she mean by, right beside you? Had Yelicia anticipated encountering the green-skinned fleet here and set up an ambush in advance? Was that why there had been no response earlier when the star speaker tried to contact, because the quintet was lying in silent ambush? But why? How had she received the message in advance? Wang Zhurong's mind was a whirl of confusion, but these thoughts only spun around in her head for a short while before she stopped dwelling on them. Following Yelicia's instructions was the only chance for survival. Immediately, the 4 ships of the beautiful lady convoy began to turn their hulls sideways as Yelicia had requested, unleashing their full firepower. Without external assistance, this was tantamount to seeking death. Presenting the broadside to the enemy was dangerous. Doing so would enable the full deployment of the ship's firepower, but also presented the largest target area, at a sufficient distance, when firing at each other to decide the course of the battle, when both sides were separated by over 100,000 to 150,000 kilometers, facing the enemy broadside or head-on made little difference in terms of the firepower endured, but the capacity of our own firepower could be at least 30% lower. However, also in a broadside position, the ship obviously couldn't remain motionless. Side-moving ships were easier to dodge cannon fire. Overall, this was a balanced offensive tactic. And at that moment, the charging green-skinned fleet was unmistakably employing an aggressive offensive tactic. Shortening the distance, their cannons would greatly increase in power and accuracy, and for this, they were even willing to sacrifice 20 to 30% of their firepower. But even so, the firepower advantage of the greenskins was still much greater than that of the beautiful lady. They didn't know why these shrimp-like ships all of a sudden adopted a posture as if they were ready for a big battle, but it obviously excited them even more. Their firepower became more ferocious, and they released even more landing capsules. However, at that moment, from some previously dark and empty void, hundreds of missiles suddenly shot out. These missiles were targeted at a green-skin destroyer. And the next moment, two giant colossal cannon shells streaked across the void, slamming ruthlessly into its energy shield. The arrival of two heavy cannons simultaneously also had a huge destructive power against starships. The energy shield of the targeted green-skinned destroyer, which had been a calm blue, suddenly flashed a dangerous purple. Then out of the hundreds of missiles, 70 penetrated the void shield and bombarded the destroyer. The 70 explosions that suddenly erupted on the hull of the destroyer severely damaged the vessel. The energy shield generators might have been impacted by the explosion, as the originally purple void shield vanished momentarily. If they had had a little time, just a few minutes, it would have been enough for the energy generators on the green-skinned ships to restart or switch to auxiliary power. However, there was no chance for that. The next 10 slightly smaller colossal cannon shots followed, with 6 hitting their mark and mercilessly pounding the target. The damage inflicted by these 6 shots was even more dreadful than the previous 70 missiles, instantly turning that green-skinned warship into a huge fireball. An expensive destroyer was thus completely destroyed. And the unexpected assault's achievements did not stop there. Another 10 colossal cannon shots were fired at a green-skin escort ship, with 4 making impact, turning its energy shields abruptly red. The strength of the shield generator on the escort ship was much weaker compared to that of the destroyer. On the bridge of Quintet, after the Thinker Array faithfully relayed the battle imagery and confirmed the results, Yelicia made no exuberant cheers or leaps for joy, that would be unsteady and not befitting of a captain. Still, she couldn't help but throw a punch excitedly. The green-skinned warship that had been destroyed could actually be considered the first real combat naval achievement of her captaincy. And this feat alone was enough to surpass the accomplishments of many captains from the Tianma star sector. Since the establishment of the Tianma sector fleet, there haven't been many instances of it being used as a support unit by the Imperial Navy, deployed to form larger fleets for combat operations. Besides those veterans who formed temporary united fleets, the younger and less experienced ones mostly stayed within the boundaries of the star sector, at most eradicating interstellar pirates in the surrounding star sectors. What capabilities could those interstellar pirates possibly have? At best, they might have an escort ship-level pirate ship, which would be quite decent, and many would just use an ordinary spaceship to perform robberies, daring to attack only ultra-small convoys. In the past, Yelicia never even managed to achieve the feat of eradicating petty pirates, which was one of the reasons she was ridiculed behind her back. But from now on, no one would dare to laugh at her again. Even those seasoned captains who've been assigned to other high-intensity combat zones and witnessed larger battles don't all have a record of destroying an enemy destroyer. Getting an assist would be considered brag-worthy for many years to come. And today, she, the Commodore who was often derided as having connections and a rapidly promoted rank, had accomplished it. Not only was it not an assist, but she had also been an exclusive main force. What about an ambush from ambush? That's called tactics. However, after the initial excitement, Yelicia immediately returned to her calm demeanor. One of the enemy's 3 destroyers had been destroyed, which certainly counted as a heavy blow to the green-skin fleet, but they had plenty of ships and ample resources left. The battle was far from over. Especially now that the advantage of a surprise attack was gone, without the element of surprise, the next barrage of firepower would not so easily achieve the same results as before. The Orc fleet had already discovered their whereabouts and would not allow them to strike unabated. Advanced ship maneuvers would ensure more shells missed their targets. Close-range anti-air firepower on high alert would intercept some of the colossal cannon shots or deflect them. Of course, as a main cruiser, Quintet had ample weaponry, particularly the 2L scale, Wrath of Loyalty, colossal cannons, which wielded destructive power against ships of the escort level. Just one hit in those escort ships, energy shields would immediately overload. On Quintet, slave workers and technicians were now working at breakneck speeds to load cannon shells for the next round of gunfire. The Thinker Array was striving to observe and lock onto targets that were actually moving rapidly. The firing attack needed preparation time. Before it was ready, Quintet would have to withstand a round of enemy fire. The Defender, rapid-fire cannons and Reflector, interception lasers started operating to counter the Orc ships' firepower, and at the same time, vast expanses of blue light emanated from around the cruiser. That was the sight of the void shield activating when the ship was under attack. The naval battle had thus entered an intensely heated phase. At this point, the previous achievements of destroying a destroyer and overloading an escort ship's energy shield no longer seemed as important. At that moment, Yelicia couldn't help but turn and look at the man standing not far behind her on her side. She sighed and said, "Ji Yu Hang, if we lose, you'll truly have let me down." Ji Yu Hang smiled and replied, "If we win, this will be the starting point of your glorious path." Hearing the so-called starting point of the path of glory, Yelicia snorted coldly, looking disdainful and not wanting to bother with Ji Yu Hang. She turned her head and continued to busy herself. She kept issuing orders, constantly listening to the reports from various departments, responding and making judgments accordingly, forming commands that were relayed downwards. She seemed somewhat nervous, struggling to remain focused. Indeed, she was not an experienced veteran of the Navy, nor had she had proper combat experience, but her outstanding academic record at the Naval Academy was not faked. If her grades hadn't truly been excellent, how could she have become a captain, especially when the Fufana family had more than just her in its younger generation? In her mind were all the tactical maneuvers she had learned at the Naval Academy, which she now combined with the real-time situation on the battlefield, responding in a standard manner and issuing orders. This might appear somewhat rigid, but it was less likely to result in errors. During her school days, Yelicia had come up with many bizarre naval tactics, but after gaining practical experience, she found her early whims were purely self-indulgent. Only a few solid and seemingly effective strategies appeared viable under the current circumstances. But she dared not use them. Who knew if untested methods would turn out to be ingenious or give away an advantage? The most important thing for her to do under the current situation was to avoid making mistakes, relying on the strong firepower and defensive capabilities of the quintet cruiser to fight steadily. She would rather fight in a more rigid manner. Ji Yu Hang watched Yelicia's serious expression and a smile appeared on his face, his mood relaxed slightly. How to later ease the tension with this female commodore was a matter for later. For now, they had to get through the current difficult situation. A conflict had almost erupted between the two just a moment ago. After Ji Yu Hang boarded the starship with nearly 20,000 warriors, the quintet reached the jump point of Tunnel 1 in the Rajal star system. Before this, Yelicia had attempted to have the star speaker on the starship send a message to "Beautiful Girl" to warn Wang Zhirong to prepare in advance. However, the message failed to send, likely because the other party was traversing the Star Realm tunnel. In such a state, it is difficult for a star speaker to locate the target of the message and transmit it. Thereafter, they gave up on sending messages and let the ships quietly stop in the void. Muting all communication signals, other than the necessary energy supply, they turned off most of the engines, power. The starship floated silently in the void, indistinguishable from a speck of dust on the scale of tens to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even if the enemy began scanning the surroundings immediately after emerging from the Star Realm tunnel, it would be very hard to detect them. Yelicia was strictly implementing her previous idea. She was crouching here, waiting for events to unfold. If they could fight, they would fight. If not, they would flee. And after seeing the green skin fleet chasing after the beautiful lady convoy, Yelicia found herself in a bit of a difficult position. Those escort ships can be set aside for the moment, as their small caliber weapons would find it tough to penetrate the defense systems of a main cruiser. But those 4 destroyers couldn't be ignored. The medium caliber firepower they carried could indeed pose a real threat. Yet, when it came down to it, it wasn't like there was no chance of victory. The beautiful lady convoy still had 4 ships, and with their help, the chance of victory was there, even quite substantial, 60 or even 70%. However, a 60 to 70% chance of victory was not enough for Yelicia to take a gamble. Betting and losing everything was not worth it when compared to retreating now, gathering reinforcements, and easily eliminating the green skins with the entire Tianma fleet assembled. What about the safety of Rajal Star? Forget it, a planet with an annual tax quota of 5 million wasn't worth saving. The cost of building one escort ship, even the cheapest ones, starts at $500 million. Rajal Star would have to pay taxes for 100 years to afford just one escort ship. But for Ji Yu Hang, the concept was completely different. If Yelicia withdrew, Rajal Star would be doomed. He strongly urged Yelicia to engage in the battle. The conflict between the two arose just like that. Yelicia was not keen on it, and during the argument, Ji Yu Hang didn't state it explicitly, but he implied that he had 20,000 warriors on the starship. Yelisia's face turned dark. Even if it wasn't stated openly, it was a threat. She had wanted Ji Yu-hang to bring his troops on board as a precaution. The Greenskins favored boarding tactics in space naval battles, which was written in the naval military doctrine. Although there were already Marine troops on the starship, having an additional 20,000 warriors would certainly make her feel more secure. Yet who would have expected that at this time, it would become a tool for Ji Yu-hang to threaten her with? If an internal riot broke out on the starship, regardless of whether her Marine troops could suppress Ji Yu-hang's 20,000 warriors, there was no doubt it would result in a lengthy fight. And internal strife on the ship would pose a fatal threat to the safety of the quintet. Ji Yu-hang could see that Yelisia was cornered. He didn't continue to push the issue with a hard stance. A Pyrrhic victory would be a cause for the rivaling Greenskins to rejoice. Subsequently, he softened his tone, talking about defending the Empire, protecting the convoy, eliminating the alien threat, and painted a picture of how if they really managed to annihilate this Greenskin fleet, Yelisia would, beyond doubt, have made a significant achievement. A cruiser, operating independently and annihilating an entire Greenskin fleet consisting of 4 destroyers and 8 escort ships, is an outstanding military achievement. Not only within the Tianma fleet, but even when viewed across the entire Imperial Navy, it's an accolade worth mentioning. Even more so, with such a record as a foundation, coupled with sufficient familial backing, her rank might well ascend again in a short span of time. There's a huge threshold between the ranks of Commodore and Rear Admiral. Generally, Commodores aren't called generals, but Rear Admirals are definitely recognized as such without question. If she really made it, she might become the youngest general in the history of the Tianma Star Sector, and no one would dare to say that her promotion was merely due to her family's protection. Her fame would spread far beyond the Tianma Star Sector, so much so that in the entire Dragonhawk Star domain, and even the entire Eastern Cosmos domain, her name Yelisia would become well-known, glittering throughout the Star Sea as a rising new star in the Imperial Navy. These words deeply moved Yelisia. She had thought of it herself, but having someone else voice it out, hitting right at what she was thinking, felt different. Combining these considerations, Yelisia finally gritted her teeth, ordered the starship to leave silent mode, prepared to fire at full capacity, and made contact with the beautiful lady. The situation had developed to the present state. Ji Yu-hang was instrumental in bringing about the current circumstances, but his ability to influence the situation further was now quite limited. Commanding a starship was not within his capabilities. He could only be a spectator for the time being. And it was quite a sight to behold. In this vast expanse of space, there were still more than a dozen space leviathans exchanging fierce firepower. Those beams of light, light particles, cannon shells, void shields, and the colorful flashes of energy shields being hit, the blaze of explosions when the fire directly hits the ships. At least from Ji Yu-hang's vantage point on the Quintet Bridge, through the Thinker Array's feedback on the impact of their attacks, and the battle display diagrams, he could see everything clearly. The desolate starry sky had come alive with activity. However, these beautiful lights all contained terrible power and lethal damage. But as Ji Yu-hang played the role of a spectator, he was not simply enjoying the spectacle. He carefully observed Yelisia, analyzed the current status of the battlefield, and the various commands she issued, striving to absorb all he could about space naval combat. Many of the situations that arose and the responses made by the female Commodore were beyond his understanding, but this didn't prevent him from making an effort to remember them. He planned to revisit these after getting access to theoretical training literature, which might help him grow. Learning about these things was of no immediate use to him, but Ji Yu-hang had come to deeply appreciate how crucial space power was in this interstellar era. It was a decisive force. In the future, if conditions allowed, he would certainly build his own navy. Perhaps with some luck, he could quickly acquire naval technology, couldn't he? Air, maybe not, even if he acquired it, he couldn't afford to build starships. Such high-end manufacturing could only be approached once a planet's productivity had sufficiently developed. Lost in thought, he noticed that the exchange of fire between the two fleets had reached an intense stage. It wasn't long before the Greenskin frigate, which had taken hits from the quintet's colossal cannon and had overloaded energy shields, exploded in space. The ship that destroyed it was a combined fire from the Beautiful Lady and 2 other escort ships. The Beautiful Lady convoy led by Ji Yu-hang's cousin had seasoned command officers who sharply caught the change in the battle situation caused by the quintet's fire, delivering the fatal blow. This was the second ship to be destroyed since the battle began. With 2 fewer ships, the Green Skin Fleet's firepower had been reduced by nearly a quarter. The results of the quintet's ambush had tilted the scales of victory once again in their favor by another 10 percentage points. If the Green Skin Fleet were led by rational humans, the best move at this moment would probably be to quickly flee. Unfortunately, that was not the style of the Green Skins. They still charged upwards, braving the firepower of the human ships. After sacrificing a destroyer and 2 escort ships in explosions, they managed to blow up an escort ship of the convoy and successfully boarded 2 others, deploying troops on board. The ship that had been boarded quickly weakened in firepower and explosions occurred inside. Whether or not the green skin orcs who had boarded could be driven out was still unknown, but at least for now, their contribution to the naval battle had been reduced by half. The pressure of the battle was becoming greater and greater. As the green skin ships advanced, they had lost 5 ships, but their firepower had become even more fierce. This was due to the decreased distance between the 2 sides. The quintet was indeed well armored and armed. Out of the 5 green-skinned warships lost, 4 were destroyed by it. Its L-class large-caliber guns, the Wrath of Loyalty, were devastatingly powerful. However, when some of the green-skinned ships broke off to approach the quintet, within a distance of 50,000 kilometers, the firepower on the green-skinned ships greatly improved in precision, and the quintet felt somewhat overwhelmed. The most direct indication of this was that the void shield had turned purple, even showing tendencies of becoming red, and the green skins, heavy artillery started to have shells penetrate the shield and hit the ship's armor. Gu Hang on the bridge had felt the ship shake violently several times. The ship's stabilization system couldn't completely nullify the tremors, which likely meant real damage was done to the ship. Even if it wasn't major, the repairs afterward would probably come at a considerable expense. However, in exchange for this effect, the Green Skin Fleet had lost another frigate. Now, all that remained of their ships were 2 destroyers and 4 frigates. In Gu Hang's assessment, the battle had reached its final critical stage. The fearlessness and determination of the Green Skin Fleet to fight to the end had left a deep impression on him. For the human side, victory was almost within grasp. But the remaining question was at what cost? Even though until now the humans had only lost 1 escort ship, the remaining 3 ships of the Beautiful Lady convoy had their void shields overloaded, with 2 boarded. In a dire crisis, even the quintet's void shield was nearly red. If the fight continued to the end and the Green Skin Fleet was annihilated, but the Beautiful Lady convoy was wiped out and the quintet severely damaged, then the outcome would be quite distressing. The political repercussions could also be quite serious. Gu Hang also heard Mattins beside him sigh. It would have been nice if our battle group's strength was still present. We could have sent over 100 or 2 people, along with a substantial number of the mortal auxiliary army, enough to take a whole ship. Listening to the battle group leader's words, it seemed they had often done such things before. Gu Hang patted his shoulder, about to say something, but then saw on the bridge, multiple indicator lights suddenly turned red. This was a signal of danger. The thinker array relayed the information. Warning. Multiple intrusions have occurred inside our ship. Green Skin landing ships used some unknown energy technology to deceive the interception system, and we only shot down 70% of the landing ships, which included a large number of decoy pods. Currently, it is assessed that 17 landing pods have successfully reached the ground, and over 2,000 green skin orcs have entered the ship. The Navy Marine Corps has engaged them but is currently at a disadvantage. Yelicia suddenly turned her gaze towards Gu Hang. It's time for you to play your part. Without a word, Gu Hang turned and left. Indeed, the time had come for him to contribute, and there was nothing to discuss. He would go forth. LaCroix was pondering an important question. What exactly is the value of life? He used to not bother with this shitty question. In his early years of wandering with the tribe, all he thought about was how to get an extra bite of food and avoid hunger. Then as an adventurer, it was still about food, and even after becoming an adventurer, it fundamentally boiled down to getting a bite to eat. Later on, when all of his brothers from the same wandering tribe had perished, he joined the beast slaughter group. He could finally eat his fill, but now his goal became fighting the Greenskins, avenging those brothers who had once fought at his side. And then, somehow, the higher-ups convinced him to transition from an adventurer into a formal member of the governor's regular armed forces, complete with military rank and a unit designation. But he didn't care much about that, and he was even supportive of it. He could eat even better, and His Excellency the Governor issued them equipment and weapons that were clearly far superior to the rubbish he had used as an adventurer. Plus, they had cannons, and other friendly forces provided support with heavy equipment like armored vehicles. This clearly increased their efficiency in eradicating the greenskins by a huge margin. What was not to be happy about? Support, 10,000 times support. Some time ago, they had wiped out the greenskins in the high tower ruins. According to what the officers said, to prevent the greenskins from multiplying again, every area of the high tower ruins needed to be scorched with flames. Sometimes he wondered whether the low-energy storms that often blew up in the high tower ruins could replace the need for burning with fire. But regardless, the big problem had been dealt with. Even if greenskins occasionally regenerated, the numbers wouldn't be too much to handle. They could simply eliminate them and burn the area again. Just as he and his comrades were casually chatting, guessing whether their recent performance was good enough to reclaim the title, Beast Slaughter Group, from the governor, a new mission was handed down. They were to board a transport ship and proceed to a starship orbiting the planet to carry out their mission. At the news of this assignment, LaCroix and his comrades were utterly dumbfounded. Was this going to take them to the heavens? He had gazed up at the starry sky countless times but never imagined that one day he would leave the ground to fight in the vastness of space. They were inexplicably excited. Though they could foresee the potential dangers, when they sat on the spacecraft and saw the Earth recede, breaking through the atmosphere to the point where they could almost see the entire globe below them, the boundless land curving into a sphere, now a mix of dull yellow and slate blue, they were still awestruck. So this is our world. This is Rajal Star, where generations of our ancestors have lived. It was hard for him to articulate the emotions stirring inside him, and perhaps his comrades felt the same. The comrades still conversing with one another had become silent. The transport ship slowly approached the massive steel creation suspended in the void. A hatch opened, the transport ship entered, then the hatch closed as it seemed to fill with gas. Another door opened, and the ship moved further inside to a vast area akin to an airport. One by one, transport ships entered through various exits, opened their hatches, and troops disembarked. Soon, he too had no time to look around as the hatch of their transport ship opened, and their platoon walked out, following the ground crew's instructions, heading inside to the Marine Corps barracks. The space temporarily assigned to them was very cramped. Their whole squad was squeezed into a narrow space of a few square meters. There were 4 sets of beds with 2 sets pushed tightly together, leaving about 40 centimeters of aisle in between, and each set had 3 bunks, theoretically allowing for 12 people to sleep. And there were 2 spare beds to store our stuff. That was their complaint. There was a canteen for meals, the food entirely made of synthetic starch which they said could become very bland after eating for a long period, but for now, they felt it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. Maybe they would grow tired of it eventually, but would they really stay on the starship until then? However, rumor had it that there were markets and bars somewhere on the starship, offering different things, but they had never seen them, and they weren't allowed to wander about the starship. Even these rumors were dug up by the more restless soldiers in the platoon, who'd go to the canteen to eat but managed to chat with the so-called Starship Marine Corps, who typically didn't like to interact with them. LaCroix wasn't interested in that. What he cared about was the question that had arisen since being transported to the starship and seeing the magnificent view of space: what exactly is the value of life? He didn't know why he was thinking about such a boring matter, but with nothing else to do while confined in the narrow, closed-off cabin, that's what he did. He pondered the question for days without reaching any conclusion. Until today, when the crimson lights were flashing everywhere, alarms were ringing non-stop, and he and his comrades received orders to leave their quarters and assemble outside. Everyone was on edge. They knew that it seemed like war had already broken out. The starship was continuously firing, engaging in battle with the Green Skin Fleet. This was unlike any war they had experienced before. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy or how dire their own situation, it had always been a battle fought on solid ground, with the weapons in their hands. To some extent, their lives were under their own control. But now, they were who knows how far from their homeland, from their planet, in a place where they were told even light took a long time to travel. If the naval battle were lost, all of them would be buried in this star sea. But soon, their mission arrived. He saw the company commander and the political commissar exchange a few words, then the order was given for the entire company to move out. After walking out for dozens of minutes, amid a violent explosion, he witnessed the squad next to them almost completely engulfed by flames and shrapnel. Immediately afterward, with his head in a whirl, he saw silhouettes charging through the broken breach. Almost instinctively, he raised his gun and fired in that direction. Although it had roughly the shape of a person, LaCroix was certain, very familiar, that it was a green skin. Indeed, his firing even saved the life of the company commander. With his lead, many of his comrades around him opened fire, and the green skin was quickly killed on the spot under concentrated fire. However, more green skins, stepping over the still burning flames, charged in. A bloody battle thus unexpectedly erupted at close quarters. There was no heavy firepower, no cannons, no armored vehicles. In the environment inside a starship, it was difficult to deploy such things. All they had were the guns in their hands and wills of steel. As more and more green skins poured in, it even became difficult to keep shooting, and they had no choice but to fix bayonets and engage in hand-to-hand combat. A chaotic melee ensued, leaving no room for any art of command. Both sides were locked in a desperate struggle. Bayonets, bullets, blood, limbs, all these things whirled chaotically in the narrow corridor. LaCroix had nothing left in his head, just one stabbing motion after another. His comrades fell one by one beside him, and others took their places, but he was somehow largely unscathed, even though his chest was struck by a green skin's large cleaver. The plasteel bulletproof armor plate had saved his life, and in turn, he ignored the pain in his ribs and the fact that he was knocked to the ground by the green skin's great strength, and he plunged his bayonet fiercely into the unsteady green skin's neck. LaCroix, splattered with blood on his face, pushed the corpse aside with force and stood up, gasping for air. And it seemed like this was the last green skin, as there were no more living enemies in sight. But in this hellish scene, there were only 7 others still standing, like him. LaCroix looked around, confused. An entire company of 120 men, just 7 left. He couldn't count the number of bodies strewn across the corridor, especially when some were disfigured beyond recognition. He only knew that almost everyone he recognized was dead. The 7 before him were strangers. They were all covered in blood, just as confused as he was. The 7 of them instinctively gathered together and stood in silence for a long time, none daring to speak. In the end, it was LaCroix who broke the silence. Here, who has the highest rank? He remembered that during a break in the surface battle before, the company's political instructor had instilled in them many military regulations. If the team's formation was scattered, the soldiers nearby should gather spontaneously and follow the one with the highest rank as the temporary commander. Now, could this be considered scattered? Or should it be considered gone? "I'm a private," a timid voice said. "I was just replenished into the 3rd Independent Regiment. I'm also a private. I'm a corporal. I'm a lance corporal." Around the circle, they were all just soldiers. LaCroix scratched his head, now really unsure of what to do. Not even a single officer left, huh? What was to be done now? In a trance, he saw everyone's eyes turn to him. He then remembered that he had not yet reported his rank. I'm a sergeant. When they were last reorganized, he was still a private. After the battle at the tower ruins, he became one of the old-timers of the Beast Slaughter group, and during a mass decoration, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. The rank of Lance Corporal signified that he had a position equivalent to AD-1 rank within Revival City, as touted in the propaganda. Adding together food rations and training allowances, he already had enough to live a life far better than mere subsistence. If he ever stopped being a soldier, he would be transferred laterally at the same rank and have a secure future. Furthermore, during combat, he would receive combat pay. His promotion had been swift among his squad. Only the squad leader held the rank of Sergeant First Class, and the deputy squad leader was a staff sergeant. Beyond that, his rank was the next highest. But overall, within the entire company, he was still a small fry. Then, he heard a private first class say, "Well, looks like you're the highest ranking here, so we all follow your lead now." LaCroix was stunned. Me. I can't be the one in charge, can I? But he quickly regained his composure. This was not about power, it was responsibility, and there was no shirking it. According to regulations, he had to take on this responsibility. Taking a deep breath, it seemed he finally understood the question that had preoccupied him before. He might not dare speak of the distant future, but at least his current value was to lead the remaining 7 survivors of the 2nd Company, 6th Battalion, 3rd Independent Regiment. The last remnants of the 362nd were all here. What to do next? Previously, their mission was to proceed to Zone B 7752 to stand guard and eliminate all the alien enemies that appeared there. However, the company commander, the political commissar, they might know where Zone B 7752 was, but how would he, a mere lance corporal, know? Scratching his head, he heard the distant sound of battle. With a call, he said, "Let's go toward that direction and see if we can find any other friendly forces." If there were friendly forces, especially officers, it seemed he could relinquish his responsibility. Genie Kwangya, fully armed at nearly 3 meters tall and wearing ultra-heavy armor, pushed open the half-destroyed hatch and was the first to step out of the landing craft. He was met with a volley of over 30 electromagnetic rifles and laser guns firing at him. His armor rang with the impact of the hits, yet none of them could halt his stride for even a moment. He moved forward with his mechanical legs at a swift pace, shielding the green-skinned youngsters following behind him from harm, while also creating space for them to deploy their formation. And during this process, he also lifted his left arm. The rocket launcher mounted beneath his forearm fired a salvo that sent the entire front row of elite Marine soldiers and several others about to come forward for support flying into the sky. The violent explosion caused some damage to the metal corridors of the ship's hull, blowing holes through it and revealing the split mechanical structures underneath, as well as groups of people evacuating below. It seemed to be a gun turret belonging to the reflector, interception laser cannon of the quintet. Kwangya grinned wickedly, his smile fierce. Such a harvest too. He lifted his arm again, aiming the rocket launcher downward. The automatic reloading mechanism had already filled the launcher with a new round of rockets, and 2 orcish youngsters with large packs on their backs were replenishing his combat pack with more rockets through the ammo intake located at the armor near Kwangya's rear. The next moment, another dozen rockets flew out, striking the isolated turret below with solid hits. The crew operating the reflector, which numbered in the dozens, were almost instantly obliterated. The laser cannon's energy storage device followed, detonating and blasting an even larger gap in the surroundings. The wave of the explosion even reached the upper levels. While Genie Kwangya was unaffected, several unfortunate green-skinned youngsters were caught in the blast and hurled out of the ship. Without the ship's life support and gravity systems, these individuals, even as robust green-skin orcs, had no chance of surviving in the vacuum. But that did not matter. Destroying a ship cannon was far more valuable than a few unlucky youngsters being blown away. Seeing such a spectacular explosion right before their eyes, the surviving youngsters were extremely delighted. Kwangya laughed loudly too. He waved his hand, signaling his boys to quickly leave the landing bay. They were going to charge deeper in. As the military governor of the 10th plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan, he was the fleet's leader. Today he was determined to win the war by personally entering the fray. The fleet's supreme commander personally joining the fight was reckless to the point of foolishness, but it was quintessentially green skin. If one were to say that Genie Kwangya personally led his most elite fighters to jump aboard the quintet and take part in the battle, that would make a lot of sense. The sudden appearance of the quintet turned what was originally a certain victory into an extreme disadvantage. The surprise attack that damaged a destroyer and an escort ship tipped the scales of victory in the enemy's favor. During the subsequent naval exchange of fire, the quintet demonstrated formidable firepower as well as robust defenses. To continue bombardment was more likely to end in disaster than success. To win, they needed to think of another method. They could forego charging the energy shield and overload the weapons system, hoping for the entire fleet to make a concentrated, all-out assault and achieve a decisive victory. Alternatively, they could employ what's termed pack hunting tactics, using superior ship maneuverability and larger numbers to spread out and carry out a 3-dimensional flanking operation. This tactic avoids matching the quintet's consistent velocity, instead relying on bursts of acceleration and deceleration, creating significant and frequent changes in relative speed to reduce the enemy's ability to anticipate their movements and accurately lock on with their firepower. Or, like the green skin fleet is currently doing, adopting the so-called close-quarter tactic, braving the onslaught of fire to charge in close for a full-speed, short-range shootout. With no space to dodge and no chance to intercept, most of the firepower must be endured head-on. It becomes a contest of whose ship is tougher, whose cannons are more formidable, and who has more ships. However, there seem to be many options, yet in reality, few are viable. The pack hunting tactics are not suited for the green skin fleet. To properly execute these tactics, high ship maneuverability and precision firepower are required. Green-skinned warships generally aren't up for this task. Their firepower is fierce but imprecise, they're fast but not agile enough. Humans relatively favor such tactics. And those who most prefer to use pack hunting tactics are the beings who claim themselves as the spirit race. Kwangya despises such opponents the most. They're impossible to catch, impossible to hit, and they bombard you relentlessly, but just one opportunity for a ruthless counterattack could lead to decisive victory. As for the close-quarter tactic, the greenskins are exactly doing that. In fact, before Kwangya left his flagship to jump aboard, his last command was for the fleet to shut down their power and energy shields upon closing in and to overload their weapons systems to utterly destroy the quintet. But looking at the current situation, they probably won't be able to make the charge. Who knows how many ships will get blown up midway. Those that do manage to close in likely won't have overall firepower or defenses to match the quintet. In order to ensure the success of the close-quarter tactic and the mad plan to fire all weapons, he personally led the boarding party. Although he is the military governor of the fleet, among the greenskins, regardless of which group, the one who becomes the boss, the leader, is always the most formidable among them. And without a doubt, Genie Kwangya is such an individual. Of course, he was also concerned that if their interception firepower exploded the boarding capsules before they could land on the enemy ships, it could spell disaster. This was a very real possibility, despite deploying many decoy capsules and using the raw power of WOG to camouflage and silence the boarding capsules, making them difficult to lock onto, but these were no guarantees. However, now that he had successfully boarded the ship, the remaining problems seemed trivial. What human shrimp could possibly stand against him? In his past career of battle, he had killed countless shrimp, even some big fellows in cans among them, whom he had also chopped down. The group of yellow-canned shrimp left a deep impression on him. He had to admit they were mighty, but regrettably, the final victors were him and his subordinates. It was because of that battle, that feat of arms, that he grew larger, greener, and stronger, which earned the favor of Kulo Iron Tooth, the leader of the Iron Tooth clan and warlord, granting him the position of military governor of the 10th Plundering Fleet. And today, aboard this ship, it's not likely that a bunch of shrimp in cans will leap out, right? Without those formidable beings, he was confident that with his leadership, his most elite troops, even in small numbers, could absolutely push through like a hot knife through butter, slaying their way through the entire starship. Indeed, it was just so. After boarding, Kwangya almost single-handedly annihilated a squad of Navy Marine Corps from the quintet. Then, leading his elite team, he destroyed a defensive laser cannon and began storming toward the most critical area within. The core area was not without resistance. On the contrary, the forces intercepting him were the most elite of the quintet. The quintet could muster a maximum of 30,000 armed troops, of which 10,000 were regular Navy Marine Corps members. These were T4 level troops, well equipped with weapons. They wouldn't even regard G-series live ammunition rifles, using either L-series laser rifles or HS-series electromagnetic rifles instead. After realizing they were up against an elite green-skin assault team, the commander of the Navy Marine Corps had already ordered their most elite units to join the battle with their finest weapons. The two most important weapons were the Strider combat vehicles and the Foxhound-class infantry mechs. As for the former, there's no need to say more. The reason why they didn't equip larger vehicles than the Strider combat vehicle, such as the Lion tank, was that the combat environment inside a starship did not quite allow for the Lion to move around everywhere. Although the Strider was quite big, it was still 2 sizes smaller than a heavy tank and could still run on many of the main roads inside the starship. As for the latter, it was essentially a person, a mech servant, a product of the sect of mechanics. During the mechanical transformation, apart from removing part of the brain to turn it into a mech servant who could only follow orders, there was also a significant modification of the body. From the outside, it no longer resembled a human being. Almost all of its body was mechanized, and its shape was like that of a half-standing hound, with purely mechanical reverse knee-joint legs. The head structure containing the brain was somewhat canine-shaped and integrated with a large number of sensors. Its overall size exceeded 2 meters in height and was equipped with a heavy machine gun, along with sturdy ferrosteel armor. Even a space warrior would have to put in some effort to take it down. It was a precious product of the sect of mechanics, and there were only about 150 of them on the entire starship. Half an hour after Genie Kwangya made a fierce charge, the first batch of elite troops assembled by the Navy Marine Corps included 80 Foxhound mechs, 30 Strider armored vehicles, and more than 1,000 Marine soldiers, in addition to 2,000 armed sailors. As a result, their defensive line was breached by Kwangya in a wave. The rockets in his hands seemed to be blessed by some mysterious force, extremely precise, and even had some tracking effect. There was also a thermal cannon mounted above his left shoulder. His personal firepower was already maxed out to the top. Moreover, he wasn't fighting alone. On the way up, many green skins that had landed from other places smelt the scent of their boss and instinctively gathered around. Now, the number of green skins following behind Kwangya had also exceeded 1,000. Furthermore, those green skins behind him were elite. Not only were they particularly tall among the green skins, but they also wore strong armor, carried larger caliber and more explosive firearms, and were equipped with plenty of explosives. What's more, compared to the smaller infantry mechs, the green skin killer cans and the slightly larger death iron cans were no weaklings. With military governor Kwangya as the arrowhead, they charged fiercely. When Kwangya blasted the mech's fire base with his thermal cannon and multiple rocket launchers, then personally charged into close range, fired another round of rockets, and picked up his axe to wield in a frenzy, the green skins, walking mechs and elite infantry also surged forward. The scale of the battle might not have been particularly large, but it was extremely bloodthirsty. This blockading force of the Navy Marine Corps, after losing all their infantry mechs and combat vehicles, fought desperately for 15 minutes and suffered over 60% casualties. Then, the breakdown of the armed sailors triggered a complete collapse. Actually, they couldn't be too harshly blamed. Even if they all had endless fighting will and were willing to give their lives for this battle, it would only have delayed the enemy for a bit longer and wouldn't have changed the outcome. Of course, the green skins also paid a heavy price. At least 400 green skin orcs and over 30 various green skin armored vehicles fell in battle. The two sides left behind over 100 various machines and nearly 3,000 lives, and all this happened within about 20 minutes, on a battlefield that didn't extend more than 800 meters in any direction. Bodies and mechanical wrecks were no longer just scattered everywhere, they were piled up in layers. The green skins army would have to walk over heaps of broken limbs and wreckage to advance further. Kwangya himself was unharmed. And with him there, and the remaining 600 green skins, their combat effectiveness was still intact and they could continue the assault. In contrast, the Navy Marine Corps was unable to gather a force equal to the one just defeated to stop them in a short period of time. Along the way, there were only some small-scale units present. Brave soldiers attempted to use their lives to slow the green skins, boarding assault and buy time for their comrades. However, Yelisia on the command bridge of the flagship panicked. Through the intelligence transmitted back from the front line, she recognized that it was the Beastman Overlord personally leading the boarders. She immediately realized that with only the quintet's combat readiness, there was nothing that could stop this Beastman Overlord. On one hand, she couldn't believe the recklessness of this Beastman military governor. In her view, how could a fleet commander, a fleet admiral, personally lead a boarding assault? It was too easy to die unclearly in the interception fire net, which would be a meaningless death. But on the other hand, reality slapped her hard in the face. That formidable individual strength, the terrifying advantage it brought to the battlefield, was amplified to an extreme in the special environment of the starship. This wasn't an open ground battlefield, all fighting happened inside the starship. Even in the most spacious places, space was limited. It wasn't possible to deploy artillery miles away to attack the enemy. In a limited environment, a Beastman Overlord equipped with heavy armor, impervious to gunfire, with individual firepower maxed out, was simply the nightmare of any defense line. What made her more panic-stricken was that the beast seemed to have an extremely keen sense of battle. Its line of attack was unerringly towards the heart of the starship, the engine center. If it were to breach that area, the consequences were unimaginable. At present, the naval battle had reached its critical moment. Just now, they had blasted another enemy escort ship. Yet, the distance between the two forces had closed even further. The quintet, having been boarded and attacked by troops, had several of its firepower platforms knocked out. This caused its return fire to weaken, and the starship's void shield had turned red as more firepower began to penetrate it, challenging the cruiser's armor directly. Similarly, those green-skinned warships were also under greater pressure, and the wrath of loyalty of the L-class was still formidable. At the moment when bayonets clashed, if the quintet were to be dealt a harder blow inside, with the ship's power failing and problems arising in the weapon systems and void shield's energy supply, it would be struck by a devastating blow in an instant. What could they do? Was there anything that could stop that beast? Their last hope rested on Ji Hang. The planetary governor had not only brought 2,000 soldiers but also 4 interstellar warriors. She immediately used the communication system to contact Ji Hang, who had already left the bridge to muster troops. You must resolve this problem immediately. We're all in the same boat. If the quintet goes down, none of us will survive. Through the communicator, Ji Hang's response came swiftly, a simple sentence. I know, I'm already there. His voice was quite steady. Yelicia felt somewhat relieved. She didn't know if Ji Hang and those interstellar warriors with him could stop that beastman overlord. But now, other than placing her trust in Mr. Ji, she had no other choice. At that moment, she began to feel grateful for having brought Ji Hang aboard the ship initially. Ji Hang was not bluffing to Yelicia, his troops were indeed in position. It wasn't just him, nor was it just the 4 phoenixes. Relying solely on their power would not be enough to stop an army. Accompanying him were the Wind Extinguishing Brigade's 1st and 2nd Battalions, as well as a regiment from the 2nd Infantry Division. Earlier, he had learned of the alarming news that a Navy Marine Corps unit had been wiped out in 20 minutes. The troops under his command were no stronger than that rapidly annihilated Marine Corps unit. If possible, he wouldn't want to subject his forces to such brutal combat. But this was war. In war, there is no choice. Genie Kuangya could already sense that victory was not far off. He could even smell the scent from the core engine power compartment of the shrimp ships. Destroy that, and victory would be his. But soon, a new squad of soldiers appeared before them, blocking their path. Kuangya was slightly puzzled. The attire of these newly appeared soldiers was different from the shrimps they had encountered before. They were not the shrimp-wielding laser guns, electromagnetic rifles, like those of the Navy Marine Corps, nor as formidable, neither were they the armed sailors, though they were a bit stronger than them. But soon Kuangya didn't care. They were all shrimps anyway, just kill them and that's good. The 100 or so people even set up bombs in the road, but it was meaningless. The spiritual energy kids and artisan kids who stormed with him all had ways to detect these buried bombs in advance and detonate them beforehand. The occasional misses weren't a big problem either. Explosions that somewhat harmed the average green-skin orc barely mattered if they stood a bit further away, let alone the armored units. After the bombs proved ineffective, what remained was a bloody confrontation, or rather, a one-sided slaughter. The strongest firepower of this platoon was nothing more than some bombs, a small number of rocket launchers. The configurations of machine infantry with armored vehicles in front had been swept clean like cutting melons and vegetables, not to mention these guys. In 3 to 5 minutes, the entire platoon was nearly wiped out. Their reluctance to retreat in a death struggle was not due to unwillingness, but because they simply didn't have time to run, or they wouldn't be able to get away if they tried. Turning their backs to the enemy only led to being shot down more quickly. However, the lives they had given were not without value. At the very least, they had slowed down the orcs' assault squad by a few minutes. It was these same minutes that allowed Ji Hang and his elite team to complete the defensive preparations outside the core engine power compartment. Actually, there wasn't much that could be set up. Even if they wanted to build some fire points or shelters, it was difficult. Aboard a starship, it was not like being on the surface of a planet. In the wild, you could dig trenches in the soil, and in city ruins, you could use various debris and building materials to build shelters. But on a starship, there was nothing but various rooms or corridors, narrow or spacious. Unless the structure itself had something bulletproof to hide behind, you'd have to exchange fire with flesh and blood or simply turn the corner and dive straight into a bloody close-quarters brawl. In such an environment, the size of the green-skin orcs was obviously an advantage. Humans indeed had bulletproof armor inserts, but greenskins also had scrap metal armor, so no one lagged behind the other. And when it came to physical resilience, Kuangya's elite guards could take a couple of 100 bullets apiece, far more formidable than humans. All Ji Hang could rely on was greater numbers and stronger firepower. The location he chose for battle was a crossroads. Taking the forward direction of the starship as north, the Green Skin Assault Squad was coming from the south to the north, and on their route they were bound to pass through a broad crossroads. Gu Hang positioned a heavy force to the north of the intersection, which was the direction leading to the power compartment. 2 battalions of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade were all there, but not heavily concentrated. Instead, they used fighting vehicles as cover, roadblocks, and fire points, with soldiers setting up multiple obstacles on this 8-meter-wide passageway. If greenskins were to reach the power compartment, they would have to step over the bodies of the Rajal people from this crossroads onward for every meter. At the same time, on the narrower east and west passages of the intersection, troops were also stationed. The 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Infantry Division placed a combat battalion on each side. Rows of soldiers lay prone, with a row crouching behind them, and another row standing behind that. They held their guns aimed at the intersection, and a bit further back, there were rocket launcher troops ready to unleash a full-force barrage on the green skin orcs as they passed. Additionally, there was a reserve force composed of a battalion also from the 22nd Regiment. They stood by on the fringe of the battlefield and would flank the rear of the green skin assault team from the south side of the intersection as soon as the battle started. Gu Hang prepared a large net for them. But the key to this net was himself and the 4 phoenixes. Before boarding the starship, Gu Hang had leveled up. The battle in the ruins of the Eradication Tower, besides yielding generous points of grace, also maxed out his experience, enabling him to advance to level 5. Advancing to level 5 required a full 500 points of grace. This brought an increase of 1 point in Constitution, 1 point in Intellect. Beyond that, there was a new talent. When boarding the starship, he had thought that he might need to deal with the green skin fleet's boarding combat. Although he could never have imagined that boarding would indeed soon threaten the quintet, he had prudently chosen to invest in a layer of spiritual energy. And this brought him an upgraded talent, Advanced Telekinesis Control. Advanced Telekinesis Control. This talent will replace telekinesis control. You can now use spiritual energy more forcefully to control physical objects. Intellect +2. Although no new talent arrived, the upgraded version of telekinesis control was still quite reliable. Telekinesis control was a general and potent psychic spell with outstanding effects. Moreover, after switching to advanced telekinesis control, his spiritual energy had increased slightly. As of now, Gu Hang's total spiritual energy attribute had reached 20 points. His attributes had become as follows. Hero. Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV5, insufficient experience to level up. Physique. 10, Spiritual Energy, 20. Traits. Psychic Caster, Governor of Rajal Star, Enemy of the Storm. Talents. Protective Spiritual Energy, Advanced Telekinesis Control, Mind Manipulation. This boost significantly enhanced Gu Hang's own strength. An increase of 2 points in spiritual energy meant that both the intensity of his spiritual energy and the power of his psychic spells more than doubled from before. As a level 5 psychic who had put all points into spiritual energy, Gu Hang was already very strong. To use an interstellar warrior as an example, before the upgrade, he could barely handle a one-on-one fight against an average star warrior. But now, crushing an old soldier wasn't a big problem for him. He could comfortably defeat a battle group warrior, and he could barely manage to fight against someone at the level of a squad champion like Madden's. The increase in his strength this time would be a great help in the upcoming battle to eliminate the Beastman fleet general. As long as they could kill the Beastman overlord, the encirclement laid out with the forces at hand would be meaningful, ensuring the total annihilation of those green skin orcs here and effectively resolving the threat of this round of boarding tactics. There might still be green skins alive, scattered throughout the ships, but they would no longer be a threat. If they failed to kill him, let's not even talk about it, it's either dying here or getting blown up in space along with the starship. This is space maritime warfare. When a ship explodes, there's truly no way out. All preparations had been made, and the battle came swiftly. Kwangya arrived even faster than expected. His assault team appeared at the southern end of the crossroads. After violently demolishing a door, a troop of green skins rushed forward. The walkers and soldiers, firepower quickly filled the entire passage, and even if those 5 green skins were elite and capable fighters, they couldn't survive a bullet storm in such an environment with no room to dodge. Their crude iron armor shattered, they rushed forward a few dozen more steps with their strong and highly resistant bodies, but ultimately fell under the concentrated fire. But what followed was not as easy to defeat. Those were two parallel killing machines. The machine guns on the walkers could still inflict effective damage on them, but were unable to quickly eliminate them. Similarly, the machine guns in the hands of the killing machines could penetrate the walkers' armor. The killing machines advanced while firing. Under their cover, the greenskins continued to press forward. Fierce exchanges of fire began, and casualties started to occur among the human soldiers. A walker exploded, taking a few nearby soldiers with it, but at the same time, several rocket launchers took effect, overturning one of the riddled killing machines. However, during this process, the greenskin orcs' ranks had advanced a considerable distance. After one killing machine was toppled, the greenskins didn't want to just rush forward half-heartedly either. At least, Kwangya didn't have the patience for that. He pushed aside the young greenskins that were rushing faster than him, shoved aside a fear-inducing ironkin that still wanted to surge forward, and threw himself into the front line. The heat gun on his shoulder immediately came into play, piercing through half the corridor. From the intense red heat line backward, 3 walkers were pierced with large holes, and further melting extended outward from the perforated parts, causing the 3 vehicles to fall silent. The soldiers standing in line with the heat line didn't survive either. All of the rocket nests on his left arm were also emptied, and a series of violent explosions occurred on the human's position. The gunfire that had filled the passage instantly fell silent for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, a mass of green skins began to surge forward rapidly. Even though the human soldiers' firepower was soon restored, it didn't significantly slow their advance. The Beastman fleet general at the forefront bore most of the incoming fire with his massive and sturdy body. Machine gun fire from the walkers, even concentrated and intense, only literally created a metal storm. On him, the bullets were metallic, making contact like a gust of wind, merely slowing his pace. But conversely, once the heat gun on his shoulder was recharged, and the rocket nests in his hands were automatically refilled, a round of his firepower would obliterate a section of the human position, silencing the gunfire and waiting for another wave of soldiers to come before the firepower could be restored. Moreover, the firepower on the side of the green-skin orcs wasn't solely from Kwangya himself. The iron cans of terror, the weapons mounted on the killing cans, were equally ferocious in their firepower. The orcs kept pushing forward relentlessly. During this process, green-skin orcs fell constantly, and occasionally a killing can would be destroyed. However, the human side was paying an even heavier price. As a frontline commander, Prabhav's heart was bleeding. Within his 1st Battalion, the most precious 2 companies, the Abandoned Cave Company and Cody Company, he had assigned to the most arduous tasks, to act as the first echelon in blocking the greenskins. But now, he had lost contact with both companies. In just a few minutes, he had lost his most elite 2 companies. Among these 2 companies, there were many of his fellow countrymen. Heartache, sadness, guilt, these emotions were swirling in his heart. Yet, as a commander on the front line, he still had to be ruthless, sending the subordinates he held dear to a battlefield of extreme brutality. They were all fine young men, yet they had spilled their blood so far away from their homeland. But this was exactly in order to defend their homeland. The 1st Battalion had nearly half of its troops empty, it was time for the 2nd Battalion to take over. Until new orders were issued, they must fight to the end, even if it meant dying at this position. Soon, the greenskins led by Kwangya reached the crossroads. At this moment, soldiers who had been positioned early in the passageways to the east and west began to fire with all their might. Beyond bullets, a large number of rocket launchers, as infantry firepower, were fiercely launched. The 2 battalion commanders from the 22nd Regiment, although they couldn't see the fierce battle around the corner passageway, were extremely anxious when they saw countless bullets flying across the intersection and heard the orders over their listening devices, realizing that 2 of the most elite companies had been wiped out in minutes. They were no longer thinking about life and death. They were considering that at the first moment of engagement, they had to fire all the firepower at hand as forcefully as possible. If they did not do so, thinking of saving the key weapons for a critical moment, they would likely not have the opportunity to fire them. Plainly put, it was some rocket launchers. But the greenskins were not fools. Seeing such a well-defended front and another crossroads ahead, how could they not be cautious? Kwangya took a moment here to continue attracting fire but also waited for more orc mechas to arrive. According to his strategy, he would split off some forces to strike into both flanks, at least holding the ground until the main force had passed through. The infantry on both sides also made a resolute decision, launching all the rocket launchers they had almost in one go. Amidst the powerful bombing, every commander heard a new order in their ears. All units charge. This was certainly not an easy order to accept, but whether they were soldiers of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade or the infantry of the 22nd Regiment, all moved at the command of officers, political instructors, and duty officers. The moment of desperation has come. Follow me on the charge. The officers, political instructors, and duty officers led the way, and the soldiers followed close behind. While firing, they charged toward the center of the crossroads. Kwangya was somewhat surprised. Those shrimps actually dared to charge at them. He really hadn't seen that coming. Actually, the shrimps they had encountered along the way were all quite brave, nearly all of them willing to fight to the death with huge casualties. It's just a pity that their abilities were a bit weak, otherwise, killing them would have been even more thrilling. Even so, those brave soldiers also tried their best to avoid close combat with them, preferring to use layers of delay tactics and long-range firepower to reduce their numbers, hoping to hold out with their numerical advantage until ultimate victory. This was the first time they had encountered shrimps daring enough to launch a charge at them. Quite interesting. But Kwangya didn't feel worried about anything. Perhaps they had some special methods, but it didn't matter. Bring it on, Warlord Kwangya, fear nothing. He reaped a decent toll with his furious rocket and thermite cannon, and then some shrimps charged him amidst the fierce crossfire. He took the great axe slung over his back, and with just one horizontal sweep, 3 shrimps were cut in half at the waist. Then more shrimps charged over. But the human soldiers who reached his face appeared somewhat helpless. Facing a nearly 3-meter-tall steel giant, impervious to concentrated machine gun fire, what could they do even if they charged up close? Could bullets penetrate armor at close range, or could bayonets pierce through it? However, the soldiers had their own methods. Kwangya saw that some shrimps strapped bombs to themselves. But it was meaningless. In front of him, they didn't even have the chance to detonate the bombs. The small shrimp had clearly misjudged Kwangya's reaction speed and strength. His nearly 3-meter-tall frame moved like lightning. Just a kick sent the human soldier's chest caving in, the entire person flying several meters away. Another soldier then picked up the bomb pack from the corpse and charged at him again, even pulling the fuse early, but this time he couldn't even get close, taking a bullet from 6 or 7 meters away. The prematurely detonated bomb did explode, but the heatwave and shockwave from several meters away, of course, couldn't bother Kwangya, and instead killed 2 other human soldiers nearby. All in all, the charge of the human soldiers was tragic and harrowing, but it seemed utterly pointless. Far from killing more green skins, their casualties were particularly great, as if they were simply marching to their deaths. If things continued like this, it would not be long before all were dead. Kwangya thought so too and felt the opposing commander had lost his mind, even dumber than the dumbest kid in the tribe. No sooner had he thought this than he was struck hard. 2 azure beams shot out from the human soldiers' formation. These beams were no ordinary means of attack. His armor was penetrated directly, a smoking hole in his chest and another in his head. This was real damage, especially the shot to the head that caused him excruciating pain. Only, what armor did not stop, his skull did. His head wasn't pierced, but he could feel immense pain and a sensation of his skull fracturing. The chest was pierced more thoroughly, damaging the respiratory system. Even for him, these 2 strikes were certainly very serious injuries. Not fatal, but very painful. Damage to the respiratory system made even breathing feel somewhat sweet. A fractured skull made his head dizzy. In a daze, he only then saw 2 shrimp bigwigs in blood-red power armors, standing about 70 meters away from him, the fully charged glow of their plasma guns not yet subsided. At the same time, 2 more of the same shrimp bigwigs in blood-red power armors had charged to within 10 meters of him. Why had I not seen them before? Such big targets, even if mixed within the charging human soldiers, would be extremely conspicuous. Anyone with eyes couldn't fail to see them. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder the reasons. At close range, the 2 shrimp bigwigs had already raised their weapons. The one charging at the front, wearing a black skull helmet, held a scepter in his hand, none other than Priest Nicola Rizzo of the Phoenix. He raised the head of his scepter, aiming it at Genie Kwangya's head. Taken by surprise, Kwangya could only dodge backwards reluctantly, while forcefully swinging his battle axe, clashing hard with the priest. An even match. Injured and ambushed without being able to muster full strength, this confrontation ended up in a draw. The gravity scepter in Rizzo's hand smashed Kwangya's defensive stance, but he himself, due to the force of the blow, staggered back 2 steps. But it wasn't just him launching a surprise attack. Mattins, wielding a chainsaw sword, followed closely and seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at his chest. Kwangya's thick chest armor was shredded by the chainsaw. The previous concentrated plasma gun strike had not only pierced his chest armor and injured his lungs but also weakened his chest armor further. If it had not been for this precondition, Mattin's chainsaw sword would probably not have been able to achieve such an effective blow. A large wound appeared on his chest plate, and the foul blood of the green skin spurted out from the wound. But just as Mattins was about to strike again, preparing to attempt to cut the Beastman Overlord in 2 from the chest down with his next blow, a tremendous force came from his waist. Genie Kwangya kicked out, sending Mattins flying. His physical strength was so immense that his kick sent a fully armed space marine flying several meters away, half crashing to the ground. At the same time, Kwangya twisted his body, trying to point the shoulder-mounted Meltagun at Nicola Rizzo, who was currently being entangled by a nearby killing can. If this shot hit its mark, the power of the Meltagun would be enough to kill the High Priest in a single blast. However, this did not become a reality. As he tried to aim, he suddenly found that his body was immovable. A mysterious force formed binding bands, making his movements sluggish. He barely managed to pull the trigger of the Meltagun, but it fired up into the air, blowing a huge hole in the ceiling and revealing the floor above. At this moment, 2 distant space marines took action. Their plasma guns once again completed charging and shot toward the killing can, entangling Rizzo. The killing can did not have the resilience of their overlord. Their armor was far from as thick as the overlord, and as the plasma beams pierced through the armor, they experienced little attenuation. The flesh of green skins or fart spirits, sewn into the killing cans had less sturdy foreheads and chests. After being shot through, their muscles couldn't immediately contract to stop the bleeding, and the remaining organs had difficulty continuing to function. With 2 shots, the killing can was finished, and Rizzo was freed. Several green skin lads tried to come forward to block, but the human soldiers who charged up with the Space Marines bravely held their bayonets and clashed with them. Although they were quickly slaughtered, more soldiers continued to arrive. They even overturned these green skins, shooting bullets at point-blank range into their eyeballs and stabbing bayonets into their necks and heads. The sacrifice of these warriors and their hard-won victories completely freed Rizzo once again. He swung his hammer again, flipping a killing can that was trying to lift its autocannon to bomb the crowd at close range. The gravity scepter smashed its chest armor inward with great force. Turning his head, the old priest looked at Genie Kwangya and raised the gravity scepter in his hand. He mumbled words as he swung his weapon, and anyone listening closely would realize that it was content from the Emperor's holy words record. And this truly made him more resolute, further increasing the strength with which he wielded his weapon. This hammer blow smashed fiercely against Kwangya's chest, completely shattering the already chainsword tattered chest plate, and might have possibly broken 1 or more of Kwangya's ribs. Immediately afterward, Mattins followed up, his chainsword ready to chop down again. Roar. Facing death, the green skin overlord let out a deafening roar. A strange power burst forth from within him, first breaking through the force that was binding his body. Ji Yu Hang, who was hiding further away, let out a muffled groan as blood started oozing out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Previously, using mental manipulation to make the green skin overlord overlook the 4 space marines who were advancing with the infantry was certainly his doing. Thus, the Phoenix squad got an excellent opportunity for a preemptive strike and managed to deal heavy damage to the Beastman overlord. Later, when Genie Kwangya finished dealing with the first wave of attacks and was attempting to resolve Rizzo with the shoulder-mounted Meltagun, it was him again, using advanced telekinesis to halt Kwangya's attack, causing the shot to go astray. But doing all this came at a cost, and he felt enormous pressure. While performing mental manipulation, he could sense a mysterious power in the overlord mind, keeping his brain in a state of frenzy yet still holding onto certain rationality. Disturbing such a brain was particularly challenging and took a lot of time. It was for this reason that he had to delay the timing of the assault by the Space Marines, resulting in more lives of ordinary soldiers being lost at this crossroads. While using his telekinesis to control Kwangya's body, he felt as if he was wrestling with a tank, No, after leveling up and reaching 20 points in spiritual attributes, and mastering the more specialized advanced telekinesis, he even felt like he could flip over a lion tank in one go. But with Kwangya, he could barely limit his movements. This was expected. To reach this level and provide support to the Space Marines was adequate. Initially, when Rizzo and Maddens produced excellent combat results at close range, and it seemed that the terrifyingly armored beast was about to be killed, there was still a slip-up. What was this force that exploded out? It seemed similar to spiritual energy, yet it was furious, uncontrollable, filled with wonders. Was this the so-called Wog energy, the Wog field? A type of psychic power unique to the green-skin orcs, a power of pure belief. Could their technology that functioned on the principle, if I reckon it'll work, it actually works, actually stem from this? On powerful individual green skins like the Beastman Fleet General, this kind of power could even materialize, strengthening his physique, and in crucial moments, it could also provide a surge of explosive capability. The spiritual energy enveloping the Beastman Overlord that Ji Yu Hang had cast was shattered by this force, which also brought him severe backlash damage. However, Ji Yu Hang did not even consider his own injuries. Seeing the erupting energy rejuvenating the severely wounded green skin, it kicked Maddens away and then clashed its great axe against Priest Rizzo. This time, Rizzo found no advantage and was forced off balance. Kwangya, relentless when at an advantage, slashed 3 times with his axe, smashing Priest Rizzo to the ground, and didn't even flinch when 2 plasma rays bombarded his body. After sustaining 3 axe blows from Kwangya, Rizzo's staff was knocked aside, and he lay on the ground, his breathing faint. Just as the Overlord was raising his axe, ready to make another strike to chop off the big-headed Redskin's head, Ji Yu Hang's spiritual energy surged forth once again, restraining his right arm. Under the heavy injuries, forcing this action made Ji Yu Hang's condition even worse, with more fresh blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears, even his eyes were bleeding. But he still succeeded in limiting the Beastman Overlord movement, saving Priest Rizzo's life. At that moment, Maddens, who had been kicked away a second time, charged back in, roaring as he once again slashed his chainsaw sword at the Beastman Overlord's shattered chest. However, the chainsaw sword was blocked by Kwangya's left arm. His pair of steel claw hands clamped down on Maddens' chainsaw sword. The chainsaw buzzed loudly, producing spectacular sparks against Kwangya's steel claws, yet they were deadlocked in combat. The situation was at a standstill for the time being. Ji Yu Hang realized something was wrong. He could only control Kwangya's arm wielding the axe, and he wouldn't be able to maintain the control for long. Once his power dissipated, the tide of battle would immediately turn. There had to be further resolution to the problem. He had one more option, to stimulate spiritual energy even further, abandoning the control of Kwangya's axe-wielding right arm, and instead controlling the steel claws that were blocking Maddens. Doing so would provide Maddens the opportunity to slice open the Beastman Overlord chest with the chainsaw sword and kill him. But as soon as he released control of the axe, Priest Rizzo's head would fall. Should he do it? Ji Yu Hang knew there was no time left for hesitation, he had to make a decision immediately. But before that, there arose another variable in the situation. His spiritual energy sensed someone appearing in the hole that had been blasted in the ceiling by Kwangya's melter cannon. It was a human soldier, clad in the uniform of the Rajoul Star Governor General Corps and, judging by the insignia, belonging to the 3rd Independent Regiment. This battle outside the Corps engine power cabin shouldn't have involved the 3rd Independent Regiment. The assembly of troops had been too rushed, with no time to call in more forces. The presence of this person here was clearly accidental, a coincidence. But they might bring a significant surprise. After an entire platoon was wiped out, LaCroix, as the highest ranking among the remaining 7, became the acting commander. He had no idea where to go, let alone what the original mission target of the platoon was. He could only follow the simple idea of leading the remaining 6 men towards where the fighting was happening, in the hope of finding proper officers to join and to offload the leadership responsibility he had been reluctantly carrying. Along the way, they encountered mostly aftermaths of battles but no living, proper officers. One particularly gruesome battlefield was littered with heaps of corpses. They passed through it and picked up a few weapons. LaCroix knew that the electromagnetic rifles from the elite Marine troops were much better than their G9A assault rifles. As for their original rifles, they dared not discard them. Throwing away weapons meant facing court-martial upon return. But picking up a few extra on the way back shouldn't be a crime, right? And it wasn't just rifles they picked up. From a dead Marine soldier, cut in half, they found 2 personal melter bombs. New and unfamiliar, but after examining them briefly, they roughly knew how to operate them, although they couldn't guarantee it was correct since they dared not actually test them out. Then, they pressed on, and halfway through, they heard more intense gunfire. LaCroix once again led his men towards the sound, determined to relinquish command. I'm obviously only suitable to be a soldier, not an officer, he thought. And the reason this thought became even stronger was that even while leading his troops towards the most intense fighting, he could still take the wrong path. They arrived, but to their embarrassment, they discovered that the intense gunfire seemed to be coming from beneath their feet. The starship's environment was too complex, not like the surface, with only one ground level. They had reached a higher deck, but now it was deserted. Wanting to descend into battle and find a higher-ranking leader proved impossible. However, fortune favors the bold, and just as he and his 6 men aimlessly searched for a way down, a red beam cannon shot upward from below, punching through the ground not far away. Hey, isn't that a way down? The metal structure there had turned red, the power of the melter cannon was fierce. After a little while, when the temperature wasn't so high, he carefully approached the side of the large hole with an approximate diameter of 1.2 meters. The hole wasn't this large at the beginning, it just melted to this size in a matter of seconds. He poked his head out of the hole and took a glance downward, spotting a starship trooper clad in red-powered armor, with a skull helmet, lying at the foot of a gigantic steel-green skin, and another trooper, who seemed to be chopping with a chainsaw sword but was blocked by a hand. He recognized them, the 2 starship troopers belonged to the Phoenix battle group. Though he had only caught a glimpse of them from afar on the battlefield outside Rubbish Town, the impression they left was simply too profound. But even such starship troopers were embroiled in a tough battle. How terrifying was that immense green-skinned giant? However, it seemed that the giant had met his match. One of his hands was held up with an axe, unable to chop down, the other blocked the chainsaw sword. Witnessing this scene, LaCroix hesitated for a second, or maybe 2. Then, he made a decision. I'm really not cut out to be an officer, just a soldier. And as a soldier, what should I do now? He took out the personal melter bomb he had picked up earlier, tore off the adhesive protective cover on the back, and disengaged the safety, seeing a countdown with red numbers appear. Next, he leapt down through the hole with the bomb in his arms, landing right on the shoulder of the green-skin orc. His weight of 70 to 80 kilograms falling on the massive green skin didn't make him budge an inch. Of course, he hadn't expected to squash his opponent to death with a landing blow, but he acted quickly, sticking the personal melter bomb onto the giant's bloody chest, then lost his balance and tumbled down from its shoulder, crashing to the ground in disarray. While still dazed, he felt a tremendous force from behind his neck, as a large hand grabbed the collar of his clothes and dragged him backward on the run. Amidst the whirling chaos, he also saw the previously fallen starship trooper at the feet of the green-skinned giant being pulled back by an invisible force, flying away. After a while, he heard an explosion. So this is the sound of a melter bomb exploding. First came a crackling sound, followed by a dull thud, and then a bubbling noise. When the force pulling his collar ceased, he ignored the pain of his raw back, half rose to his feet, and looked into the distance. He could see the steel giant turned a fiery red color. Its limbs and head were still intact, but inside the previously destroyed chest armor, it appeared as if there was a continually burning red sun, emitting light outward. The power of the melter bomb triggered an extremely high temperature that expanded outwards. The steel armor on the body of the Beastman Overlord was considered one of the most advanced technological marvels of the Iron Tooth clan, not so easily melted, but its flesh and blood were another story. In an instant, its chest and abdominal cavities were almost incinerated. The giant's huge body twitched futilely a few times and then fell still. LaCroix stared at the scene, somewhat dumbfounded. Suddenly, his view was obstructed by a large shadow. Looking up, he saw the person who had just dragged him back by the collar, the starship trooper brandishing the chainsaw sword. The trooper patted his head and said, "You're a hero. Can you tell me what you were thinking before you jumped?" LaCroix was still a bit stunned, and he didn't know how to answer the question. What was he thinking the moment before the jump? He wasn't thinking anything, but his mind wasn't blank either. If he had to give an answer, it would be when he rode the transport ship, gazing back at his home Rajal star in the starry space, and when on the quintet, lying in an extremely narrow and confined cabin, his thoughts always meandered to that utterly insignificant question. I was thinking about the value of life. He answered the trooper's question quite seriously. This chapter has 6,000 words. That's technically an extra update for today. Also, although I update 4,000 words daily, on time at 11 o'clock noon, I really don't have any drafts. The drafts are written late into the night the day before, and it was 4:30 when I finished this chapter. Not having drafts is really exhausting. I'll write more on the weekends to try to prevent this. I'll publish it on schedule, and correct any typos after I wake up. When Gu Heng opened his eyes again, dozens of minutes had passed, and the battle at the crossroads had ended. The soldier from the 3rd Independent Regiment, who had descended from the sky and used a thermite bomb from who knows where to kill the Beastman Overlord, prompted Gu Heng to release the telekinetic control over Kwangya. Instead, he employed spiritual energy to pull the priest, who was barely hanging on to life and unconscious, forcefully to the rear to prevent him from being affected by the thermite bomb blast. At the same time, he also saw Mattins, while retreating swiftly, did not forget to drag that heroic soldier back with him. Next, he witnessed Kwangya melting from the chest up, where his armor had completely failed, and then the orc was burned through from the inside out. Although many green-skin orcs were still alive on the battlefield when Kwangya died, their threat level dropped dramatically once their strongest leader was dead, which is characteristic of green-skin orcs. Without their leader, they began to disperse and fight on their own. Moreover, Kwangya's influence on the green-skin orc assault group was immense. Without him to withstand countless attacks and kill various infantry and armored units, the remaining green-skins, even the murder can and the dread iron can, fell far behind in combat strength. The armored personnel carriers began to advance slowly in the 8-meter-wide corridor, with the infantry orderly using them as cover and a firepower platform to attack the enemy. An infantry battalion that had flanked from the south side of the intersection caught the greenskins, now in disarray and weakened in their will to fight, off guard. The rocket launchers fired round after round, with the explosions, destructive power magnified in the narrow passage. Moreover, even though Gu Heng himself could no longer maintain his combat strength due to the overload of spiritual energy, and Priest Rizzo was in the same condition, there were still 3 Starship Warriors left. They turned into super soldiers on the battlefield, taking on a role similar to that previously played by Genie Kwangya. Perhaps, even Mattins, the nominal leader of the battle group, only had the prowess of a squad champion and was badly equipped, far from the strength of the Beastman Overlord. However, they had the advantage of being 3 men and, compared to the Green Skin Overlord, they were more calculated, rational, and very adept at coordinating with the mortal troops in combat. They would not use their powered suits to directly withstand the enemy's fiercest firepower. They knew when to step in and help the infantry when they encountered difficult situations. Overall, the battle was essentially over, and they had won the final victory. Although the troops under Gu Heng's command also suffered tremendous casualties, it was still fine because they won. Having witnessed this moment, he felt relieved enough to pass out. The excessive use of spiritual energy had left him with a splitting headache. However, he didn't faint for long. It was just for dozens of minutes, which didn't really affect anything significant. Upon waking up again, he felt much better. Although still a little shaky and not daring to use spiritual energy, fearing it would make his head hurt more, he could at least move normally without any major problems. At this moment, the battle was essentially over, and his soldiers were clearing the battlefield. The greenskins who hadn't completely died were finished off with a few gunshots or had their brains thoroughly scrambled with a bayonet thrust into their heads. If they encountered their comrades in arms, the bodies were properly collected. For those blown too badly to even separate from each other's corpses, they could only bring back a head. If even the head couldn't be brought back, then there was nothing more to be done. However, one thing was certain to be retrieved: the soldier's armband, which bore the number of the soldier's unit and their own soldier number. Through this, one could identify the soldier's identity from the military administrative structure set up by Tadius. All the soldiers who died bravely deserved to be remembered. Then Gu Heng found the corpse of the Green Skin Overlord. He called Mattins over and asked him for a favor, to sever the Orc Overlord head. The head hadn't been completely burned by the thermite bomb, which was good. Carrying the head, he went to the Starship's Bridge Command Center, accompanied by 2 Starship Warriors. As for the other two Starship warriors, Rizzo had already been taken to receive treatment by another warrior. Quintet's Bridge Command Center. Yelicia was still mostly focused on commanding the starship in battle. She had to constantly monitor the movements of enemy ships and keep an eye on the Quintet's overall condition. However, during this process, part of her mind was always on the battle that had broken out inside the starship. After the Navy Marine Corps assembled their main force in an attempt to stop the enemy's advance but ended up getting wiped out, a great panic had already enveloped her. What she feared most was that in the midst of battle, her starship would explode from the inside. Yelicia knew that Ji Hang's troops had the support of 4 starship warriors. Of course, she had high hopes for these angels of the Emperor. Yet, thinking rationally, could 4 starship warriors really win against a beastman overlord? She dared not ponder too deeply on this question, fearing that the result would be too desperate to bear. She could only focus all her attention on commanding the naval battle. During this time, she had destroyed another Green Skin destroyer, and an escort ship of the Green Skins had been blown up by the firepower from the Beautiful Lady. Of the 2 escort ships in the Beautiful Lady convoy that had been invaded by jumpers, one had returned to normal, while the other had its void shield shut down and was subsequently destroyed. But overall, the enemy still had 1 destroyer and 2 escort ships left. The remaining strength, even just by the quintet alone, was more than enough to wipe them all out. Under normal circumstances, such as during drills at school in the past simulations, she would be opening champagne by now, celebrating victory with her colleagues in the command team. But she dared not now. On one hand, this was the first real naval battle she faced. She dared not take it lightly, not until all the green-skinned warships were truly destroyed. The stakes of this battle were immeasurably higher than any drill or simulation she had experienced before. On the other hand, the huge threat inside the starship had not been resolved. And just then, news arrived. Ji Hang was back and headed straight to the bridge. So what's the exact situation? Did we win or not? Yelicia asked. I don't know. The naval officer who delivered the message was sweating profusely. Mr. Ji didn't say. Yelicia slapped her hand, wanting to curse. Rationally, if they hadn't won, Ji Hang wouldn't dare to come over playing coy like this. It must be a victory. But without a confirmed message, how could she feel at ease? In the end, she could only say resentfully, "Let him in." No sooner had she spoken than, just a minute later, the door to the bridge command center opened. Immediately after, a huge head rolled in, like a wheel tumbling in. Yelicia was startled, the thick stench of blood filling her nostrils almost made her vomit. She was a military officer, a captain. She had seen her share of dead bodies, but, as someone of her noble status, she rarely set foot on the bloody battlefield herself. Most of the brutal battles were represented before her as reports, a string of numbers, at most some footage to view. There was no need for someone like her, a high-born noble from a naval family, an esteemed Imperial Navy Commodore, to personally risk her life, was there. Even the service pistol at her waist was merely ceremonial. But even so, she did not scream. She braced herself, carefully examining the head that had rolled to the front of her command table. It was the head of the Beastman Overlord. She was certain of it. Looking up, she saw Ji Hang with a pale face but a proud smile, accompanied by 2 star warriors, striding forward. Standing before the Overlord head, Ji Hang said to Yelicia on the command platform, "I told you, this is the start of our path to glory." Yelicia's face also bloomed with a brilliant smile, the blood's foul scent in her mouth and nose turned sweet. She would welcome the bloody scent of such an important enemy, even if unpleasant, wanting to savor it more. "Mr. Ji, you are a hero." It seemed she no longer minded that Ji Hang had subtly threatened her with the Rage Owl Star troops boarding the ship before the battle. It was not her magnanimity, but rather victory could overshadow all discord. The war was won, the benefits to her were incalculable. She not only didn't mind Ji Hang's earlier threats, but from the bottom of her heart, she was grateful that Mr. Ji helped her to strengthen her resolve. If she had missed out on this merit, that would have been a great pity. The death of the Beastman Overlord was a significant piece of good news. She finally didn't need to worry that, amid the fighting, her own starship would explode from the inside out. Had it not been for the ongoing space naval battle outside the starship, with green-skinned ships still charging, she certainly would have prepared a welcoming ceremony in line for the soon-to-return Ji Hang. Now she could finally devote all her attention to commanding the naval battle. With the unease swept from her mind, she commanded the fight with a buoyant spirit and a settled heart, feeling even the gunfire became more accurate and fierce. In contrast, upon noticing that the fighting inside the quintet had calmed and the entire ship was no longer in chaos or affected by disorganized combat, the remaining few ships of the Green Skin Fleet seemed to realize that their leader had really gotten themselves into trouble this time. Despite the lack of concrete news, they still started to show hesitation. They didn't flee but stopped charging, hesitantly exchanging fire with the quintet and the beautiful lady that had caught up from behind at a certain distance. This was obviously a losing strategy. After another main destroyer was destroyed, the remaining 3 green skin frigates lost even the courage to continue fighting and directly chose to flee. But by the time they thought of escaping, it was already too late to run away. The quintet chased after them, taking advantage of the long-range firepower to start picking them off one by one. In the end, as the 3 green skin frigates activated their jump drives, desperately trying to escape into the Star Realm tunnel, their propulsion failed, their shield system failed, and they were all blown up before the jump could even begin. Destroying green skin ships was not a painful ordeal. The green skin orcs' starships were usable only to them. For humans, even if captured, they were just a pile of junk, totally inoperable and beyond understanding how such a heap of rubble could navigate stably through space. After all of the green skin warships were eliminated, combat results popped up in Ji Heng's view. A resounding victory, earned 1401 points of grace. Naval part, lost 2, destroyed 12. Beautiful Lady Convoy, Allied, lost 2, destroyed 2. Imperial Navy, Allied, lost 0, destroyed 10. Ground combat part, lost 13,468, killed 2,623. Beautiful Lady Convoy, Allied, lost 5,569, killed 823. Imperial Navy, Allied, lost 3,763, killed 508. Phoenix Battle Group, Allied, lost 0, killed 63. Rage Owl Star Troops, lost 4,136, killed 1,229. This battle's settlement page was a bit special, with the naval part being settled separately, and the destruction of ships had almost nothing to do with Ji Heng. However, the ground combat was more closely related to him. The damage from the orcs, boarding and combat was substantial. Those who boarded were elite forces. The reason the beautiful Lady Convoy suffered over 5,000 losses was that an escort ship had been nearly massacred after being boarded. As the fight dragged on, many sailors were as good as unarmed, so the casualties were bound to be high. The quintet had elite ground forces and numerous armed sailors. But the biggest loss came during the attack led by Genie Kwangya, as too many people died without inflicting significant casualties on the green skins. Only Ji Heng's battle yielded a relatively better casualty ratio, mainly because heavy firepower couldn't be used. He could only fight the green skins hand to hand, which was a disadvantage, coupled with the many extra casualties paid to kill the Beastman Overlord. The battle was actually quite short-lived, especially when compared to the nearly 2-month battle at the High Tower Ruins, where the annihilation of the Green Skin tribe took place. This battle, particularly the ground combat, probably only lasted a few hours in total. But the intensity of the battle was immense. Based on Ji Heng's estimates, just looking at the green skins killed, the awarded grace points should be in the hundreds. Even if those green skins were more elite, with quite a several killing machines and terror tanks and the like, they shouldn't be in the thousands. That was according to the ratio worked out in the settlement of the battle at the High Tower Ruins. In that 2-month campaign, his forces killed 15,000 green skins and only earned a little over 2,000 grace points. However, this time the 1,000 or so kills earned thousands of grace points. The biggest difference was probably due to that Beastman Overlord head. At this point, Ji Heng still had to feel fortunate that the one who got the final kill was LaCroix, one of his soldiers. If the final kill had been taken by Mattins, then the victory would have been credited to the Allied forces that didn't award grace points, and the settlement would probably result in many fewer grace points. I must award that lad a heavy medal. As Wang Zhurong sat on the spaceship heading towards the quintet, the sensation of surviving a disastrous ordeal still lingered in her mind. When the green skin orcs fleet emerged from the jumping point, she really felt everything was over, with the probability of escaping being less than 1%. The appearance of the quintet was truly a deliverance from fate. Upon calming down, she knew this was no coincidence. The universe being so vast, it would be extremely coincidental for the quintet to happen to be jumping away from the Rajal star system to Coralia via the Star Realm Tunnel and then happen to encounter their beautiful lady convoy leaving the Star Realm Tunnel, only to be caught up to by the green skins. How low would that probability be? It must have been that the quintet received some information, then deliberately waited here. They already knew about the green skin orcs fleet appearing. This could also explain why the quintet was in stealth mode, then using the element of surprise, fired its weapons full force, instantly destroying an enemy mainline destroyer. She had no intention of blaming the Imperial Navy. Communication becomes extremely difficult when inside the Star Realm Tunnel, which is normal. Upon boarding the ship and meeting Colonel Yelicia, Wang Zhurong quickly stepped forward and embraced the female captain. Colonel Yelicia, sister, thank you so much. If not for you, I would have been doomed this time. Her gratitude was sincere. There was a reason she called her sister. They both knew each other, having mixed in the upper circles of Capital Wing Star in the Star Sector capital when they were younger, so they had some interaction. As they grew older, both had their own life experiences. Like most of the Fufana family's offspring, Yelicia went to the Naval Academy, and with her direct lineage and outstanding achievements, she became a representative of the younger generation, the youngest captain. Wang Zhurong, on the other hand, did not belong to a particularly powerful family, but had a very formidable aunt who married into the Gu family. Tianma. The Gu clan was rooted in the Tianma star sector, and their reputation had spread across several neighboring star sectors in recent years, mainly because they were an important member of the Empire Commerce Guild, owning several large-scale interstellar caravans and many smaller ones, with considerable financial strength. With her aunt's connections, and also investing some money from her own family as shares, she used the Gu commercial fleet's name to establish her own small caravan, which had been quite successful over the years. Since everyone had grown up and embarked on their own paths, Wang Zhurong and Yelicia hadn't seen or contacted each other for many years. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, they met here today, and their respective identities matched up perfectly. The Imperial merchant fleet was raided by alien pirates, and the Imperial Navy quickly stepped in to rescue the merchant fleet from peril. After a brief embrace and another use of sister to try and bring them closer, Wang Zhurong gestured to her entourage who accompanied her here, bringing forward 3 cases. A modest gift, as a token of appreciation, said Wang Zhurong with a light smile. And when we return to Flying Wing Star, a more generous gift will be sent to express our thanks. She knew how to conduct herself. Although fighting pirates and aliens was the duty of the Imperial Navy, she was rescued after all, and obligations needed to be fulfilled. This was also a way of developing closer ties. This is our duty as soldiers, Yelicia said while accepting the gifts without any ceremony. Of course, she didn't open the cases right there and then. There was no need to, it would seem too petty. She also trusted that Wang Zhurong wouldn't be so clueless. After chatting briefly, Wang Zhurong's gaze naturally turned to Ji Yuhang, who was standing by her side. Cousin. Ji Yuhang responded with a nod. The interaction between them was somewhat cold. This shouldn't be. In Ji Yuhang's memory, there was indeed an image of this cousin. Her aunt, who married into the Gu clan, was Ji Yuhang's biological mother. When he was younger, his father died early, so he didn't play much with his Gu family cousins and instead spent more time with his maternal uncle's daughter, Wang Zhurong. The two had a fairly good relationship. Wang Zhurong's original trading route did not include Rajal Star. She came here because Ji Yuhang contacted her through the quintet's communication system. She then brought a batch of goods that Ji Yuhang specifically requested, along with some typical bulk merchandise, planning to make a trip to the remote Rajal Star system. She had even made up her mind that for this trip, she wouldn't earn anything and was just doing her cousin a favor. If it weren't for the close relationship and the connection of having an aunt-mother, who would do such a thing? But unexpectedly, instead of not making a profit, she was now at a significant loss. Losing 2 escort ships, with the remaining 2 including Beautiful Lady, all had significant damage, and repairing the ships would also cost a considerable amount of money. This loss was not something a small business venture could compare to. To earn back this money, she would probably have to run for many years. For this reason, Ji Yuhang could understand why Wang Zhurong didn't show him any favorable expression. They may have had a good relationship, but this trip to the Rajal Star system had cost her too much. Ji Hang did feel guilty. But not much. Upon reflection, he couldn't blame himself. He wasn't intentionally trying to trip up his cousin. He had no idea about the green skin fleet approaching when he sent out the invitation. This is like asking a friend to give you a lift in a taxi, and then there's an accident. You can't blame the passenger for wanting a ride, can you? Plus, I did my best to rescue the people in the car. I'm not a prophet. Who could have predicted that calling a convoy would result in a green skin fleet lying in wait in the Star Realm tunnel? If it were just ordinary pirates, it would have been fine. Typical pirates might have a few shoddy ships at best. Her convoy had 3 escort ships, and including the firepower of the beautiful lady itself, handling small-time pirates would have been a piece of cake. However, by pirate standards, the green-skinned fleet that appeared was enormous. It would take terrible luck to encounter such trouble. Furthermore, upon receiving the intelligence, Ji Hang immediately began thinking of a solution. This was certainly to save his own planet, but also to rescue his cousin's convoy. I can't be blamed for what happened. I tried hard to find a solution when things went awry, and I indeed saved you. Thinking about it at this level, most of Ji Hang's guilt dissipated. Still, it was only right to compensate my cousin for her losses. When Wang Zhurong boarded the ship, Yelisia and Ji Hang welcomed her. After their initial interaction, they moved to a reception room to continue their in-depth discussion on post-war matters. In the reception room, there was a table with 3 chairs around it where the 3 of them sat. There was no particular arrangement regarding the seating order signaling any hierarchy. Yet, it was Ji Hang who spoke first. The war has ended, but the matters after the war are equally important. Victory doesn't erase the losses. We need to seek the dividends of our victory, not let the victory become a scar. He made an opening statement. The 2 others found his words reasonable. Victory is one thing, the fruits of victory another. Don't think that winning means you can enjoy the spoils. There are plenty of cases where victories end up costing more than defeats. This battle in particular. Fighting the green skins, there was no option to capture warships. All 12 green-skinned warships became space debris, with practically zero loot. The beautiful lady convoy lost 2 ships, and the quintet's repairs would cost a great deal. Even Ji Hang, with the smallest losses, had over 4,000 soldiers killed or wounded and at least 40 Strider combat vehicles destroyed. This is roughly the monthly output of Ji Hang's munitions factory. If we can't find other ways to reap the fruits of victory, then even a win would come at a blood loss. Also, there was an unspoken implication: the fruits of victory had not only to be sought out but also divided among them. Ji Hang spoke logically, and Wang Zhurong agreed. However, she found it somewhat strange that her cousin was acting as if he was the one in charge, hosting the meeting. What was more critical was that Yelisia didn't seem to have any objection and listened intently. This incident was not an accident, Ji Hang continued. It was a premeditated, planned invasion by the Iron Tooth clan against the Tianma Star sector. It included deploying spores to Rajal Star, attempting to infect the entire planet with greenery and use it as a springboard for invading the Tianma Star sector. I thwarted their ground actions on the planet, and with the help of the Imperial Navy, destroyed the vanguard clan the Iron Tooth clan had cultivated on Rajal Star during the last governor's term. The Iron Tooth clan, unwilling to accept defeat, dispatched their main fleet, consisting of 4 destroyers and 12 escort ships, complete with a large contingent of ground troops, attempting a forceful invasion of Rajal Star. I intercepted the intelligence. The quintet contacted the nearby beautiful lady convoy, and under the authority granted by the War Act, temporarily requisitioned the convoy's ships. We lured the green-skin alien fleet into a pre-set ambush location and near the jump point of Tunnel 1 in the Rajal Star system. We conducted a successful annihilation battle. The entire green-skin fleet was eliminated, and the Beastman Overlord was beheaded. Ji Hang was telling a story. The 2 ladies beside him listened more and more intently as he spoke. Now, what they were discussing was the information soon to be reported to the Star Sector government, to the Imperial Military Department. Lying was out of the question. Inventing facts, exaggerating triumphs, concealing losses. These factual matters could not be falsified. You could gamble on the Star Sector government not caring, or bet that the Imperial Military Department wouldn't spot the discrepancies, but if you gamble and lose, you end up with nothing. However, Ji Hang's statement was not afraid of scrutiny. On the specific facts, there was no fabrication. Indeed, a crisis of green-skinned beings proliferating occurred on Rajal star, and the size of the green-skinned tribe had indeed reached tens of thousands, with technological advancements reaching the level of possessing killer cans and iron fear cans, and even the emergence of green-skinned warlords. Who could say that such a green-skin army was a wild, primitive green skin? Even if one were to perform genetic sequencing, it would undoubtedly be from the Iron Tooth clan.
The Iron Tooth clan, a large space orc clan within the Star Sea that has some renown, majorly operates in the Eastern Cosmos domain. Their most famous deed is the destruction of over 50 Empire worlds across 3 star sectors. To date, they still hold those territories and have not been eradicated, with the war between humans and them ongoing. Afterwards, the configuration and scale of the Green Skin Fleet with 4+8 was also entirely true. The Quintet indeed pulled in the beautiful Lady Convoy and entirely annihilated that fleet around the transition area of the Rage Owl star system. The general account of the engagement was factually correct, entirely based on reality. But this narrative, in comparison, was much more appealing than the bare facts. The discovery of green skin proliferation on Rage Owl star was due to biological research prior to the world's destruction. Local green skins sending messages into space which were picked up by the Green Skin Fleet. That marauding fleet ventured to this area. The beautiful Lady Convoy happened upon them and got involved, accidentally attacked, then rescued by the Quintet. What does this mean? According to Ji Yuhang's statement, everyone benefited. The whole event was magnified into a major assault on the Tianma star sector by the Iron Tooth clan, with the vanguard defeated. This was a great military achievement, far greater than annihilating a group of green skin pirates. Especially pleased with this narrative was Wang Jiarong. Her convoy, by changing its banner, was not merely a victim or a rescued party, but became a convoy drafted to coordinate with the Imperial Navy's operations. And under the relevant laws, she could report her losses to the Empire Commerce Guild and the Military Affairs Department to receive certain compensations. It's not as if she would directly receive replacement escort ships for the 2 destroyed ones, but at the very least she would receive a considerable sum of money, as well as perks such as higher-level qualifications for ship purchases, ship buying discounts, tax breaks, and compensation. Especially when it comes to ship buying qualifications. Large starships aren't something one can buy whenever they wish. The Empire government has strict restrictions on this. If handled well, she could obtain the qualifications to buy a destroyer or even a cruiser-grade vessel, and just that qualification alone, even if she doesn't use it personally and decides to sell it, would be a substantial income. All of these taken together, it's quite possible not only to recover all her losses but also to make a hefty profit. At the same time, Yelicia was said to gain the most profit. Or in other words, in this battle her and her quintet were undeniably the main force. No matter how the spoils of victory were divided, she wouldn't miss out on taking the biggest share. The Iron Tooth clan's vanguard fleet invading the Tianma star sector, consisting of 12 naval ships, was completely obliterated by her leading a small convoy. She was the supreme commander, the absolute main force in battle. Her decisive judgment, extraordinary strategy, and impressive military achievements were all out in the open. She advantageously thwarted the Beastman's assault and inflicted a devastating blow on the Orc naval forces. The quintet took damage. What of it? The Military Affairs Department would pay for the repairs, which could hardly be considered her responsibility, but rather a merit. With the Fufana family's influence in the Imperial Navy, she was set to be promoted to a rising star general. With just her military academy and drill performances, she could become a provisional general, a starship captain. Now, with her stunning wartime achievement laid bare, her rapid promotion to a true general was certain. Even more so, this would pave the way for even further advancement in her future. A promotion to major general within a year, then with a few more years and ample experience, aspiring to take the position of fleet commander for the Tianma fleet was not beyond hope. And Ji Yuhang could also reap considerable benefits by virtue of eradicating the surface vanguard, providing important intelligence, and participating in the star battle to solve the Beastman overlord. All being 3 significant merits. Compared to those 2 ladies, what Ji Yuhang could obtain was relatively little. But he was content. The Iron Tooth clan's raiding fleet was originally targeting Rage Owl star. By involving the beautiful Lady Convoy and the Imperial Navy, it was like solving a massive problem for him, one that he couldn't have resolved by himself. That was the biggest gain. and the thousands of grace points seemed like an incidental benefit, taken for granted. However, Gu Hang would still strive to secure more additional rights for himself. Eliminating the surface vanguard, providing important intelligence, taking part in space battles to take down the Beastman overlord. The Planetary Defense Force of Rajal Star made such a great contribution in this war and suffered heavy losses. Shouldn't the Military Affairs Department consider issuing some more advanced equipment to cope with the possible future wars? Even more, Gu Hang was contemplating something. Now, with definitive intelligence involving a giant like the Iron Tooth clan possibly launching a massive attack on Tianma Star Sector, they have de facto sent out a vanguard fleet. Thus, the Empire needs to strengthen the defense forces on Rajal Star, right? In addition to stationing a starship, deploying a certain number of land forces, stationing an actual Star Realm Army Corps would be quite reasonable, right? Oh, the Star Realm Army is stretched thin? Can't temporarily draw a sufficient force? No worries, Gu Hang, the planetary governor of the Empire, the Emperor's most loyal subject, will certainly take on the Empire's worries. This matter, leave it to Rajal Star. As the planetary governor, Gu Hang will fully support the construction of the Star Realm Army. With just 10 million tax currency, a group army of hundreds of thousands, equipped with various heavy weapons, can be established on Rajal Star. The people and the equipment will all come from the planet. And Governor Gu Hang, due to his outstanding performance in the last war, could become the core commander of this Star Realm army. But this point is very difficult to arrange. A planetary governor doubling as a Star Realm Army Corps commander is not unprecedented, but it's quite rare. If that doesn't work out, Gu Hang could also settle for promoting Thaddeus to that position. And since they're establishing a new corps, the Empire will certainly provide funding. 10 million tax currency, isn't that perfect? Rajal Star was supposed to pay an imperial tax in a year and a half anyway. The imperial tax quota for Rajal Star is at the lowest bracket, with the planet's population officially set at 50 million by the Imperial Taxation Department. It was obligated to pay an imperial levy of 5 million tax currency per year, paid biennially, totaling 10 million at a time. For his first tax payment, Gu Hang only needed to pay a quarter, thanks to a concession from the Star Sector government. Of course, the Department of Taxation wouldn't acknowledge this deal. In essence, the additional 7.5 million was paid by the Star Sector government on behalf of Rajal Star to the Imperial Taxation Department. So, the Star Sector government's 7.5 million tax currency shouldn't be given to the Department of Taxation anymore, but should instead make a detour to my hands, directly to me, plus the 2.5 million tax currency that Rajal Star itself has to pay, adding up to 10 million. It's very reasonable to establish a group army of over 500,000, equipped with various heavy weapons, on Rajal Star. When the time comes, Gu Hang would shove all of his troops under his command into it. After all, constructing the army was always on the agenda, and it's a major support effort. With the imperial tax covering the cost, it's a win-win. The soldiers are my men, the officers are my men, the highest commander is my man, and the troops are stationed on the planet. At the end of the day, who gets to call the shots? It's just a change of name. Of course, it's not entirely without drawbacks. The Star Realm Army is different from the Planetary Defense Force. The latter is completely subject to the governor and only deals with internal planetary matters. The former, on the other hand, must obey orders from the Military Affairs Department. Today, if the orders are to garrison Rajal Star, then Gu Hang could still use his influence to keep the entire force under control. But tomorrow, for all we know, a dispatch order might arrive, possibly sending troops to fill in on some difficult battlefield. Could he refuse to accept the orders? But such things are uncertain. Not to mention that the likelihood of it happening isn't particularly high. Even if I don't transform the forces into the Star Realm Army, when there's a real need, the Military Affairs Department could invoke special emergency statutes to conscript the Planetary Defense Forces into the Star Realm Army. Gu Hang wouldn't be able to stop that either. Instead of that, it would be better to turn them into the Star Realm Army. If they are to be taken away, then so be it. After all, the money for forming the army, or the people involved, can be considered as purchased by the Empire with allocated tax funds. Consider it as paying the normal tax. What would Gu Hang lose? It's definitely more reliable than having the Planetary Defense Forces conscripted without any compensation. Of course, all of the above are still just Ji Yu Hang's ideas. To turn them into reality, there's still a long way to go. He said to the two ladies, this is essentially about converting the reality of military victory into tangible political success, and then into corresponding economic benefits. Since everyone agrees with the approach I've suggested, what remains is to resolve some minor details. Yelicia agreed, adding, the overall facts are not a problem, but there are two important nuances. First, what exactly is in the intelligence I intercepted? And second, the matter of Yelicia drafting the beautiful lady convoy into battle in the name of the Imperial Navy needs real evidence. Wang Jiarong said, the latter issue is relatively easy to resolve. Sister Yelicia, you can sign a retroactive conscription order on paper, claiming it was signed afterward. At the same time, we need to create a communication record that shows I accepted the Navy's conscription from the start of the battle. And all actions taken after emerging from the warp point were aimed at luring the Green Skin Fleet into the predetermined battle location. Ji Yu Hang similarly said, I'll handle the interception of relevant intelligence in the ruins on the surface. They began to meticulously discuss how to patch things up and ensure all details could withstand scrutiny. In truth, most of this work was likely futile. As long as there were no issues with the broader facts, these details would probably not be scrutinized by the Military Affairs Department. If they had to deploy specialized inspection teams to verify every detail of each battle, they couldn't possibly keep up with the countless wars happening across the stars at every moment, even if the Military Affairs Department worked to death. Sometimes, even when the Military Affairs Department knew there might be issues somewhere, they couldn't be bothered to deal with them. As long as things were more or less accurate, without fabricating military achievements or inventing facts in major matters, that was sufficient. As for what happened after reporting their achievements, the three of them tacitly refrained from discussing further. How Wang Jiarong would operate to compensate for her losses, and perhaps even make a large profit, was a matter for her and the Ji Yu family backing her. How Yelicia and the Fufana family behind her would package her as a star of the Imperial Navy was their concern too. And for Ji Yu Hang himself, to turn the things he envisioned into reality, he had to find his own way. These matters didn't need to be communicated with each other. With their major contributions confirmed, how they seized political advantages was down to their own skills. Ji Yu Hang had a lengthy in-depth conversation with the two ladies. They said there were only some details that needed to be supplemented, but even these details had to be perfected. The Imperial Military Department had only a very small likelihood of checking, and even if they did check, they probably wouldn't be too thorough. As long as they confirmed that a group of greenskins had been slaughtered on the surface, that 12 green skin ships had been destroyed at the jump point, and that the severed head indeed belonged to a beastman overlord, that would be the end of it. But even for that tiny probability, they wanted to do things as well as possible, to avoid even the slightest chance of mishap. Once they had agreed on everything, what remained was for each of them to execute their parts. And after Yelicia left first, only Ji Yu Hang and Wang Jiarong, the siblings, were left in the small drawing room. They fell silent for a while. Actually, by this time, Wang Jiarong was no longer so upset about the losses. Though the merchant fleet was registered in her name, it was essentially the property of the Ji Yu commercial firm. She was the commander, a shareholder, and a leader. It wasn't her fault that they suffered such significant losses. They were targeted by an overwhelming force of pirates, so her guilt would not be particularly heavy. Her status within the firm would decline, and her own investment would take a big hit, which was to be expected, but it wouldn't ruin her completely. Moreover, following the new explanation given by her cousin, she might well turn her losses into profits, even a substantial one, so everything would be recovered. The incident itself couldn't entirely be blamed on her cousin. With several factors combined, she really couldn't stay mad at her cousin, who she had grown up with since childhood. But she couldn't seem too intimate either. The main reason was another matter. She sighed and said, "Cousin, actually, Auntie really misses you." "Oh," Ji Yu Hang replied with a word. He had no other implications. From the memories of his former self, he could envision the figure of a beautiful woman. However, in his perception, the former self's deep feelings for his mother were quite ambivalent. Love, of course, was there, but also some resentment. Honestly, he wasn't too interested in dealing with the previous family squabbles. The things he sifted from the memories always seemed separated by a veil, a layer of cloth. They were clearly there, but the feelings were not profound. It was like watching a movie. The story was clear and even emotionally impactful, but it didn't feel like it happened to him. Of course, he couldn't sever ties with them. These things were etched in his mind, in his memory, indelible. Additionally, his ascent to the role of planetary governor was entirely due to his family's status, an identity he couldn't shed even if he wanted to. The contradiction of feeling detached, yet unable to cut ties, manifested in his behavior as a nonchalant, oh. Wang Jiarong on the other side, however, misunderstood. She sighed again. Cousin, you can't blame Auntie, she. Sigh, anyway, it was your mistake this time. You shouldn't have agreed when Mr. Paidaci nominated you to become the governor of Rage Owl Star. It has put the GU clan in a particularly passive position. GU Hang's heart stirred. Was there more to the story? In his memory, he was one of the core members of the GU family's generation. His grandfather had been the previous leader of the family, and his father should have taken his place but had died shortly after GU Hang was born. Currently, the GU family didn't have a true leader. His mother, Mrs. Wang Qi, on the other hand, was quite capable. That was GU Hang's assessment of the beautiful woman in his memories. A woman who, after marrying into the family and losing her husband shortly after giving birth, managed to preserve a significant amount of benefits for her own little family in the subsequent internal family struggles and became a significant force within the GU commercial firm. This was no easy feat. However, in devoting herself wholeheartedly to her career, she inevitably neglected her son. In the memories of his previous life, his relationship with his mother was rather indifferent. They rarely interacted, and with strict discipline, coupled with various rumors within the family, the implicit isolation by his kin, mediocre achievements, and lack of recognition. These things all contributed to the resentment at the core of his former self. Then, a few months ago, he encountered the Star Sector leader, Mr. Luo Eng Paidaci, at an upper-class gathering. The gap between the two was vast. One was the leader of a star sector, and the other just a rich second generation. But Paidaci took the time to talk with GU Hang carefully during a toast exchange. According to the memories and feelings of his former self, he felt respected. Mr. Paidaci, with a cordial and gentle demeanor, praised him, recognized his yet unseen potential, and expressed hope for his future. They then talked about Rage Owl Star, saying they hoped a member of the GU family could take on the role of governor to solve this long-standing problem for the star sector. His predecessor was not completely foolish. He could see that the star sector leader was somewhat conning him. But he accepted the offer without hesitation. From his perspective, Rage Owl Star was the source of the Tianma star sector, which had not paid enough imperial tax since its return to the empire, constantly requiring the star sector government to cover the shortfall. The decision to rebuild Rage Owl Star was made by Mr. Paidaci, and marked the expansion of the Tianma star sector into a ninth world, beyond the original 8. Reclaiming territory was the main achievement that Paidaci reported to the higher regional government when he had first become the star sector leader. The nature of a star sector leader and a planetary governor, akin to a local emperor, were different. The latter was more like a lord, holding sway over military, political, and financial matters, ensuring loyalty with imperial tax collection, making it difficult to challenge them. The former was more like a bureaucrat, a politician needing achievements and stories to embellish their portfolio, requiring the support of powerful planetary governors to secure their position as the head of the star sector. However, the story of reclaiming the old land that he had told when he first took office had, unexpectedly, turned into a burden years later, mired in decades of struggle. This wasn't merely due to the abysmal conditions and challenges in Rage Owl Star itself, but also because political rivals within the star sector were constantly holding things back, causing endless problems for the reconstruction efforts. Paidaci had had enough of this situation and was determined to resolve it. He hoped to unite the Fufana family and the GU family to tackle this problem head-on. The Paidaci brothers, the Fufana family, and the GU family formed a solid triad within the Tianma star sector. The Fufanas represented the Imperial Navy, while the Gus brought substantial financial strength. Moreover, with one Paidaci brother serving as the Flying Wing Star Governor and the other as the political influence of the star sector leader, they had the complete capability to thoroughly develop Rage Owl Star. The former GU Hang believed himself to be the most capable person in the GU family identified by Mr. Paidaci. Even fearing unexpected turns, such as another family member stealing the governorship from him, he kept silent until the appointment letter was in his hands. And then, he bitterly experienced a slap in the face from his mother. Ji Yu Hang was certain that his predecessor's greatest resentment towards his mother stemmed from that slap. He remembered how Mrs. Wang Qi, gasping for breath after hitting him, said with immense disappointment, "How could I have a son like you? Incompetent, foolish, clueless. If it were just that, I could still ensure you a lifetime of riches. But you have the audacity to harbor ambitions that your abilities cannot back. You really aren't even 1/10,000th of your father. You disappoint me so much." Those words pierced his heart deeply. His mother looked down on him. This filled him with anger and resentment, so much so that he took a personal attendant with him and took office alone. But he wasn't going there just to die, at least that's what he thought before. According to his predecessor's understanding, under normal circumstances, he truly was the one meant to save Rage Al-Star from disaster. It's true that many governors before him had died, and failing to complete the imperial tax collection could cost a scion of the Jiyu clan his life. Such was a fundamental rule of the empire. But he wasn't afraid. What were those previous governors? Mere rotten fish and shrimp. But I, Ji Yu Hang, am the pride of destiny. Driven by political self-interest, the Star Sector's head honcho was determined to develop Rage Al-Star. Fufana offered full support, and the Navy allocated a cruiser to be stationed at Rage Al-Star, so there wasn't much to worry about military-wise. Combined with the financial power of the Jiyu family, wasn't this task bound to succeed? Doesn't get the old lady's support. If she doesn't support it, so be it. The Jiyu family isn't dictated by Wang Qi. There are many other uncles and elders. What's this about the Tianma Star Sector Iron Triangle? Moreover, the appointment letter had already been issued. In the Central Empire, he was already a registered planetary governor. There was no turning back on this matter. He couldn't go back on it after that slap from his mother either. As Ji Yu Hang perused the memories, he could clearly sense that his predecessor had a thought. If I really am to die, then I'll just fulfill mother's desires. If such a useless son dies, you'd probably be very happy. The events that followed, Ji Yu Hang was well aware of. He had traveled through time and space, taking the place of his predecessor on his way to his new position. During the nearly 1-month journey from Flying Wing Star to Rage Al-Star aboard the starship, and the 5 or 6 months of striving to establish himself on the surface, the Jiyu family had indeed hardened their hearts and hadn't provided a single penny in that half a year. That's how things stood. At this moment, as Ji Yu Hang replayed the entire incident in his mind, it was quite clear that his predecessor had been set up. The few sentences his mother scolded him with weren't really a big deal. Mainly because Ji Yu Hang didn't feel it personally. If you're scolded, you're scolded. After all, she wasn't scolding me. Oh, turns out she was scolding me, so, never mind. The problem with his predecessor was significant. He could see something deeper, but not enough. He saw that behind this incident, Pei Daci had schemed from his own political interests. He saw that the coalition of the three was strong and could resolve the issue but was too blindly confident. Why would Pei Daci, as the chief head of the Star Sector, start his plan from someone who was relatively a nobody? According to Ji Yu Hang's judgment, it was very likely that Pei Daci hadn't managed to get the Jiyu clan on board at all. The combined effort of the three families was probably a figment of the predecessor's imagination. By roping in his naive predecessor, Pei Daci could incidentally drag the Jiyu family into the mess. Once a core family member became a governor and the imperial appointment was decreed, it was a done deal. You wouldn't seriously leave him unsupported, would you? Especially Mrs. Wang Qi. This was her only son, and given her status as a widow, which was quite awkward, decades after her husband's death, her connection to the Jiyu family relied on this son bearing the Jiyu name. By all accounts, she couldn't accept her son's failure and subsequent death as governor. Not to mention the issue of kinship. Without Ji Yu Hang, how could she directly control a branch of the Jiyu commercial firm? A split in the family? The others in the Jiyu clan would never allow it. There would be a bloodbath. Unexpectedly, whether the Jiyu family or Wang Qi herself, they truly had steeled their hearts and gave no support, leading to Pei Daci's plan to manipulate the Jiyu family into backing Rage Al-Star's reclamation, not only falling through but also creating huge conflict between them. This was deduced by Ji Yu Hang himself, without any intelligence to back it up. However, at its root, Ji Yu Hang didn't understand. Logically, the Jiyu clan, supposed to be staunch supporters of Pei Daci, why would they abandon the stance of the so-called Iron Triangle, and not support Pei Daci's redevelopment of Rage Al-Star? On this matter, Ji Yu Hang lacked sufficient information to analyze further. But according to his cousin, she might know something. After some thought, Ji Yu Hang decided to be direct. He said, "In the days since my arrival at Rage Star, I've achieved some results. In my spare time, I've also reflected on the whole affair. I know I've made a subtle mistake. I shouldn't have come here. But what I've never understood is, why didn't you, we, the Ji clan, support Pei Daisy in rebuilding Rage Star?" After Ji Yu Hang finished speaking, Wang Jiarong looked at her cousin with considerable surprise. Based on what she knew about her cousin, most of whatever she said would likely be wasted breath, and might even provoke annoyance. She felt obliged to speak up and offer advice because of her intermediary role. But the reaction of his cousin didn't seem to show any dislike. In fact, he seemed to be listening sincerely. This was not at all how he remembered his cousin to be. Of course, Wang Jiarong was pleased about it. She saw a glimmer of hope for solving the problem between her aunt and cousin. If it were possible to mend the relationship between the two, it would be a good deed not only in terms of family relations but more importantly, the biggest issue with her aunt's power within the Ji family was a matter of legitimacy. Her cousin was the most natural leader of this family force. Her aunt's control over it was legitimized first by her late husband, and second by Ji Yu Hang. The problem, however, was that, after all, her husband was deceased, and the longer he had been dead, the weaker the legitimacy of this splinter force from the family would be. Plus, with her son Ji Yu Hang, who not only had a strained relationship with her but also had accepted a task likely to get him killed. But if the two could work together, this issue could be largely resolved. As a result, Wang Jiarong became more serious in her conversation. She pondered carefully and said, "I don't actually understand the business behind it all that clearly. I can only share with you my understanding. First, this is a losing deal, or rather, the investment cycle is too long, and the return too slow. We are in the business of trade, not a heavy asset industry. Although the price of a spaceship is very high, fully owned purchases are rare. Most often it is a pooled investment, a joint purchase. Moreover, once a fully owned starship is bought, it can be put into operation immediately and start generating income, often paying for itself in a few years. But the reconstruction of a desolate planet requires such a huge investment, far greater than even a large starship. And it demands many years, continuous input, with returns that are unknown years in the future. Pouring a large amount of capital and resources into one planet would create a very heavy burden on the family and could even affect normal operations. Moreover, behind the high investment and long cycle, there is high risk. Rage Star has been struggling for so many years without success. Who knows if this time will be any different? High investment, high risk, long cycle. These characteristics combined make the family completely uninterested in a normal investment. If it were as Mr. Pei Daisy said, that the Tianma Iron Triangle worked together, it would have been different with the other two families sharing the cost, but the reality is different. The Fufana family contributed a cruiser, which they encouraged the Imperial Navy to dispatch as part of a mission, so they didn't spend a penny themselves, and at most, the cruiser will stay at Rage Star for 2 years. Mr. Pei Daisy, the leader, has provided a planetary governor appointment letter, as well as political support. In theory, the value of this letter is incredibly high, equivalent to receiving an entire planet. Unfortunately, it's for Rage Star, a place where whoever becomes governor is bound to meet their demise. They gave these things but expect the Ji family to pay almost the entire cost of reconstructing the planet. No matter how others might measure the value difference between these three things, at the very least, the internal sentiment within the Ji clan is one of dissatisfaction, feeling that it's completely inequitable. After hearing all this, Ji Hang understood quite a bit better. Certainly, if it was supposedly a joint effort by the three families, but you two contribute just that little and expect me to be the sucker. If Ji Hang were the family head, he wouldn't be willing to agree either. Wang Jiarong paused, then continued to reveal the second reason. And moreover, the Ji clan has been recently repairing relations with the Fatches family. They are the real power in the Tianma star sector, and in the 8 major worlds of the sector. 3 of the governors are from the Fatches family. They have a conflict with Mr. Pei Daisy and previously also had a bad relationship with us, but it has improved lately. To conduct business, we cannot ignore the Fatches family's 3 planets. But they have significant interests on Rage Star. You've been on this planet for a while now. I don't know if you've heard of Blackbird Heavy Industries? This company on Rage Star is essentially controlled by the Fatches family. Before Rage Owl Star was reclaimed as an empire world, it was a no man's planet, exempt from taxes, and the Fatches family was interested in maintaining this status. They could operate everything on the planet through Blackbird Heavy Industries without restriction and without paying taxes. It's reasonable to suspect that they have moved a lot of their own 3 planets' output to Blackbird Heavy Industries, taking advantage of the special nature of Rage Owl Star to avoid taxes. Of course, this is pure speculation without evidence. Otherwise, Mr. Paydacy would have used this point to finish them off a long time ago. Recapturing Rage Owl Star is an action of Mr. Paydacy against the Fatches family, a battlefield in their political struggle. The GU family, at a critical point in mending relations with the Fatches family, your coming here interrupted the process, destroying the family's long-term efforts and sending the relations back into the freezer. GU Hang nodded again, indicating that he understood. Approximately these 2 aspects, Wang Jarong said, so I say, the thing you did this time, cousin, not only did Aunt get very angry, everyone in the GU family is actually quite annoyed. Your arrival here has put even more pressure on Aunt. It's not that she really doesn't want to help you, she has no choice. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to the family internally. And, haven't I come? Thank you, Ji Hang nodded lightly, your arrival was crucial. However, did my mother send you here? Or did she approve of this? That's not the case, I came on my own. Wang Jarong's face turned a bit embarrassed, but she quickly made up for it. But Aunt must have tacitly agreed. Otherwise she would have contacted me by now and not let me come. Hey, tacitly agreed. Ji Hang maintained a polite smile on his face and didn't mock any further. Wang Jarong sighed, knowing that reconciling the relationship between mother and son was not that simple. She had also tried for many years with no effect, not to mention there was now an even greater conflict between the two. Being his cousin, niece is too tough. Anyway, cousin, you might want to contact Auntie when you have some time. Real-time communication is quite costly, and I don't have the means here, but Quintet should have a way. Just make a reservation in advance, then. Forget it, Ji Hang hastily interrupted. Stop, let's leave it at that. Lately, I don't even know what to say to her. You can't just leave it at this, can you? Next time for sure. Under his cousin's regretful gaze, he ended the conversation. He had other matters to attend to. His troops under his command had suffered heavy casualties during their confrontation with the Greenskins who boarded Quintet. Of the total 20,000 people on the starship, more than 4,000 were killed or wounded, exceeding a 20% casualty rate. As the commander, Ji Hang had to go and visit the warriors. It was also a way to win over people's hearts, proving that the planetary governor genuinely cared about his comrades. Anyway, it was better than doing nothing on the starship. Additionally, he went to visit Rizzo. That was only proper, as the starfighter had risked his life for him many times. The priest of Phoenix was in relatively good condition. It was tough taking 3 axe blows from the Beastman overlord. But luckily none hit his vital parts directly. A blow to the shoulder, one to the breastplate, causing severe injuries, but at least the power armor reduced the damage. It's just that his armor set was likely beyond repair. Ji Hang also consoled the old priest. This time, the trader convoy I invited brought some new power armor, which I had someone personally purchase for you. Get well soon, and don't worry about not having power armor to wear. You'll get a brand new set. After speaking, Ji Hang even turned to Maddens, commander of the warriors. You also get a share. Among the special items purchased, not only is there regular power armor for the future members of the warrior troop, but there is also a set of Terminator power armor, specially prepared for you, as a token of thanks for the support the troop has provided during this time. Hearing about the new power armor, which included a set of Terminator armor, Maddens was also moved. Terminator-type power armor boasts far superior performance compared to ordinary power armor. With thicker armor, a more robust internal power system, and the ability to be equipped with heavier weaponry, it serves as a formidable long to mid-range fire support platform, as well as excels in close-quarters combat, offering unmatched advantages. Even the hefty pauldrons house a pair of mini-shield generators, further enhancing the capabilities of the Terminator armor. In the days when the Phoenix battle group was still prosperous, among 1,000 members, there were just a few dozen sets of Terminator armor. The Terminator armor has 2 drawbacks compared to ordinary tactical armor. First, it is expensive, and significantly more so. Second, it is not very flexible. Once you don the Terminator, stealthy, silent operations become quite difficult. Weighing 3 to 4 times more than ordinary armor and equipped with a shield generator, even with a neural interface and electronic muscle bundles, the Terminator armor still hampers agility. However, given the stronger firepower, greater strength, thicker armor, and the addition of an energy shield, the loss of some agility is wholly acceptable. Maddens couldn't help feeling sentimental. If he had had a set of Terminator armor in that battle on the surface, Schneider wouldn't have died. Stronger equipment is not only for one's own benefit but also to protect more of your combat brothers at your side. Besides, he noticed that Ji Yu Hang mentioned other power armors in his speech. Clearly, this was to prepare for the future expansion of combat troops. They could theoretically add 3 members using the genetic seeds of the 3 brothers who had died in battle. Maddens had been worried about the power armor issue before, especially since Schneider's suit was so badly damaged that it was beyond repair. Now, there was no need to worry. "Thank you," he said to Ji Yu Hang. Ji Yu Hang waved his hand. "I should be thanking you all." Inspecting the troops, visiting injured soldiers, and checking in on the Phoenix battle group, which played a crucial role. This was what Ji Yu Hang did on his way back to Rage Owl Star's orbit aboard the starship. The journey home, even by starship, took several days. Midway through, he received a new system message. Another month had passed, and the monthly fixed grace points had been distributed. This time, the grace points increased slightly from the previous month, reaching 678 points. The main growth came from the newly incorporated Rubbish Town. 100,000 workers and scavengers, totaling 200,000 people, contributed to a monthly grace revenue of 55 points. There was still much room for growth. Rubbish Town had virtually ground to a halt in the last month due to the war. Scavenging, raw material processing, and service industries had largely stopped, so productivity had not been fully tapped, resulting in many people but few grace points. Now that the war had ceased, the related production was recovering, and it was expected that this figure would eventually see a significant increase. In addition, Wying City, Revival City, and other sporadic camps that had been reclaimed and retained, contributed some as well, totaling the number mentioned. Once this month's salary was deposited, even after deducting the 500 grace points Ji Yu Hang had spent to raise his level to LV5, his current grace points still amounted to a substantial 4,658 points. He had only one thought: to rush back and construct the architectural system that he had unlocked but not yet built, to draw the technology that needed to be drawn. After spending these 4,000 plus points, the development of his territory would reach a new level. He had never been so wealthy. He even thought back to those conversations with his cousin. The investment from the Ji Yu family? Not necessary at all. Why would a badass need to spend real money? I, Ji Yu Hang, have developed my planet to this stage all by my own efforts. Technology panel, let's draw. Construction panel, let's build. To be honest, after learning all about his predecessor's life, his mother, his family, and the various politicking within the Star Sector government from his cousin, Ji Yu Hang didn't have many emotional reactions. He harbored neither hope nor disappointment. At least in terms of his own development, he had never counted on help from others. He was doing just fine on his own, with those black boxes that would make anyone from the sect of mechanics drool with envy. Ji Yu Hang really wasn't afraid of anything else. Just give me time and don't throw too much of a wrench in the works. However, the problem also lay here. Not counting on support or help from others is one thing, but not having unexpected issues is another. His identity, the reasons for his taking office, the political machinations of various forces converging on Rage Owl Star. These were all inescapable vortices. If he wished to develop undisturbed, Ji Yu Hang, as the governor, couldn't afford to ignore everything. He had to be clear about the political ecosystem he was facing. And the information brought by Wang Jiarong provided him with significant insights. As the leader of a mighty star sector, Pei Daisy needed to subdue the Fatches family, the local power. The two factions were engaged in political strife over Rage Owl Star. The Ji Yu clan was initially considered part of Pei Daisy's camp, and now it hadn't quite reached the point of jumping ship, but at the very least, they did not want to be so tightly bound anymore and sought to mend relations with the local power. And the head of Pei Daisy was clearly unwilling. He lured the fool who Ji Yu Hang used to be into the game, on the one hand, wanting to get something for nothing, drawing the Ji Yu clan to spend their money to help him solve the problem of Rage Owl Star. On the other hand, Even if that failed, it would disrupt the process of GU and FA repairing their relationship, avoiding the possibility that one corner of his Tianma iron triangle might fall to the other side. There are many twists and turns in this situation. Combining some memories and information in his mind, he focused on a key point. Put simply, over the years, the GU family's business had been doing well, and its influence had been spreading to several surrounding star sectors, not just limited to the Tianma star sector. Their dependence on the leader Pei Daci had decreased, while the demand from the Fatches family, a source of goods and key market, had increased. This was a change in the overall situation, leading to an adjustment in the GU clan's overall strategy. Moreover, the situation would become more complicated with himself involved. He was a member of the GU clan, but he had a poor relationship with his mother. The GU clan also opposed him being the governor, and after he assumed office, they ignored him completely. He was the one whom Pei Daci wanted to use an appointment letter to put into office, but essentially, Pei Daci wanted to drag the GU clan into the mess. However, due to the GU clan's rapid disassociation from GU Hang, the plot failed to materialize, even straining their relationship further. Now, it wasn't clear what this leader's attitude towards GU Hang was. Yelizhe's Fufana family seemed to be on the same path as Pei Daci for the time being, so there was no need to treat them separately. The Fatches family were enemies of the GU clan in the past, and were now in the process of repairing their relationship. However, his actions as governor in consolidating power on the planet would certainly affect their significant asset allocation. Regardless of the final relationship between them and the GU clan, their stance was certainly not going to be favorable to GU Hang. That's not right. After this analysis, why do I feel my current political environment is so terrible? Am I surrounded by enemies? He rubbed his head, feeling that his thinking shouldn't be so inflexible. Such a situation was definitely not right, and GU Hang really needed to find a political ally, a backer. Otherwise, his earlier thoughts of using military achievements, threatening with the greenskins, and forming Star Realm armed forces to offset taxes would turn out to be pure fantasy. If it were up to him, where would he find a way to deliver a message to the Imperial Military Department? He had to find a suitable partner to help him monetize the fruits of victory from this war into tangible benefits. There must be a way. He settled his mind again and carefully thought it through. Of the three parties currently accessible, the Fatches family was out of the question first. Not acquainted, and with a major conflict of interest, almost irreconcilable, they wanted Rage Owl Star to be independent from the Empire's territory, or at the very least, they would settle for a puppet governor, facilitating tax evasion for the Blackbird heavy industries they invested in and even allowing leakage of taxes from their own 3 planets, unmonitored. GU Hang couldn't cooperate with them, even if their major industries were on Rage Owl Star, within his nominal rule. This was an enemy. Therefore, the enemy of his enemy might be the one to pursue, and that was the head of Pei Daci. This was more hopeful than the GU family. After all, doing well on Rage Owl Star was Pei Daci's core goal, which aligned with his own. And there wasn't a complete lack of possibility on the GU clan side. After all, there was his biological mother. So continuing to guess blindly was pointless. GU Hang decided to talk to them separately. GU Hang's core demand was to sort out the issue of offsetting taxes using the Star Realm army, to save 10 million in tax currency. Whoever could help him with this matter would be his good friend. From this perspective, his goal was quite clear. When Yelicia found out that GU Hang was coming to visit, she had just finished contacting her family. Although the relevant battle report had not yet been submitted, she certainly needed to discuss it with her family first. The Fufana had deep roots in the Navy. They knew exactly how to polish the battle report, how to prepare in advance, how to curry favor clearly, build momentum, and pave the way. All that was missing were the official battle achievements. In her mind, she still pictured her father's face, flushed with suppressed joy, praising her for a job well done. She herself was very happy. How exhilarating! Now who would dare say she was just there due to nepotism? She'd smear the solid battle achievements in their faces. What did GU Hang want by coming to see her now? But at this moment, she was in a good mood, so anything would do. In her captain's quarters, she met with GU Hang. After some brief pleasantries, GU Hang stated his purpose. He hoped to have a conversation with Chief Pei Daci. Interstellar communication was not available on Rage Owl Star, and even on the Beautiful Lady, an armed merchant ship equivalent to a destroyer's specifications, It was only possible to send messages, not to communicate in real time. After a bit of thought, Yelicia roughly understood what Ji Yu Hang wanted to see the chief about. She smiled and said, "Luckily, the communication cabin on the ship wasn't damaged during the battle. I have a direct line to the chief's office, but I can't guarantee that the chief will have time to see you." "It's okay." Yelicia called someone to initiate the spiritual energy communication. Soon, a message came through. "Chief Pei Daisy will have time for a call in 20 minutes, the appointment has been set." Yelicia turned to Ji Yu Hang and said, "It seems we're in luck." The next thing to do was wait. During the wait, Ji Yu Hang chatted briefly with Yelicia. Mainly about his vision for the Star Realm army. There was nothing confidential about it, it wasn't in conflict with the Navy. However, after hearing his ideas, Yelicia widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You really take the unconventional path, daring to think of such methods. Then what's your assessment? Is it feasible?" "I think it's feasible," Yelicia said. "Anyway, even if the Star Realm army is established and you're transferred, you won't lose anything. Is there a possibility that I won't be transferred? Or, if I am, it would just be temporary, like the Tianma fleet?" "I get what you mean," Yelicia said. "If you could be like the Tianma fleet, that would indeed be a big win, but that's quite difficult. That's why I need to see our chief." "Good luck with that," the female captain said, no longer interested in discussing the matter, as it wasn't her concern, and she wouldn't offer Ji Yu Hang any advice or strategies. Ji Yu Hang also dropped the subject and brought up another matter. "After this, will you and your starship continue to be stationed in orbit around Rage Owl Star?" "The quintet won't be stationed here anymore," Yelicia said with some regret. "The starship actually suffered significant damage and needs to be taken for repairs as soon as possible. The nearest foundry world is Huo Zun Star, a 2-month journey away. To ensure the quintet's safety, the fleet headquarters may even dispatch a force to escort it there. This warship, optimistically speaking, will need 2 or 3 years of repairs before returning to full status. But you don't need to worry, since there's a 2-year escort period. Even if the quintet is not here, another ship will be assigned to do the same job." "Oh," Ji Yu Hang nodded, then asked, "What about you? They won't make you, a star of rank, accompany the quintet for a few years of repairs, will they?" "That won't happen," Yelicia said. "There are several possibilities. I might be transferred to another ship. If I'm of the same rank as the current captain, I'll serve as an observer. If I'm of a higher rank, the captain will temporarily take commands from me. In any case, it's just a transition, and I'll carry out the ship's original tasks. I might also be sent to a higher-level military academy for further studies or teaching, depending on what the higher-ups decide." Then, Ji Yu Hang said, "Is there a way for you to be transferred to the ship that will come to Rage Owl Star?" Yelicia laughed heartily, her mirth subsiding only after a while. With a remaining smile, she said, "Why, are you going to miss me?" Ji Yu Hang nodded sincerely. "Yes, our previous cooperation was quite pleasant, and any occasional conflicts were just that, occasional, so I truly will miss you. There's nothing you can do about it then. You'll think of something," Ji Yu Hang continued earnestly. "After all, we still have battles left to fight." "Oh," Yelicia was intrigued. When Ji Yu Hang talked about a battle, it was always an opportunity for meritorious achievements. But at that moment, Ji Yu Hang didn't want to elaborate. "You'll find out when the time comes. If you get a better opportunity, go for it. If not, you won't be disappointed staying in orbit around Rage Owl Star." Yelicia pondered. "Well then, I'll try to think of something." Not long after finishing the conversation about her stay or departure with Yelicia, the head of the Pei Daisy regime sent a message. In the captain's quarters of the female captain's ship, with an interface to the communication device, Ji Yu Hang could directly see the virtual image of the star sector leader generated on the device. The image was unstable, flickering with waves, but being able to communicate in real time with Flying Wing Star, light years away, was undeniably high-tech. This required the use of special spiritual energy devices, as well as advanced thinker arrays and navigators that were only available on cruisers. In Ji Yu Hang's view, he saw a composed middle-aged man with rimless round glasses, hair and a short beard neatly groomed, exuding a scholarly air. His simple suit was unassuming, yet adorned with several medals that denoted his distinguished status. Even through countless light years and some static, when he spoke, the warmth, magnetism, and charm in his voice still resonated with those who heard him. "Good evening, it's nighttime on Flying Wing Star. What time is it over there? Regardless, I want to congratulate you for securing another victory for the Empire. It's your glory. Please allow me, on behalf of the Star Sector government, to express my gratitude." The opening remarks from Mr. Leader, combined with his tone of voice, were quite captivating. Ji Yuhang nodded slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Leader." Yelicia did not speak, instead she stepped aside. This gesture made it clear that this conversation was for Ji Yuhang to seek out Pei Daisy. And Pei Daisy understood. He faced Ji Yuhang with a smile and said, "Ji Yuhang, the last time we met was before you rushed to assume your post. I had great expectations for you, but even so, I never imagined you could do so well. That was just a formality." The so-called doing so well referred to the fact that only one city on the entire planet had been reclaimed, right? Of course, what kind of person was Pei Daisy? He wouldn't let his words seem like idle talk. He continued, "Although I don't know to what extent you have rebuilt the order in Rajal Star, I can see a planetary force as powerful as the main force of the Star Realm army. I can see interstellar warriors serving you. I know that the limited land you control on the planet is bursting with boundless vitality. Honestly, when I learned that you had reached the planet's surface and chose to start from scratch, gradually seizing control of the government, opting to completely reshape the alliance order established by the governor of Rajal Star decades ago, I was quite skeptical. But now, it seems that you were right. At least you are on the right track. Perhaps, those past governors lacked your kind of boldness and initiative. You've given me hope. The hope to see the Emperor's glory spreading across the lands of Rajal Star. Every governor within a star sector should take note of your deeds. I'm not joking. Those with lofty status, ruling over billions of people, have never faced a situation as tough and difficult as yours. If they were in the same position as you, they certainly wouldn't have done as well." After listening to all this, Ji Yuhang had to admit that Pei Daisy, the leader, was indeed an impressive figure. A star sector leader, the supreme commander of the sector's securities, was addressing him, who thus far could still be considered a minor character, and was able to humble himself with such enthusiastic praise. Narratives such as not a single one of the 8 governors of Rajal Star could compare to you, and all should look up to you. The Emperor's glory was thanks to you that now once again envelops the lands of Rajal Star. Yet when combined with his resonant voice and his sincere demeanor, somehow it wasn't off-putting. Praise was one thing, but key here was the praise with examples, which truly could scratch an itch in one's heart. If it weren't for Ji Yuhang's high resistance, he might have been swayed by the flattery. Still, he showed a slightly self-satisfied but also deeply grateful demeanor toward Pei Daisy, saying, "My success today is all thanks to the appreciation of Mr. Leader. This favor I shall never forget in my life. However, our enterprise on Rajal Star has reached the point where some crises are emerging. Blackbird Heavy Industries does not comply with the governor's orders, and they have not actively contacted me since my arrival on the planet, posing a risk of insurrection. A large number of mutated creatures have appeared within the planet, severely troubling the grain-producing region. Not to mention, now with the threat of the green-skinned orcs, the Iron Tooth clan having suffered heavy losses, will surely not rest with their profane nature. Numerous risks loom over Rajal Star, which urgently needs the power of the Star Realm army to help me suppress the planet." And that wasn't an exaggeration. According to Ji Yuhang's intelligence, Blackbird Heavy Industries, located in the west of the continent, further west of the Western Desert, indeed ignored him. The enterprise had the Fatches family's shadow behind it, and Pei Daisy's enemy. Treating them as rebels was not a problem for him. The mutated creatures were real, and the Green Valley region was suffering. The threat of the Greenskins was also legitimate. With 12 cruisers arriving, could that threat be anything but terrifying? Military garrisons are only right and proper. After listening to Ji Yuhang's words, Pei Daisy slightly furrowed his brows and sighed with some difficulty. "I fully understand the difficulties you are currently facing, but the deployment of the Star Realm armed forces is very difficult, and it's not something I can decide. I will certainly try my best to advocate for you, but please hold on for a while, and be sure to wait for support." His words sounded good, but there were no concrete promises, just stalling. As the head of the Star Sector, he indeed did not have the power to move the Star Realm armed forces, but he certainly had a way. It's just that he didn't want to pay the price for it. The Imperial Navy sent you a ship in orbit. Now if they send dozens or hundreds of millions from the Star Realm Army main core, should they also send a batch of reconstruction materials? I might as well become the planetary governor myself. But Ji Hang would not let Mr. Head off the hook so easily. He took the opportunity to propose his earlier conception, which was to use the imperial tax from Rajal Star to fund a new Star Realm army force, to be stationed on Rajal Star. The grandiose rationale, of course, is that I am a loyal subject of the Empire, moved by the difficult times, the head's worries, and the threats facing the star sector. Full of enthusiasm and willing to contribute manpower and effort. It's inevitable there will be losses in collecting taxes and then using it to build an army. Deploying additional troops here is also hard to arrange. It would be better for the tax administration of Rajal Star to be directly converted into the cost of raising an army. Don't bother with the promised first-period tax concessions, just give it to me directly. 10 million tax currency, and I will pull a Star Realm Armed Forces unit for you. One that is guaranteed to pass the scrutiny of the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation. And implicitly, Ji Hang emphasized 3 points. First, the commander of this Star Realm force had to be decided by him. Second, the new Star Realm Forces station had to be on Rajal Star. Third, the long-term mission of this Star Realm force should be to ensure the safety of Rajal Star, including suppressing rebellions, quelling mutant monsters, and repelling foreign alien forms. Pei Daci pondered for a moment and indicated that he supported the plan in principle, but there were many difficulties. First off, there was no money, and secondly, the 3 points demanded by Ji Hang were hard to accomplish, especially the third point. The first point was manageable. Who to appoint as commander was not an issue. The second point, although the Star Realm armed forces were at war in the Star Sea, with movements involving tens to hundreds of millions of people, eating, drinking, and resting, they still needed a relatively stable station, which could be on Rajal Star. But the third point was the most difficult. Ensuring that the Military Affairs Department wouldn't just transfer this legion at will was no simple matter. Normally, Star Realm Armed Forces units, whenever there is a conflict, could be moved immediately, which is directly managed by the Military Affairs Department, and in theory, nobody can stop it. Of course, there is actually a way to do it. Highlight regional threats, emphasize the role of guardianship, and when the Military Affairs Department is in need, alternative troops can be found from other places. But this would incur a substantial political cost, which Pei Daci was reluctant to pay. Of course, Ji Hang was not so easily discouraged. Verbal sparring and haggling over prices are the most fundamental things. Later on, Ji Hang subtly brought up 2 points. I can give up this plan, but if I lack sufficient deterrent forces, I will have to talk with Blackbird Heavy Industries and the Fatches family behind them. It just so happens that the Ji clan are still mending our relations with them. Looking at it from another angle, if they want Rajal Star, I am currently the planetary governor of Rajal Star and a member of the Ji clan. If I help them solve this problem and become a puppet governor who doesn't interfere, it wouldn't be so bad, certainly better than being completely finished. Alternatively, I could stop complicating things and just report the actual situation of the recent naval battle to the Military Affairs Department. All the talk about the Iron Tooth clan's vanguard fleet and a large-scale invasion being thwarted in the early stage is false. It was just a random group of pirates. Quintet was even thinking of escaping, and it was I who forced them to fight this battle. When she heard the latter implication, Yelicia, who was sitting on the side enjoying the back and forth between the older and younger man like a spectator eating melon seeds, was taken aback. Why am I involved? Nice one, Ji Hang. Just a moment ago you were all about how you can't bear to part with me, and now you're digging a pit? Pa! Scumbag! She glared angrily at Ji Hang, only to see him wink at her. Frustrated to the point her teeth itched, if it weren't for Pei Daci's presence, she'd have loved to bite him. Grinding her teeth, she had no choice but to speak up and express her opinion. The battle situation has been confirmed as fact, and this is not up for discussion. Are you kidding me? I'm on the rise to becoming a prominent star. How could I have such a blemish? Pei Daci had to consider Yelish's stance, or rather, consider the Fufana family behind her. The Ji clan, part of the Iron Triangle, was already unstable. If the Fufana became unstable as well, his position as head would really be precarious. He spoke with Ji Hang again, agreeing to the proposal in principle, but many details still needed to be further discussed. Over the next 3 months, the Star Sector government would allocate a total of 2.5 million tax currency, plus the 2.5 million tax currency due when Ji Hang's 2-year term as governor expired, all of which would be invested in military construction. At that time, the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation would both arrive on Rage Owl Star for inspection. His new military unit, combined from all sides, would have to be worth the value of 5 million tax currency. The remaining 5 million tax currency would still have to wait for 2 years, acting as the Star Sector's payment of the imperial tax on behalf of Rage Owl Star. The obvious reason for not giving all of it to Ji Hang now was that they didn't want to. Holding onto it for 2 extra years was 2 years. The Star Sector government wasn't flush with cash either. Ji Hang also could basically accept the final scheme that they had discussed. After a year and a half, the taxes he needed to pay would be saved, as long as he waited for the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation to come down, inspect the army to see if the numbers were sufficient, if the equipment was adequate, and if they reached the value of 5 million tax currency, then it would be fine. Additionally, in 3 months' time, Ji Hang would have an extra 2,500,000 tax currency in his hands. This was a very large sum of cash. With this money, he could buy a lot of the goods currently stored in the belly of the beautiful lady. Previously, when he was short on funds, he had only ordered a very small portion of goods, and when it came time to trade, Ji Hang still needed to think carefully about what to use for payment. Now, there was less to worry about. 2,500,000 tax currency could buy quite a few things. Up to this point, Ji Hang could finally consider that he had initially secured his share of the benefits from this war. It wasn't much, at least not compared to Yelisia, not compared to Wangjiarong. But Ji Hang was still satisfied. Others made a large profit because they had ships. Without a ship, he made this much, which was acceptable. Trading the lives of over 4,000 soldiers for 5 million tax currency, even with the additional cost attached, was a big profit. To speak so might seem cold-blooded, but the fact was, the lives of over 4,000 soldiers were worth it. The interest on 5 million tax currency for a year was more than just that. Now, Ji Hang could begin to consider what he wanted to buy from the beautiful lady. He could also start thinking about how to spend the over 4,600 points of favor on his account most effectively. Countless light years away, Flying Wing Star. This was a garden world, the administrative center of the Star Sector, a commercial trade center influencing several surrounding star sectors, with developed productive forces. Although the overall productivity couldn't match some foundry worlds or nest capital worlds, it still ensured that nearly 4 billion people enjoyed a prosperous average quality of life and living environment. The empire's lower limit was very low, with most of the population living in challenging and tough conditions. The lobotomized or almost lobotomized slave laborers on foundry worlds were living machines on production lines. On nest capital worlds, planets crowded with hundreds of billions or even trillion people treated humans like livestock, raising them as resources. Serfs on agricultural worlds lived the life of ancient medieval peasants in the interstellar age. On death worlds and wasteland worlds, people struggled on the brink of life and death. On fortress worlds, people, generation after generation, faced war from birth till death. But likewise, the upper limit was also quite high. In civilized worlds, people could work 9 to 5 wearing ties, have a coffee after work, and let loose in a bar. People in garden worlds could live almost carefree lives under advanced technology and extremely high resource allocation. These two types of worlds were usually the administrative planets or commercial cores of the empire, where the accompanying manufacturing capacity didn't carry as much significance. Flying Wing Star belonged to the latter category and had not directly suffered from warfare in the past 500 years. Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star was the most important functional complex, resembling the paradise of legend. The white marble constructed nearly all the buildings here. Masters of design meticulously planned water systems that were broad or narrow, rapid or slow, appearing harmonious and full of life from afar. Green plants adorned every building corner, complemented by colorful flowers, creating a vibrant display. Intense lighting ensured that even at night, the entire Tianma Palace shone brighter and more splendid than during day. At the highest part of the palace was Pei Desi's office. At this moment, having just ended the interstellar communication with Ji Hang, he stood in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the entire Tianma Palace. A slightly drunken voice came from behind him. "Why did you agree to that Ji family kid? The Ji family has already cut ties with him. His own mother won't give him a penny, and you're still adding to it. Aren't you afraid that the investment you're making now will be wasted?" The speaker was a man who looked quite similar to him but was thinner and carried a more frivolous and dashing air. He was the governor of Flying Wing Star, Vega Pei Daci, also known as Little Pei Daci, brother to Luo Eng Pei Daci. The Pei Daci brothers were renowned. One is the governor of Flying Wing Star, the other is the head of Tianma Star Sector, holding the highest power of the entire star sector. Luo Eng Pei Daci said to his brother, "What have we spent? 2,500,000 tax currency? That was supposed to be paid to the Imperial Taxation Department anyway. We're just giving it to him a year in advance." Little Pei Daci still sounded confused, but if he fails to meet the imperial tax, and his newly established army doesn't pass the inspection, we still have to cover the additional difference. That's not much money. It's always my Flying Wing Star that covers this expense for you. Little Pei Daci murmured, taking another gulp of his drink before saying earnestly, "Are you still harboring the idea of bringing the GU clan into the game? I advise you to admit that this move has failed. As far as I know, that girl Wang Jarong went to Rage Owl Star on her own accord. Wang Qi didn't agree to it, and she was furious when she found out. You know that woman. When she says she won't care for her son, she really won't care at all, so we should think of other strategies." Pei Daci sighed, "I know what you're saying, and I'm not counting on it anymore. But being cut off so cleanly is not necessarily a bad thing. Ji Yuhang has grievances against his mother, and that's why he was easily persuaded by me to enter Rage Owl Star. Now, with the clean break from his birth mother, his relationship with Wang Qi will only deteriorate more, and he will have no choice but to rely on me. You see, after he had an idea, the first person he contacted was me, the guide, the mentor, without any intention of communicating with his mother. Rage Owl Star always needs a governor. And since he has now made some achievements, why not give him a bit more confidence? There might be new rewards to reap. The cost has already been paid, so it doesn't matter to pay a little bit more. The battle they won is indeed very useful. What if this kid really makes it? By then, he can only rely on me, and I will have a member of the GU family who serves me wholeheartedly." Hearing this, Pei Daci fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing as if he had thought of something very amusing. "That would be quite entertaining. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing Wang Qi's son kneel down and kiss your boots. What would she feel like watching from the side?" Pei Daci was somewhat helpless. He turned around, stared at his brother, and said nothing. After a while, Pei Daci finally spread his hands. All right, it was just a joke. I know now is not the time to provoke that woman. I won't look for trouble anymore." After speaking, he added, "At least not recently." Pei Daci was also helpless. He shook his head and said no more to his brother. Elsewhere on Flying Wing Star. This was a manor belonging to the GU family, and now Wang Qi lived here. It didn't compare to the Tianma Palace's majesty and luxury like a paradise on earth, but it had its own unique charm. At the moment, the lady of the house, Wang Qi, was reading a letter. "Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. When I left home in a huff, I wanted to make a name for myself. Now, it has been half a year since I left. Fortunately, with the help of heaven, I have achieved some results. You must have heard about the star battle. Although I lacked strong ships and powerful cannons, I managed to lead a reliable army based on my actions on Rage Owl Star in the past 6 months, overcoming the Beastman Overlord, reversing the tide of battle, and securing victory. In these 6 months, although I haven't completely taken control of the planet, I genuinely rule over 1 million people and have established an army of 100,000. Under my governance, various industries are thriving, flourishing. The systems I've instituted ensure the 1 million people attached to me have clothing and food, with pay for their work. I have not received any support from the family since starting this endeavor, but I am not worried about the first tax collection in a year and a half. And I believe there won't be any problems paying the full taxes 3.5 years from now. Rage Owl Star will gradually become a normal empire world, and I will firmly secure the position of the 9th military governor of the Tianma Star Sector. But this is not the end, it's the beginning. I once told a subordinate that I would make Rage Owl Star as productive as a foundry world, and as beautiful as a garden world. This is my goal, and I am still firmly committed to it. Mother, do you believe in me? Perhaps the goal is still far off, perhaps you still think of this as the delusions of an incapable, foolish son. But I am confident I am on the right path. I am not as you thought, someone who could just be a worthy successor like my father, nor do I want to be content with the family's wealth. Fortunately, a rash decision 6 months ago has led me to my own endeavor, which has no ties to the GU clan. You might think that I am saying all this to show off, to respond to the things you said to me the last time we met, and I won't deny that. But I want to say more. In these 6 months I have gone through a lot, and my thinking has changed greatly. I will start to reflect on the uselessness and reckless foolishness of my former self. Those resentments, essentially stem from my incapability and stupidity. When I left, your assessment was correct. But now, I have realized, accepting the appointment to become the governor of Rage Owl Star was harmful to the family. A severe blow to your years of hard work in upholding the family business left by my grandfather and father, and it also put me in a situation where a rescue would cost dearly, and no rescue would mean losing my life. My fortune lies in a wrong decision leading me to a more correct path. Mother, I am not seeking your forgiveness, as I am walking my own path, which is not a mistake and needs no forgiveness. But I have let go of the baseless grudges and will look at the past more calmly. Your assessment was correct about the past me. But as for the current me, the future me, whether it is right, please watch from countless light years away. Let's see if I can indeed surpass my ancestors, achieving a greater legacy. By then, I hope you can give another assessment, which I will gladly receive. Governor of Rage Owl Star, Gu Hang, your son. The letter was not very long, nor did it talk about anything specific, yet Wang Qi still read it for a long time. Through the lines, she could see that in the first half, a young man was proudly boasting to his mother about his achievements, saying that her previous, incompetent, stupid, assessment was the foolish one. But in the middle section, she saw a man who had become steady and settled, admitting his mistakes while keeping his spine straight. He was reflecting on the past, admitting that his lack of thorough thinking led to wrong decisions, yet also feeling fortunate for his good luck. Being able to recognize one's errors and to learn from reflection, that was already good enough. It was the highest expectation Wang Qi had in the past. Yet at the end, she saw change again. It was as if she saw an entrepreneur full of vitality, telling her about his grand ideals, then coolly turning around and leaving, following the path in his heart with determination. Wang Qi had not expected at all that Gu Hang would write such a letter. Mother knows best, and by her understanding of her son, Gu Hang most likely would never write a letter until his death. If he did write, it would probably say something like, "You must be happy I'm dead, as you wished. From now on, there will be no stupid, incompetent son to embarrass you," and so on. In a very small chance, perhaps her son would have written a letter in tears, admitting his wrongs and begging his mother to save him, in the face of the fear of death. Although, no matter what, Wang Qi would ultimately try to save him. He was her flesh and blood, her only lineage, how could she truly not care? However, that did not change the disappointment in her heart, and perhaps in the future, she might keep him under house arrest, find him a wife, and have them quickly produce a grandson. If he messed up the main account, find a way to train a sub-account, and then let the grandson directly inherit the family business, letting Gu Heng go off and play. She was indeed planning to do exactly that, even starting to look for a daughter-in-law with good genes. But this letter made her fundamentally change her mind. After reading the letter, Wang Qi's heart was almost overwhelmed by satisfaction, solidifying into a shallow smile on her face. But besides relief, her feelings were also very complicated. After being steeped in plots and intrigues for a long time, she instinctively doubted whether the letter was truly written by Gu Heng himself, or if it really expressed Gu Heng's sincere thoughts. Was it possible that Pei Daisy, that sly fox, had concocted some scheme, found an expert to fool her son, and taught him to write such a letter to deceive and ambush an old woman like her? To cloud her judgment with maternal affection? But this likelihood was low, because along with the letter came another one from Wang Jiarong. Her niece talked in her letter about how her cousin had greatly changed. The 6 months at Rage Owl Star had made him different. Moreover, the letter was penned in her presence, with no one instructing him. Even if it were truly some ploy, Wang Qi had to admit that she would be duped. What mother wouldn't feel proud upon seeing her son's growth? This chapter is 7,300 characters long, about 3.5 chapters worth. I'm not brief. The additional update is not for anything else. It just feels better to write this part in one go. Some readers might find it uninteresting, but I think it's very important. The content of the last 2 days didn't involve battles, but it shouldn't be considered trivial, right? Mainly, it covered 1. Gu Heng fighting for the fruits of war. 2. Explanation of the interstellar background and the protagonist's background. These were already in the outline, but because the previous story didn't involve interstellar it wasn't mentioned, now it has to be addressed. 3. Elaboration on emotions. I hope everyone likes it. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist will go back to farming, beginning to unify the planet. Miss Wang Qi saw the letter, and indeed, it was written by Ji Yu Heng himself, without any guidance. In writing this letter, he actually had two ideas. The first was emotional. Sharing the same name and having used someone else's body, Ji Yu Heng felt that, when the time was right, he needed to give an explanation. Having used his body, Ji Yu Heng felt a certain responsibility towards this person with the same name. His predecessor had an obsession with proving himself to his mother, so he decided to satisfy that obsession. Thus, Ji Yu Heng composed the first half of the letter. But to say that this was the extent of the explanation wasn't quite enough. Digging deeper into the memories of his predecessor, his resentment towards his mother stemmed from love, didn't it? If he truly had no feelings for his birth mother, he couldn't have harbored such deep resentment. Therefore, there was also an admission of wrongs with a straight back and an expression of aspiration. The relationship between mother and son needed a way to ease. This method couldn't simply be crying and admitting wrongs. It definitely would not match the predecessor's ideas. Furthermore, he needed to show that mother had changed. However, emotional factors were relatively secondary. What was more important were some practical considerations. From his predecessor's memories, Ji Yu Heng only saw dissatisfaction with his birth mother. In his predecessor's view, his mother was the image of a cold, rational, aloof, and controlling strong woman whose identity as a ruler far outweighed her identity as a mother. From a young age, he experienced very little maternal love. But that was the predecessor's perspective. Through Ji Yu Heng's eyes, re-examining those memories and observing from the perspective of a bystander, he was fairly certain that Miss Wang Qi did love her son. It was just that her focus was different. It was understandable. The Ji Yu lineage to which Ji Yu Heng belonged had indeed led the Ji Yu clan. His grandfather was the family leader, and his father, as the third eldest, was the favorite and most talented, designated early on as the primary heir, but died before his grandfather. When his father died, he had just been born. When his grandfather died, he was only 3 years old. After the death of his grandfather, it wasn't certain the heir would be Ji Yu Heng. He had several legitimate uncles. Aside from that, there were also many other clan members, each with their lineage and control over certain assets. None of the clan brothers, uncles, and blood uncles could wait for a 3-year-old child to grow up to become the leader. It was unrealistic. At this time, the only one who could support this small family was Wang Qi. Without his tough mother upholding everything, a more ruthless Ji Yu Heng might not have grown up. Even if he did, the assets left by his grandfather would likely have been divided up by the uncles, leaving whatever remained to him at the mercy of others. However, Wang Qi's aggressive expansion of her influence in the family, leveraging her deceased husband and her determined actions, naturally invited hostility, criticism, and ostracism. She was strong enough inwardly not to fear those adversaries, even fighting tit for tat. That was her skill. But when Ji Yu Heng was a child and suffered verbal and even physical bullying from his clan, he was powerless to resist or to resolve it. His mother was too busy to protect him all the time, leading to psychological trauma that affected his personality development. In terms of nurturing and caring for a child, Wang Qi indeed could not be considered a qualified mother, but given the special family environment, her priority was to preserve their family's assets, and it's hard to say she was completely wrong in that regard. From an outsider's perspective, Ji Yu Heng thought that he must still be very important in his mother's heart. It was just that the actual actions and ways of expression were different. Based on such judgment, Ji Yu Heng believed he must not be deceived by his predecessor's memories and that the relationship between them was not entirely irreconcilable. If the relationship could be reconciled, the value of Ji Yu commercial firm to a developing planet was immense. One could tell from Wang Jiarong's recent visit. The many goods she brought on her ship, Ji Yu Heng had seen and deeply desired. Trade was, after all, an important aspect of a planet's development. Moreover, if the relationship could be mended, the Ji Yu clan, especially his birth mother, could in turn become a tremendous boost for the development of his planet. If the Ji Yu family could fully support him in building the planet, dozens of trade fleets, divided into a few groups, could transport batches of materials, which would greatly advance his world rebuilding process. It wasn't that he couldn't do without it, but having it would make things faster. Beyond establishing interstellar trade and direct material support, Gu Heng also valued the interstellar influence possessed by the Gu family. This was something he lacked. It would bring political benefits, enabling him to obtain things he couldn't buy even with money. Therefore, what remained to be seen was the effect of his letter and whether it had moved his mother. It should be okay, right? I thought about how to write the letter for quite a while. Amidst his contemplations, Gu Heng had already seen Rage Owl Star, which had now appeared before his eyes. He had returned home. Gu Heng rode on the first transport ship back to the surface. One wave of ships wasn't enough to return everyone, and the soldiers still needed several rounds of transport ships going back and forth between the planetary surface and orbit. The 3 cosmic warships in the starry sky would each remain there for a while. The quintet would stay for about a month and a half. It needed to perform some preliminary maintenance work in the planet's orbit. During this time, the mechanical priests and technicians on the starship would check the state of the starship carefully. If there were any minor issues that could be repaired without the help of a star fortress or orbital shipyard, they would address them first. But when it comes to major hull repairs, and the reconstruction of some destroyed weapon systems, that definitely couldn't be fixed with minor tweaks and maintenance, it had to be returned to the factory. In this task, Gu Heng had also promised to help. There might be some requirements for materials and metallic components, which Rage Owl Star could supply. It's too early to say about anything else, but as for the alloy steel industry, Revival City had already matured, so there would be no problem developing building materials, or even processing metals into appropriate parts as needed. Yelicia also expressed to Gu Heng that such support would not be free. The raw materials and components supplied by Rage Owl Star would be converted into costs, forming a bill to be sent to the Imperial Navy, which would confirm it and forward it to the Military Affairs Department. This would complete the requisition procedures and tax currency would be paid to the governor of Rage Owl Star. Initially, Gu Heng didn't care much about it. Basic processed parts and raw materials, after all, how much could they be worth? However, he later felt fortunate that he hadn't acted like a big spender. The quintet, undergoing maintenance in the orbit of Rage Owl Star for 1.5 months, had consumed nearly half a month of production capacity of Revival City's alloy steel processing plant, and the final bill was 3,000 tax currency. If that had been given for free, it would have really hurt. And in another month, an escort ship detached from the Tianma fleet would arrive in the orbit of Rage Owl Star to take over the quintet's duties. Initially, Gu Heng was quite dissatisfied with this. A cruiser was replaced by an escort ship. How could he be happy about that? However, a conversation with Yelicia changed his mind. The logic was simple. If a true cruiser had arrived, its captain would likely be at least a brigadier, holding the same rank as Yelicia, and with much more seniority, she would hardly be able to command them. At most she could only offer some advice. That would make it difficult to coordinate with Gu Heng's operations on the planet's surface. With an escort ship instead, the likelihood was that its captain would be merely a colonel or even just a lieutenant colonel, which would truly allow her to take charge and ease the coordination with Gu Heng's actions. Gu Heng admitted her point made sense. Furthermore, Wang Jiarong's beautiful lady, along with an escort ship, would stay in the Rage Owl Star system for 3 months. Gu Heng also had some doubts about this. His personal trading demands weren't really that big. He had no special need for bulk commodities. What he truly wanted to buy were several synthetic starch production lines to expand his existing food processing industry in his territory and alleviate food pressure. In addition, there were the high-end goods demanded by the Phoenix Battle Group. Beyond that, a plethora of minerals, weaponry, consumer goods. These were things Gu Heng didn't covet. He even spotted a Night Titan on the product list provided by Wang Jiarong, Note 1. This machine nearly fulfilled Gu Heng's romantic notion of mechas from watching some sci-fi works in his previous life. With a height of 10 meters, humanoid form, equipped with plasma cannons, missile launchers, and even a rotary cannon that could fire 105mm kinetic rounds as if they were machine gun bullets. For defense, it boasted alloy ceramic armor infused with orichalcum, a powerful shield generator, and, crucially, was very agile. Standard artillery would find it hard to lock on and hit. Such a device could serve as a super firepower platform at range, and up close, led an infantry charge. A super weapon. Gu Heng certainly coveted it, but then asked for the price. 10 million tax currency? And that's the cost price without profit? Forget it. For now, it was something he simply couldn't afford. Besides these high-end goods, for bulk commodities like minerals and food, he also didn't need to purchase in large quantities at the moment. Among the items he needed at present, a few transport flights could deliver them to him. Why the need to dock for 3 months? When he asked this question, Wang Jiarong laughed awkwardly, saying that after transporting Ji Yuheng's goods, she still had to carry some items for Blackbird Heavy Industries, some to be brought down to the planet, and others to be loaded onto starships. Ji Yuheng then narrowed his eyes. Well done, wasn't it agreed to come and support your cousin? It looks like you, little sister, have probably discussed things clearly with Blackbird Heavy Industries, or rather, with the Fatches family behind them. Such a big deal, my cousin's needs could be transported within half a week at most. Blackbird Heavy Industries trade, that takes 3 months, right? You're really being cozy with the Fatches family in repairing relations. Ji Yuheng was being sarcastically unkind, and Wang Jiarong felt quite embarrassed. She immediately clarified that this was a decision made by the Ji family collectively, and it wasn't just decided by your mother alone. Her emphasis at the end was, anyway, it's to support you, and incidentally to do business with Fatches. Ji Yuheng replied with a sneer, got it the wrong way around, haven't you? Doing business with Fatches is the key, supporting me is just by the way. Oh, no, that's not right. It should be by the way, after all, this governor is not dead yet, and interstellar trade needs the governor's nod, so this deal can't bypass me. Wang Jiarong didn't speak further. Of course, Ji Yuheng wasn't really angry. There was no reason to be, it was actually quite normal. What's with my cousin? Does she deserve to pilot an interstellar starship, bring a shipment for her cousin that might not even cover the cost of the fuel, and sell it to her cousin at a fair price? Everyone's trying to make money, there's no need to feel embarrassed. However, this statement also applied to Ji Yuheng. I don't care how you deal with Blackbird Heavy Industries, but let me remind you of 2 things. First, you'll have to deal with the Fufana family yourselves. The Imperial Navy starship is just orbiting above, and I reckon they wouldn't want to see you and Blackbird making a big deal. The political cost of this has nothing to do with me, and I'll make that clear to Yelicia as well. I understand, don't worry, the Ji family has already been taking action before we set off. I'm just here to do the work. If there really was a problem, I wouldn't risk doing it. That's good enough. Ji Yuheng then addressed the second point. Second, Blackbird Heavy Industries is part of Rage Owl Star, and I'm the military governor, they're my subjects. All interstellar trade on the planet needs my approval. Blackbird Heavy Industries must pay me the imperial tax of the last 2 years, and I'm not asking for too much, just 10% of the production value for 2 years. Besides that, I want to take the same 10% as a transaction tax for this deal. That I certainly have no problem, but whether Blackbird Heavy Industries is willing, I cannot guarantee. Then let them send someone to talk to me. No agreement, no deal. Cousin. Wang Jiarong still tried to act coquettishly. There's nothing to discuss. Wang Jiarong was helpless. This is a transaction between the Ji and Fatches families, cousin, you. Ji Yuheng was not swayed by this plea. Don't bring that up. It only annoys me more. The Ji family hasn't helped me a bit on Rage Owl Star. There's no reason I should give special treatment to the business between Ji and FA. I've already waived the transaction tax for Beautiful Lady Convoy, and I'm simply asking them to pay the necessary imperial tax and transaction tax, which is generous enough. If even this can't be agreed upon, then Quintet will destroy all unauthorized orbital transit. I believe Yelicia will be more than happy to help me with this. Realizing she had no other option, Wang Jiarong sighed and said, I will convey your message to Blackbird Heavy Industries. However, I must say, there might be discontent within the family. Ji Yuheng was indifferent. Then let my uncles, my mother, pout and stomp their feet at Flying Wing Star. What can they do? I thought you wanted to reconcile with the family. No, Ji Yuheng corrected his cousin's impression. There's no question of reconciliation. I'm not stopping anyone. I just want what's due to me, and if that can't be guaranteed, what's there to talk about reconciliation? After returning to Revival City, Ji Yuheng called for a work meeting. He had left Revival City for over a month now, and even his monthly stipend had been distributed. His involvement in the starship's military actions was necessary this time. Being a powerful spiritual energy user, if he didn't show up in person, it was doubtful the Green Skin Overlord could be dealt with, and it required his presence to persuade the otherwise reluctant Yelicia to go to war. He also needed to personally secure the spoils of the post-war victory. However, the planet's surface actually couldn't do without him. To put it plainly, it had only been 3 or 4 months since he took control of the alliance, and his team was still understaffed. Even Osenia had to hold several positions and was busy all the time. The entire new alliance's government structure was highly centralized and planned. Without him, the military governor, at the helm for too long, who knows what chaos might ensue. In fact, Ji Yuhang was worried that even a month's absence could lead to issues. Even though he had left devices with Osenia and Yan Fangshu that allowed communication with the starship during this time, Ji Yuhang had not been completely out of touch with his subordinates. Yet, intermittent communication every few days for just tens of minutes was not enough. Ji Yuhang urgently needed a concrete work meeting to understand what had happened on his territory during the past month and whether everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. And while waiting for his main subordinates to arrive, he continued pondering the matter of Blackbird Heavy Industries. Rage Owl Star had 3 large continents, along with 2 smaller ones, previously the main excavation sites for psychic energy fields and also the areas most devastated by war. Almost entirely dead zones where low-energy storms incessantly raged, the harsh environment making it even more difficult for people to survive and impossible for food cultivation. According to intelligence reports, those 2 continents were basically uninhabited. On the main continent, Blackbird Heavy Industries held a very significant position. The history of this enterprise was even longer than that of the Rage Owl Star Alliance, existing for a long stretch before the alliance was even established. According to the intelligence Ji Yuhang had, the stronghold of Blackbird Heavy Industries was located on the westernmost coastal region of the continent, 10,000 kilometers away from his current location in Revival City. They controlled a vast area and had about 10 million people living there, with a portion of the food supply coming from their own production. The west of the continent had fertile plains. Despite the regions shrouded by low-energy storms, the remaining land was enough to sustain a substantial population. The other part of the food supply came from the technology-based farming factories located beneath the oases of the West Desert region. Seeing the name Blackbird Heavy Industries, one can deduce that this is a super enterprise with heavy industry as its main business. They are nominally still part of the alliance, but since the second-generation governor, they have gradually distanced themselves from the alliance. They pay the imperial tax every 2 years as more of a symbolic gesture. Based on their jurisdiction of 10 million people, they should be paying products worth 2 million tax currency every tax period to the alliance government as their annual tax contribution. However, in the past 6 years, across 3 tax periods, the most they've ever paid was 400,000 tax currency, and the least was 200,000 tax currency. The difference is significant, but the key issue is that the alliance government is powerless to collect the full amount. How to collect it? Could the old alliance legion, in its sorry state, cross thousands of miles to launch an expedition to the western world of the mainland? Even if all political forces were mobilized, it just couldn't be done. The successive governors could only send letters berating Blackbird Heavy Industries, accusing them of being imperial traitors and rebels for not paying their taxes. But, isn't it ironic? Suppressing planetary rebellions is the governor's job, and failing to do so is a sign of incompetence. In theory, when faced with a rebellion, one could call for imperial support, the Star Realm Army, the Imperial Navy, or even the arrival of a combat group is possible. But unfortunately, that's just in theory. Unless the situation deteriorates to an extreme extent or could potentially or has already affected surrounding regions, the Empire won't bother with you. Sometimes, a rebellion on a planet occurs, the rebels kill the governor, and imperial reinforcements arrive only then. Arriving on the ground, they find that the rebels say, "The former governor was tyrannical and incompetent. We've overthrown him, but we're still loyal to the Empire. We are willing to continue paying taxes, and we've already prepared the tax for the new period." Hearing this, the imperial reinforcements say, "Well then, you are the new governor," and then they turn around and head home. It's quite absurd, but from the Empire's perspective, the rebellion is over, the new governor is loyal, and not even a bit of the tax was missed. No need for battle, isn't that great for everyone? And the former governor? Just a waste who couldn't even handle a rebellion, better off dead. This scenario is not likely, but there have indeed been many such records. For Ji Yuhang right now, he's incapable of directly intervening in the far west of the mainland. He doesn't have the power to organize a large army to journey thousands of miles and conduct an expedition, and the logistics would not hold up. Orbital support is a joke. Without ground troops for control, establishing rule through bombing alone is impossible. Even considering orbital airdrops and orbital transport of supplies and materials for relay, while it's true that it could disregard the distance on the ground, the Quintet is a standard warship with less than ideal conditions for orbital transport, making it unsupportable for this task. The Beautiful Lady, as an armed merchant ship, might be suited for such a mission, but obviously, Wang Jiarong would not support him in waging this war. Even if he were to win, the current industrial level at Rage Owl Star's surface is incapable of supporting rulership over lands at the other end of the mainland in a short period of time. In conclusion, waging war is unreliable, and the timing is not yet ripe. Conversely, by using the critical trade between the GU clan and Fatches, making Blackbird Heavy Industries pay up what they owe, and threatening to cut off trade if they don't pay, is still feasible. The Quintet can tightly blockade the trade connections between the planet's surface and orbit. According to GU Hang's plan, at the very least, they must earnestly pay up this period's 2 million tax currency. Moreover, GU Hang is also demanding that they make up the shortfall from the past 6 years, 3 tax periods, which amounts to roughly 5 million tax currency. A total of 7 million. Of course, the latter demand is something Blackbird Heavy Industries and Fatches would probably be unwilling to accept at all costs. GU Hang had no intention of pushing them into a corner. If he did and they refused to do business, his scheme of getting money out of their pockets would also fail. That wouldn't do at all. It all comes down to the negotiations. Anyway, 2 million tax currency is the bottom line. While thinking about the matters concerning Blackbird Heavy Industries, people gradually arrived one by one. There were still 15 minutes until the scheduled time, but since everyone had arrived, GU Hang announced that the meeting would begin ahead of time. The first to report was the person in charge of military affairs, Colonel Yan Fangshu. After GU Hang had taken the 1st Cease Wind Brigade, the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 3rd Independent Regiment, the remaining surface forces still consisted of 6 divisional units. The 4th to the 9th Garrison Divisions, after replenishing their personnel and disbanding surplus troops, had settled down. They consisted of 7 infantry battalions and 2 artillery battalions as the main combat forces, plus 2 battalions for logistics and engineers, as well as the division headquarters guard company, communications company, and staff. A single garrison division totaled over 6,000 troops. 6 divisions combined amounted to nearly 40,000 troops. As the commander of the army group, Yan Fangshu divided the area around Revival City into 3 war zones, taking Revival City as the center. The first was the Gaota War Zone. The 4th and 5th Garrison Divisions were stationed there. They were responsible for exterminating the remaining green skins after the Gaota War and burning all the land and suspect green vegetation where the green skins might have resided. After the previous war, there were still some green skin creatures that survived, orcish kids, little sprites, or even just a few skug beasts. At most, they could be considered scattered troops, not a significant threat. But they couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, who knows how long it would be before a new green skin tribe resurfaces. This was certainly a task that needed to be carried out persistently. Such exterminations would continue for many, many years, till there was a long period without any trace of green-skinned orcs, before they could relax a bit. The second was the Central War Zone, with the 6th, 7th, and 8th Garrison Divisions stationed there. The 6th Division was positioned between Revival City and Wying City, responsible for defending the capital. The 7th and 8th Divisions, centered on Revival City, swept to the west and south, up to about 300 kilometers as a boundary. They mainly swept the wasteland of marauders. Marauders were exterminated on the spot. Those who surrendered or were captured were screened based on their past crimes. Those with heinous crimes, especially those with anti-humanity crimes like cannibalism, were executed outright. Others with less serious offenses were thrown into prison, not to live comfortably of course, but to work in the mines with an F-grade treatment or to pick up trash in the ruins of Gaota. F-grade treatment meant they were no longer considered human. In actuality, anyone below E-grade had no human rights. Common criminals like thieves, robbers, and fraudsters could at most be classified as E1 grade, at least still regarded as human and not treated excessively harshly when imprisoned or reformed. If someone actually died in prison, the prison would be penalized. But F grade was akin to a suspended death sentence, stripped of human rights. Some murderers and other severe criminals were sent to this level. Essentially, they were people who should have been sentenced to death, but it was a pity to waste their labor, so they were simply put to work. Those with F-grade treatment had to bring back a sufficient quota of yield from the mines and ruin mine every day. If they did not meet the quota, they would not eat and would be whipped. Exceeding the quota came with a small food reward and the accumulation of work points. If they worked well enough, perhaps in 5 to 10 years, they could escape the F-grade inhumane treatment and get the normal E-grade treatment of a person. Of course, that was quite difficult. Inadequate nutrition, high work intensity, poor living conditions, and lack of medical resources. These issues caused a significant number of people to not survive a year. Those who lived past 5 years and worked hard to shed their F-grade status were very few. The 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions, in addition to eliminating those marauders, would locate survivor camps and bring them under the direct rule of the Alliance. It was estimated that there were about 2.7 million people in this region. For these people, the strategy adopted was consistent with the past. Send out work teams to assess the industry structure of the camps on site. If they complemented the twin cities of revival well, especially in producing food or industrial and light industrial raw materials, then they were preserved. If the complement was weak or the camp itself struggled to survive without any industry, then the population would be relocated to Wying City to fill the industrial workforce void. However, this operation currently encountered some difficulties. At present, only about 700,000 people had been brought under control. Among the remaining 2 million people, there were several large settlements each with a population of about 200,000. It was uncertain what the attitude of their people was, but at least the rulers of those places did not accept giving up power. In fact, according to the policy of the new Alliance authorities, they would not completely lose their power. As long as there was a peaceful transition, settlements with tens of thousands of people would not be disbanded directly, as too many people flooding into the twin cities of revival at once would be difficult to manage. On the contrary, since a settlement could gather so many people, it must have industry capable of sustaining life. Retaining the corresponding camps, or even the ruling class, meant transferring personal affiliations and abolishing private capital to transform into the job ranking and duty system of the new alliance. The original ruling class would most likely convert into the bureaucratic class under the new alliance system, enjoy fairly good treatment, and continue to manage their camps.